So close. Just a little more. With a sharp pain and confusion, Ren Fei opened his eyes and scanned the familiar surroundings in front of him. Didn't I already die? Died in the last trial before ascending to the divine realm. Wait a minute, is this the dungeon Shishan Villa? Isn't this where I was chosen by the world of ghost stories, the place where my dream began? Ren Fei suddenly realized that he might have been reborn. At that moment, a prompt sound echoed. The chosen one entering the world of ghost stories for the first time is eligible to draw a mysterious talent. Talent is being drawn. Congratulations! You have received an. Trying to investigate the truth of the past in this villa, he never expected that the strangeness here would far exceed his understanding. The reporter went crazy, and is now missing. Chosen one, please leave the Shishan Villa within 3 days. The first half of the note was an introduction to the villa, while the second half outlined the rules. To the chosen ones of Shishan Villa, here are the guidelines for entering the villa. Rule 1, Shishan Villa has 3 floors, and the higher you go, the more dangerous it becomes. Rule 2, there are some strange pieces of meat in the fridge on the first floor. They can solve your hunger, but don't dig into where the meat came from. Rule 3, Shishan Villa stands alone, and no other buildings will appear around it. If you see other buildings outside the villa, immediately seal the doors and windows. Do not respond to any knocks, and definitely do not go to check. Rule 4, there may be things left by reporters in the villa. Do not be curious and open them. Unless you want to go mad like them. Rule 5, the villa will always remain in a state of night. Rule 6, in the living room, there is a floor-to-ceiling mirror the height of a person, always covered with red cloth. Do not try to pull the red cloth off. Rule 7, the toilet can be used, but do not turn on the lights when using it. Rule 8, there is only one living person in the villa. If you accidentally see another person, make sure to ignore them no matter what. Rule 9, it's normal for the villa to make some noises now and then because stray cats often sneak in to spend the night. Rule 10, the first floor is your range of activity. Do not try to go to the second or third floors. That will cause you to lose your sanity. Rule 11, if the villa ever experiences daylight, don't hesitate, the chance to leave is right before you. Rule 12, the truth does not matter. 12 full rules. After reading the rules, Ren Fei habitually crumpled the note into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth. More of these boring rules, though I know how to clear the game, this time, let me try something different. Ren Fei suddenly smiled with a mischievous grin. Let me bring a little shock to this world of weird tales. At this moment, Shishan Villa still had the same appearance as before it was abandoned. At first glance, it looked resplendent and magnificent. Without a word, Ren Fei stood in the middle of the living room. At that moment, a series of item prices popped up in front of him. Famous painting, worth 10 million, would you like to sell it? High-end television, worth 100,000, would you like to sell it? Antique vase, worth 20 million, would you like to sell it? Luxurious wool carpet, worth 2 million, would you like to sell it? High-end crystal chandelier, worth 3 million, would you like to sell it? Custom leather sofa, worth 500,000. High-end floor mirror, worth 200,000. Red high heel shoes, worth 50,000. A row of item names and their values appeared before Ren Fei. However, Ren Fei did not rush. He walked calmly to the floor-to-ceiling mirror covered in red cloth. Rule 6, there is a floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living room, the height of a person, always covered with red cloth. Do not try to pull off the red cloth. The rule said not to pull off the red cloth. Ren Fei didn't listen and directly pulled it off. In an instant, Ren Fei's appearance appeared in the mirror. He was a young man with a height of 1.8 meters, a wolf-tail hairstyle, standard features, and sharp contours. Not just handsome. He was extremely handsome. What a fine appearance, but now, it belongs to me. Staring at the mirror, Ren Fei's reflection suddenly twisted rapidly, instantly transforming into a monster with no skin, completely charred black. The monster crawled out of the mirror, with half of its body outside, reaching out its charred black hands to steal Ren Fei's body. However, at that moment, Ren Fei, standing in front of the mirror, gave a strange smile. Selling the floor-to-ceiling mirror. P.S. The long-awaited Rule Betrayal 2 is here. The worldview of this book is not the Blue Planet, but a parallel world of the Blue Planet. The main character and the protagonists of Rule Betrayal exist in different world dimensions. There will be interactions between the two book protagonists. A brand new instance. A brand new talent, a brand new setup. The protagonist of this book is no longer satisfied with simply clearing levels, instead, he will use his rebirth advantage and the power of the whole nation to ascend to godhood. Chapter 2, Human, what a wicked method you have. The chosen one of the island nation, Nosehairfang's perspective. After reading the rules on the note, Nosehairfang casually crumpled the paper and threw it into the trash bin. Nosehair Phone walked around the first floor of the villa. He found that all the windows and the main door were tightly shut, and the windows were fully covered with curtains. Baka! I've been teleported to such a dangerous ghost story dungeon. Looks like to survive, I can only proceed with caution. After surveying the first floor of the villa's environment, Nosehair Phone pretended to start thinking. The rules say that once daytime appears, I can leave. But now, the curtains are blocking all the sunlight. How can I confirm if it's daytime? Should I lift the curtains and take a look? Even if I make a mistake, my talent protection will keep me safe. Nosehair Phone didn't know what kind of luck he had. He drew the S-Rank talent Ninja Turtle in his first ghost story dungeon. The talent effect was, no matter the environment, as long as he could maintain a neutral expression, even the most bizarre things couldn't hurt him. He did it without hesitation. With his life-saving talent, Nosehair Phone felt confident. He almost immediately stood in front of the window. But, just to be cautious, he didn't have the courage to fully pull back the curtains. He only dared to carefully pull a corner of the curtain. As the corner of the curtain was pulled back, Nosehair Phone widened his eyes and looked outside the window. To his disappointment, he only saw a vast expanse of darkness. How could this be? Just as Nosehair Phone was about to drop the curtain, he suddenly saw in the reflection of the window a woman with disheveled hair. The woman's face was unclear. She stood behind him, with her back to him. Baka. Did I break the rules and summon something bizarre? Nosehair Phone panicked like crazy. Although he had the talent protection, standing so close to the bizarre being, feeling that kind of fear and pressure, was 100 times more terrifying than watching a horror movie. And so close. He could even smell the rotten odor from the woman. This smell mixed with a strange burning scent. Nosehair Phone didn't dare to turn around. He kept the movement of pulling back the curtain, standing still, not daring to move. He thought that if he stayed still, the bizarre being would leave. But he was wrong. He stayed still. The woman stayed still too. Damn it! Why isn't she leaving? Nosehair Fang's arm ached, his whole body was almost numb, but despite that, the woman had no intention of leaving. It was like they were having a contest to see who had more endurance. Eventually, Nosehair Phone couldn't hold out any longer. His stiff body couldn't stop moving a little. But in that instant, the bizarre woman instantly appeared behind him. She was still facing away from him, but she eerily reached out and hugged his body, laughing in a creepy way. He. I knew you could see me. Holy crap. The live stream of Nosehair Phone from the island nation is so scary, that bizarre being actually hugged him from behind while facing away. If it were me, I'd faint on the spot. Nosehair Phone thought that if he stayed still, nothing would happen, who knew the bizarre being was more patient than him. Trying to outlast a bizarre being, I don't know what he was thinking. Looks like the curtain shouldn't have been pulled back. Oh no. Nosehair Phone from the island nation is going to make his grave right there. In the real world. Viewers stared at Nosehair Fang's live stream, their spines chilled. Just when everyone thought Nosehair Phone was about to log out first, his live stream took a huge unexpected turn. Look, the bizarre being has grabbed Nosehair Fang's neck. Wait, why is Nosehair Phone okay? Yash. Our island nation's chosen one is the strongest, unbeatable. Wow, haha. The ants of Huaxia, come and admire us. According to the latest analysis and predictions from our country, our chosen one, whose nose hair is thick, is most likely to have drawn an A grade or higher talent. A grade or higher talent? Seeing the proud look of the islanders, the Huaxia netizens immediately mocked. What are you so proud of? A few islanders worthless talk. Our chosen one starts with a king bomb, they definitely drew an S grade talent. If you don't believe it, go and see for yourselves. Baka Yoru. How is this possible? From Ren Fei's perspective. Ren Fei's voice fell. The monster, blackened all over, suddenly froze. It felt that its lower half was suddenly cold. Slap. It lost its support and fell to the ground. With a confused look, it turned around to look behind it. Damn. It instantly started crying, where's my lower half? Why am I suddenly paralyzed from the waist down? The blackened monster wanted to cry but had no tears. Not only that, it found that even the full-length mirror it used to hide behind had also mysteriously disappeared. The confused monster was really confused. What the hell is going on? I was fine when I got here, but now I can't go back. Whoa. Is this even reasonable? The monster cried. Ren Fei, however, laughed. Ren Fei glanced at the monster's half-body on the ground, twisted and squirming, trying hard to hold back his laughter and said, "Old buddy, your performance art is pretty impressive, but are you sure this will scare me?" Hearing Ren Fei's words, the monster suddenly reacted. It jerked its head up, staring at Ren Fei with a face full of resentment. It's you. It must be you, you human, who did this. I will strangle you. The monster stretched out its hands, trying to strangle Ren Fei. But, with only half a body, it couldn't reach him at all. Human. What a vicious method. The monster felt wronged and cried again. Who's really the weird one here? Why the hell did I become the weak one? Sigh, so pitiful, now it can only crawl around on the ground, such a young age, suddenly becoming old. Ren Fei looked at the blackened monster inside, as if it had nothing to do with him. Then he ignored the monster and continued selling other items on the first floor. Looking at his calm and indifferent appearance, the monster went mad. It stubbornly crawled toward Ren Fei, shouting nonstop, "Abba Abba, I'm going to strangle you," and similar things. Ha ha ha, this is so funny, what's going on? The moment the blackened monster appeared, I thought Ren Fei was done for, but then the plot twisted so suddenly, it was totally unexpected, ha ha ha. I can't hold it in anymore, I actually started to feel a bit sorry for the monster. What kind of talent did Ren Fei draw? How did he suddenly make the full-length mirror disappear, and even the monster's half-body stuck in the mirror is gone? Ga. So funny, especially that confused expression of the monster just now. Even though this is a creepy challenge, I couldn't stop laughing. Although it's really funny, doesn't it break the rules? Seeing Ren Fei's antics, countless Huasha netizens couldn't hold back their laughter. Look carefully, you island's idiots, compared to Ren Fei, Nosehair Fong is just a stray dog on the street. Did you see that? This is the correct way to approach a creepy challenge. You guys almost got scared into grandsons, and you're still bragging. Nosehair Foam, what a stupid name, a pile of nonsense. Chapter 3, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Sell. 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 Item sold successfully, personal account balance, 20 million. Item sold successfully, personal account balance, 60 million. Item sold successfully, personal account balance, 105 million. In the Shishan Villa, Ren Fei entered the crazy sell mode. As items on the first floor were continuously sold, the sound of exploding coins rang out repeatedly, and his personal account balance gradually increased. Why is it only 100 million? This amount of money is far from enough. To obtain the 5S grade talent wealth spreader, the country invested 100 billion, essentially spending 100 billion to buy a talent. That's a full 10 billion. His wallet was barely warm before it was emptied. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. Sell everything in the villa, will it be worth 10 billion? Forget it, probably not. After all, it's the only hidden talent, no matter how you count it, it's not a loss. Standing in front of the shoe cabinet. The information in the shoe cabinet was instantly laid out in front of him. High-end leather shoes, worth 200,000, sell? Signed sneakers, worth 3 million, sell? Brand name running shoes, worth 30,000, sell? Golden plated shoe cabinet, worth 100,000, sell? Item sold successfully, personal account balance, 107 million. Item sold successfully, personal account balance, 103.7 million. After selling all the shoes in the cabinet, Ren Fei only left the red high heels outside the cabinet. The red high heels are an important item in this dungeon. After thinking for a moment, Ren Fei still decided to keep them. Let's keep them. It's not like I'm short of 5,000, and I still need to get the perfect dungeon rating. Ren Fei turned and placed the red high heels on the coffee table in the living room. In a very conspicuous spot. In front of the shoe cabinet. The charred black monster dragged half its body and barely crawled to the shoe cabinet, ready to reach out and grab Ren Fei, but at that moment, Ren Fei lifted his foot and walked toward the coffee table. Helpless, the charred black monster could only turn around. However, when the charred black monster crawled towards the coffee table, Ren Fei fixed his gaze on the crystal chandelier on the first floor. The charred black monster went crazy. Why could it never catch up with Ren Fei? Damn it! Ren Fei was clearly playing with it. Damn it! You fucking human! Tears of grievance flowed from the charred black monster's eyes. At this moment, Ren Fei, who had decided to keep the chandelier, finally noticed it. Ren Fei casually glanced at it. Oh, you haven't given up yet? Ren Fei smiled, walked up to the charred black monster, and looked down at it from above. I know you're in a hurry, but don't rush, too bad you don't have a price tag above your head, or I'd sell you along with everything else. The charred black monster? The charred black monster, damn human, what do you want to do? What do I want to do, can't you tell? Ren Fei gave an evil grin. He suddenly snapped his fingers. In an instant, the charred black monster found the wool carpet beneath it vanish. Wait. Not just the carpet. The charred black monster's pupils shrank, then it roared in fury. Human, what have you done? As you can see, I've just sold a few things from the villa, you guys won't mind, right? Ren Fei said with a grin. The charred black monster exploded with rage. You even took the floor? And you call this just selling a few things? Yes, that's right. Ren Fei shamelessly nodded. He didn't bother with the charred black monster anymore and walked straight to the fridge. Rule 2, there are some strange chunks of meat in the fridge on the first floor. They can solve your hunger, but don't dig into where the meat comes from. As soon as Ren Fei opened the fridge's fresh-keeping compartment, a wave of dizziness surged from deep within his mind. Ren Fei raised an eyebrow. Rule 6 is correct, I've broken the rule, and now my cognition is starting to twist. Heh, cognitive distortion? Disperse the wealth. As soon as Ren Fei finished speaking, 1 million disappeared from his personal account, and along with it, the cognitive distortion in his mind vanished. Feeling the dizziness in his mind fade, clarity returned. Ren Fei smiled faintly. Hey, in front of me, the wealth-dispelling child, what can't be solved with money? I have to say, the 5S level talent is just too useful. In the fridge's fresh-keeping compartment, there were some fruits and vegetables. Ren Fei picked up 2 cucumbers and started munching on them. While chewing on the cucumbers, Ren Fei also began to rummage through the frozen compartment for the chunks of meat. These pieces of meat were wrapped in multiple layers of black plastic bags. Ren Fei didn't bother to open the plastic bags because he knew what was inside. High-end imported refrigerator, worth 30,000, should it be sold? Sell it. After taking out all the chopped meat, Ren Fei turned around and sold the refrigerator. It's a joke. 30,000 is still money, okay? Without money, he would be stuck in the creepy story dungeon, so the more money, the better. Even a mosquito is meat. Holding the chopped meat, Ren Fei lifted his foot and walked towards the back door of the villa. Normally, the back door of the villa couldn't be opened, let alone entering the yard behind. But, holding the chopped meat, things were different. Sure enough. Just as he remembered. Ren Fei easily walked out of the back door and successfully arrived at the garden outside. What does this human want to do? In the living room. The charred monster stared in confusion as Ren Fei carried several bags of chopped meat out the back door. He couldn't understand Ren Fei's actions. But just then, a long-haired woman with a charred face suddenly appeared in the living room. She casually picked up a pair of high heels from the coffee table, paused for 2 seconds in confusion, and then put them on. What's going on? Why have some items in Ren Fei's villa suddenly disappeared? Is this Ren Fei's talent? It's pretty clear now, this must be his talent. What use is this talent? Can he sell the entire villa? I've never seen this kind of talent before, no chosen one has ever had this. But how is it that Ren Fei asked the country to fund him in the beginning? In the real world, Chinese netizens were discussing wildly. In a meeting room with high-ranking Chinese leaders. Staring at Ren Fei's live broadcast, the leaders, though confused, expressed support. According to real-time monitoring of Ren Fei's personal account, 100 billion was just transferred in, and in an instant, the money was moved out. The destination of the funds is unclear. Do you think this 100 billion might be related to Ren Fei's talent? There's definitely a possibility. We've carefully compared, and everything with other chosen ones seems normal. Only Ren Fei's villa items are mysteriously disappearing, it's hard not to suspect his talent is the cause. If the disappearance of this money is really related to his talent, combined with the anomalies in Ren Fei's dungeon, can we conclude that Ren Fei's talent is related to money? Money? The leaders exchanged glances, and suddenly, they locked eyes. Prepare another 100 billion immediately, ready to transfer to Ren Fei's personal account at any time. The reason they didn't choose to transfer the money immediately was because the above was just the leaders' speculation. Without confirming Ren Fei's talent, they didn't dare to recklessly transfer money into his account, so they could only prepare it, ready to send the funds at any moment. Chapter 4, Asking for Benefits. In the creepy story world. At this moment, chosen ones from other countries were being extra cautious, focusing on the rules. They didn't have memories of being reborn. So, they were walking on thin ice with every rule they judged. From the perspective of the chosen one from Kimchi country, Choi Bongjiai. Choi Bongjiai had just put away his rule paper, when suddenly, the sound of a plate falling could be heard from the kitchen on the first floor. The sound was very clear in his ears. At the same time, the lights in the living room suddenly flickered. On the sofa, Choi Bongjiai felt like he had been shocked, with every hair on his body standing up. This was his second dungeon in the creepy story world, so he knew very well that whenever something unusual happened, there was something wrong. Ah, shit. I haven't violated any rules, right? Don't panic, it could be just a stray cat. Rule 9, it's normal for the villa to occasionally make some noise because stray cats often sneak into the villa to spend the night. Choi Bongjiai swallowed hard, his eyes unconsciously scanning the first floor of the villa. His heart instantly sank. Because he realized that his peripheral vision unconsciously glanced toward the kitchen. He was both afraid of what shouldn't be in there, and yet, he really wanted to know what exactly was in the kitchen. The kitchen was blocked by 2 transparent glass doors. As Cui Fengji anxiously stared at the glass doors, suddenly, with a bang, the lights on the entire first floor went out. With the lights out, Cui Fengji was naturally startled. However, he dared not move at all now. In the pitch-black darkness, everything suddenly became quiet. Originally, Cui Fengji could hear the sounds of insects and birds from outside the villa, but now, he could hear absolutely nothing. The surroundings had fallen into an eerie silence. In a daze, Cui Fengji heard the sound of the glass door sliding. It seemed like the kitchen door had opened automatically. At that moment, a series of tap-tap-tap footsteps came closer and closer to Cui Fengji's ears, as if someone was walking in the living room. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped abruptly. A flash of firelight flickered and disappeared. Then, Cui Fengji smelled smoke, a scent that didn't belong in the villa. Ah, damn it! Damn it! Cui Fengji felt an intense wave of panic inside, because he could feel that something in the darkness was sitting right beside him, smoking a cigarette, maybe even glancing at him. Rule 8, there is only one living person in the villa. If you accidentally see someone else, you must ignore them no matter what. The rule said there's only one living person in the villa, and I glanced around just now, so this rule is probably true. So what's going on now, damn it? Isn't the thing sitting next to me a person? The thought immediately sprang to his mind. In an instant, the fear surged uncontrollably. Fear poured over him like cold rain, slowly seeping through his clothes, making him shiver and tremble all over. Damn it! Should I try using my talent to see if I can make it leave? Cui Fengji had an S-class talent called GNI is too beautiful. The talent's effect was, Cui Fengji could attract the attention of strange beings by singing, dancing, rapping, or playing basketball, with a 50% chance of making them leave. Damn it! Is there no other way? Cui Fengji really didn't want to gamble on his talent's odds. Even though the success rate was 50%, the failure rate was also 50%. If it failed, he couldn't even imagine the consequences. Just as Cui Fengji was sweating profusely and torn inside, the lights on the first floor suddenly turned back on. The light illuminated every corner of the villa. Only then did Cui Fengji notice that, at some point, whatever had been sitting beside him on the sofa was gone. The sofa surface was perfectly flat, with no signs that anyone had been sitting there. It was as if everything just now had been a hallucination. If not for the ash in the ashtray on the coffee table. At the same time as Cui Fengji encountered the strange event, chosen ones from other countries were facing the same situation. At this moment, Ren Fei had just finished dealing with some minced meat in the backyard. As he sat down on the sofa, he suddenly encountered the same strange event. In the darkness, Ren Fei felt someone sitting next to him, but before that person could light a cigarette, Ren Fei directly snuffed it out. No smoking in public. In the dark, a cold, eerie voice came through, a man's voice. Hey, can you see me? Not only can I see you, I also know you're that reporter. You, how do you know? The man suddenly became agitated, his voice turning sharp. Help me kill them. I came here to investigate the truth, but they killed me. And they killed many others too. The bodies are buried in the backyard. I know everything you're saying. You know? Of course. Ren Fei had just come from the backyard, so of course, he knew. Now tell me, what do you want me to do? I left a notebook in the villa. Find it, and it records the way to kill them. Once they are killed, my soul will be set free. I can help you, but what's in it for me? What's in it for you? That's right, I won't do it without something in return. There is. The man seemed to think for a long time, then nodded seriously. I've hidden a peace talisman in the toilet tank. If you help me deal with them, the talisman is yours. Peace talisman? Ren Fei suddenly thought. In the previous life, although he knew all the truths that had happened in the villa, he hadn't gotten the peace talisman. This caused his clearance rating to be almost perfect, but just missed the mark. Looks like there are still details I missed in this scenario. Ren Fei thought for a moment. Deal. With that, the lights turned on, and the reporter vanished. Ren Fei walked straight to the bathroom. Rule 7, the bathroom can be used, but don't turn on the light while using it. Standing at the bathroom door, Ren Fei just glanced inside. In an instant, countless strands of hair, like threads, rushed toward him, as if trying to drag him into the bathroom. Bang! The bathroom light was turned on by Ren Fei. The hair that was wrapping around quickly retreated into the dark corners. Bang! The light turned off again. The hair attacked again. Bang! The light was turned on again. Bang! The light turned off again. Back and forth, dozens of times. It was surprisingly fun. After playing for a while, Ren Fei got bored, turned off the light, and walked toward the bathroom. As soon as he stepped inside, the hair rushed to him once again. This time, Ren Fei chose not to turn on the light. Scatter! As the words left his mouth, 2 million were deducted from his personal account, and Ren Fei instantly gained a strange power. The corner of Ren Fei's mouth curved into a smile as he grabbed the hair and landed 2 solid punches into the thing hiding in the dark. The punches made the creature's eyes explode with stars, and only then did Ren Fei turn the light back on. What a pity, things bought with money are always one-time use, they can't be kept. Feeling the strange power leaving his body, Ren Fei sighed slightly. As expected. Things bought with money are hard to keep in the long run. Ren Fei no longer paid attention to the thing in the dark, and directly walked over to the toilet, reaching for the lid of the toilet tank. P.S. Wishing everyone a peaceful and prosperous new year, full of joy and good health. Happy New Year! Chapter 5, The Reporter's Diary. It all depends on Ren Fei, not like that windblower from the Kinchi country, who gets scared to death at the slightest movement. Aish. To the netizens upstairs, let me correct you, our chosen one is named Choi Bongji, not a windblower, Simaida. Don't mind these details. By the way, how come Ren Fei has been so calm from start to finish? Also, he even beat up the weirdness in the bathroom. Has he always been this brave? Clearly, the weirdness in this scenario is a weakling, anyone can handle it. Outside the live broadcast, some netizens, seeing how easily Ren Fei dealt with the weirdness in the bathroom, couldn't help but doubt the authenticity of the weirdness in this scenario. And just as the seeds of doubt were planted, the next second, they were slapped in the face. The voice of the chosen one being eliminated suddenly echoed across the globe. The chosen one of the sun never sets country was eliminated by the weirdness. The West Mountain Villa scenario is about to descend upon the sun never sets country. Please pay attention, the rule-based horror is about to arrive. Listening to the cold voice of elimination from above the globe, the people of the sun never sets country couldn't help but scream and cry. Can someone tell me what happened? I saw it, it was the chosen one of the sun never sets country who didn't turn on the light and went into the bathroom, then was strangled and suffocated by those hairs in the dark. What? Didn't they say anyone could deal with the weirdness in this scenario? How come he didn't even stand a chance? He stood up for a long time, but it was useless. How could this happen? It's over. It's really over. I'm from the sun never sets country, and now the rule-based horror has descended on my city. The entire city has been completely sealed off. We can't leave. Goodbye, world. Woo-woo. Mom, I want to go home. With the arrival of the rule-based horror, the sun never sets country was instantly thrown into chaos. The sun never sets, and the country urgently activated its think tank, but because they lacked enough information about the copies, they couldn't possibly complete the task in such a short time. However, at this moment, none of this had anything to do with Ren Fei. At this very moment, Ren Fei had successfully retrieved the amulet that the reporter had mentioned from the toilet cistern. The amulet was wrapped in several layers of talisman paper, folded into a triangular shape, and strung. I caught it. My camera caught it. Damn it. The doors and windows of the villa won't open. What should I do? This must be their doing. Since I can't leave the first floor, I decided to go up to the second floor of the villa to look for a way out. The content on the second page of the diary ends here with a large blank space. Then came nearly insane statements. I saw it. I saw it. I saw it. It. Can't leave. They came for me. I'm going to die here. Help. 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 The content on the second page of the diary ends here. Rule 4, there may be the journalist's belongings in the villa, don't be curious to open and look if you don't want to go crazy like him. Closing the diary, nothing happened. The journalist's diary revealed a lot of information, but not all of it may be true. Ren Fei's eyes flashed with a sly look. If I didn't already know the truth, I might actually think you are the victim. This trick, played really smoothly. Chapter 6, Damn Beast. I've gotten all the clues on the first floor, no need to stay any longer. Better rush through and check out other chosen one's spaces. Ren Fei decided to go up to the second floor of the villa. Although the time limit for clearing the dungeon was 3 days, it wouldn't take that long for him. But before leaving, he still had something to do. Damaged leather sofa, worth 300,000, should it be sold? Art wallpaper, worth 100,000, should it be sold? Rosewood table, worth 2.2 million. Whole house lighting fixtures, worth 550,000. One piece of information after another unfolded in front of Ren Fei, and he only had one word. Sell. After selling everything in the living room, Ren Fei turned and walked into the bathroom and kitchen. Smart toilet, worth 130,000, should it be sold? Luxury bathtub, worth 200,000, should it be sold? Special dragon pattern plates, worth 50,000, should it be sold? Full set of ivory jade chopsticks, worth 100,000. Smart toaster oven, worth 80,000. Sell. Sell it all. All items sold successfully, personal account balance, 109 million. With Ren Fei's words falling, the entire first floor of the villa suddenly fell into a strange silence. It was pitch dark. Empty. What was once a luxurious and extravagant place now looked like a bear house in Syria. The capitalist would cry at the sight. Thieves would have their hearts broken. Even rats would avoid this place. Not bad. After checking his results and confirming that nothing was left behind, Ren Fei stepped up to the second floor. At this moment, the half-burned monster with only half a body in one hand stared at the empty first floor of the villa, stunned for several seconds before finally cursing loudly. Beast. Damn beast. The journalist's diary looks so weird. What did he experience in the past 2 days? I feel sorry for the journalist, it's so hateful and weird. Although the journalist's diary is full of emotion, am I the only one who finds something off about it? What's wrong? I just feel like he hid part of the truth, and also, he knew what was happening in the West Mountain Villa, so why would he risk his life to go there? Don't you think that's suspicious? Didn't the villa's introduction say that the journalist is obsessed with documenting the paranormal? But that alone isn't enough reason for him to risk his life. Things are getting more complicated. If we assume the journalist entered the villa with a purpose, then why did he try to disguise himself as a truth-seeking good guy in the diary? In the real world, some people, with reason in their words, were thinking about the journalist's purpose, while others were completely attracted by Ren Fei's actions and laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, this is too funny. What kind of talent does Ren Fei have? He actually turned the villa into a bear house. Ha ha, even the weirdness couldn't handle it. This bird weird creature is so funny, it kept crawling behind Ren Fei just to mess with him. Are you sure this isn't a pet of Ren Fei Yang? Goose, goose, goose. Give me a dozen of these pets. The perspective of Kay, the chosen one from the beautiful country. At this moment, blonde-haired and blue-eyed, Kay also started a conversation with a reporter and got hold of the second page of the diary hidden in the sofa's crevice. However, the reporter here introduced himself and only gave Kay the slightest hint. Holding the diary, Kay read it word for word. Soon, he found the important content in the diary. Is there never daytime here? Where is the camera mentioned in the reporter's diary? Holding the second page of the diary, Kay's talent began to activate. His talent was SS class, named Omniscient and All-Understanding. The effect of the talent was, Kay could quickly analyze hidden information behind objects by touching special items. A few seconds later, Kay suddenly realized. So the page I'm holding is just the second page of the diary, the first and third pages are still hidden in the villa. To find the complete diary content, Kay began to rummage through the first floor of the villa. Unfortunately, even though he knocked on every floor tile of the first floor, he still found nothing regarding the remaining pages of the diary. How could I not find it? The clues clearly point to this villa, the diary could never have been taken out. Could it be, the rest of the diary is hidden on the second floor? Kay inadvertently looked up. He looked at the second floor, which was swallowed by darkness, following the staircase. In an instant, he suddenly felt an intense sense of being watched. This sense of being watched made his scalp tingle. Ha! After a while, Kay shifted his gaze, breathing heavily. What was that just now? Just as Kay was still recovering from the shock and dared not look up again, a woman, her face blackened, suddenly appeared before him. The woman was barefoot, stepping on the cold floor. She wandered around the living room casually, without a care in the world. She took something from the kitchen, then plopped down on the sofa and started watching TV, the screen flickering with static, just like Kay's heart, which suddenly began to pound fiercely. Kay's temples were already unconsciously sweating. He knew that Rule 8 said to ignore such situations. So he had to force himself to calm down. My F***CK. How am I supposed to ignore this? She just appears in front of me out of nowhere, and you want me to pretend I don't see her? Does that even work? At this moment, Kay deeply doubted the rules. But right now, aside from pretending not to see her, there seemed to be no better way. Kay walked toward the dining table, subconsciously reaching for the cup of water on the table, but strangely, the next second, the woman took it first. The woman didn't leave, she stood less than a meter away from Kay. Her body smelled of decay, a putrid scent that made Kay wrinkle his brow slightly. The next moment, perhaps realizing that he shouldn't have wrinkled his brow, Kay immediately forced himself to return to normal. It was unclear whether it was Kay's subconscious actions that exposed the fact that he could see the woman, but suddenly, the woman stood motionless there. Her skin was blackened. There were no eyeballs in her eye sockets, they were eerily hollow. The corners of her mouth were stained bright red. The cup of clear water in her hand, under Kay's gaze, had mysteriously turned into a blood-red color. They remained like this for a while. Then, the woman's lips curled into a strange, twisted smile. Suddenly, She leaned in close to Kay's face, tilting her head and staring at him. A chilling, eerie voice entered Kay's ears. Anyone who enters here uninvited should die. Equals 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 equals. P.S. Happy New Year, stay in a good mood. Chapter 7, The Painful Memory. Am I going to die? Kay closed his eyes in despair. He thought this was a guaranteed death trap. But the pain he imagined did not come. He opened his eyes in disbelief. But when he looked again, the woman who had been standing right in front of him was nowhere to be seen. Disappeared. Did I survive? Kai couldn't understand. The charred monster did remind him. The next second, the charred monster was thrown toward the stairs by the reporter. Then, ignoring the monster's screams, the reporter stepped on its body and swiftly rushed toward the second floor. At this moment, Ren Fei stood in the corridor on the second floor. The second floor of the villa consisted entirely of bedrooms, 5 in total, but now all the doors were tightly closed. Who should I look for first? Ren Fei pondered. Suddenly, he noticed a row of white footprints on the ground, and an idea came to him. He lifted his foot. Ren Fei walked toward the first bedroom, which was also the smallest room on the second floor. Knock knock knock. Ren Fei knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. The second knock. Maybe no one's inside? Ren Fei wondered. Just as Ren Fei was about to knock a third time, a woman with disheveled hair appeared behind him without warning. The woman's neck twisted, making a strange cracking sound. Whoever you are, don't you dare harm my child. Saying that, the woman raised her charred hands and reached toward Ren Fei's neck. Scatter wealth. Instantly, a golden light circle appeared around Ren Fei, completely enveloping him. As soon as the woman's hands touched the light circle, they were bounced back. Who are you? Who are you really? Why are you trying to harm them? Why won't you even spare my child? Scum! You scum! The woman seemed to fall into some painful memory, her voice becoming sharp and piercing. She absent-mindedly glanced at the high heels she was wearing. Suddenly, she covered her head in sorrow, as if large portions of her memory were awakening. The woman's expression grew dazed. In the blink of an eye, tears streamed down her face. My child, my child. It seemed the woman had remembered something. She no longer tangled with Ren Fei and turned to walk toward the first floor. Watching the direction in which the woman was leaving, Ren Fei naturally knew what she was planning to do. But now was not the time to deal with these things. Ren Fei was about to continue knocking on the door. But at that moment, the door opened by itself. There was light inside, shining on the small figure at the door, but there was no shadow. Sigh. Upon seeing this scene, even Ren Fei, who had lived 2 lifetimes, couldn't help but sigh. The small figure at the door spoke in an unskilled voice, begging in a tender tone, please don't hurt my mommy. I will do anything. The little boy said, then walked toward Ren Fei, as if he had already given up. Ren Fei's eyes were filled with complexity. He extended his right hand. In the little boy's trembling and fearful gaze, Ren Fei gently stroked his head. His tone softened. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt anyone here. Chapter 8, Kill me, don't use that weird knife. At this moment, the reporter finally made it to the second floor. To get there, half of his body had been burned by the flame of the protective talisman, making it a great sacrifice. But as long as he could make it up, it was all worth it. Finally made it up. The reporter's face showed a look of intoxication as he smelled the different atmosphere on the second floor. However, before he could do anything, the woman already appeared before him with a face full of rage. Give me back my family, give me back my child. The woman almost crazily lunged at the reporter. The reporter was shocked. You actually remember everything. Damn it, who ruined my plans? I want you to pay with your life. The woman wanted to kill the reporter. But she had forgotten that the reporter had already been killed by her once. At that moment, the reporter gave a strange laugh. So what if you remember? As long as I deal with that little thing, you all will turn to ashes. The reporter didn't want to waste time with the woman. He turned and rushed toward the room where the little boy was. But the woman grabbed him and pulled him back. This time, I will not allow you to hurt them. The woman clung tightly to the reporter, and the 2 figures simultaneously tumbled down the stairs. Suddenly, the protective talisman left on the stairs shot out several flames, all landing on the woman. Let go, you crazy woman. The reporter was terrified of the power of the talisman. That was something he had paid a great deal of money to specifically acquire, and no matter what demons or monsters came his way, they had to show some respect. At that time, he destroyed one of them while sleeping at night. Later, a little boy snatched another one away. The woman even risked her life to destroy the very last one. That was why he died in the villa. The protective amulet left on the first floor was the one that had been stolen. Actually, the peace amulet and the diary in the toilet tank were not hidden by the reporter. The one who did all this from the very beginning was the woman in front of him. Let go. If you keep this up, you'll disappear completely too. Seeing the woman holding onto him without letting go, the reporter panicked. As the protective amulet drew closer, a strange fear suddenly spread through his mind. At that moment, flames had already erupted from the woman's body. And this wasn't just any fire. The flames from the amulet could cause intense burns to the soul, something 100 times more painful than burning flesh directly. Ah! As soon as the flames touched the reporter, he was immediately engulfed in agony. Meanwhile, the woman remained silent, as if she really intended to perish alongside him. Damn! Damn it! I hate that I didn't kill you all off completely. You want to drag me down with you to vanish into dust? Dream on. I'll make you feel this pain for lifetimes to come. The reporter started to struggle desperately. Unfortunately, at that moment, the power within the peace amulet seemed to have reached its limit. No more flames flew out, and the talisman paper surrounding the amulet suddenly ignited by itself. Seeing this, the reporter's anger turned to joy. Ha ha, ha ha ha. I told you, you can't kill me. The reporter seized the opportunity, shoved the woman away, and then, as if it had all been planned, he madly ran toward the third floor of the villa. Still my family, still my child. The woman, powerless to stop him, the woman could no longer stop the reporter as he left. She lay on the brink of death within the sea of fire. Tears of regret could not help but flow from the corners of her eyes. If only I had not let the wolf into my home, if only I had not trusted the wrong person, if only I had noticed the signs earlier, this tragedy would never have happened. It's my fault, all of it is my fault. The woman waited for death in despair. She was not afraid of death, because she had already experienced it once. It was just that, at this moment, there was still something she could not let go of. The woman stiffly raised her head, through the spinning staircase, as if trying to see through it, to take one last look at what she cared about most. Child, I'm sorry, mommy can't stay with you anymore. The real world. Damn. If you're gonna kill me, don't use such creepy knives. What is going on with this plot? Why did bricks get into my eyes? Is this still the strange tale world I know? Aren't monsters only supposed to kill mindlessly? Since when did it start going for tear-jerking drama? When my dad whipped me with the 7 wolves I didn't even cry, and now I, this tough guy, actually have tears in my eyes. Damn it. I've decided, from now on gutter oil will only be sold to Island Nation people. Awesome. Upstairs, I support you with both hands and both feet. So this is what motherly love is? Even though I don't know exactly what she went through, she and the little boy were silently protecting each other, this kind of family bond, I truly envy it. The strange tale world. Just when all the netizens thought the woman would silently disappear while lying in the sea of fire, a touching scene appeared. At some unknown time, Ren Fei appeared in front of the woman. Scatter wealth. As his words fell, the flames in the staircase instantly went out, and the woman's burned skin visibly recovered at high speed. However, the woman's body was still pitch black. This could not be changed. I spent a full 10 million, and I still can't restore her original appearance? Ren Fei frowned. But he soon relaxed. He knew the truth, so of course he could figure out why this was the case. Do it over again, the pace has to be faster. Returning to the second floor again. The woman and the little boy no longer held hostility toward Ren Fei. Ren Fei smoothly entered the little boy's room. I got to the 3rd page of the reporter's diary. No. To be precise, it should be the 2nd page. The familiar tone, the familiar handwriting. The villa is full of abnormalities, I feel fearful and uneasy. A peace talisman has gone missing, which makes me very angry. For my own protection, I had to leave something on the 3rd floor. Damn it. I can hardly hold on anymore. If you can see this, please do whatever it takes to stop them, prevent them from stepping onto the 3rd floor, because only then can we survive. The number of words on the reporter's 2nd page is not much. But the information revealed is critical. There are 2 key points. The first key point is that the reporter left a backup on the 3rd floor of the villa. The second is the reporter's phrase, "We can survive." Why is it we here? And not just Ren Fei alone? This is very worth pondering. Of course. To Ren Fei, who has cleared the instance once, all of this is just a piece of cake. However, the unexpected gain is, after finding all the clues, the plot of the instance has become more complete now. And this is one of the necessary conditions for achieving a perfect clearance. I remember the second part of the rules should still be on the second floor, it seems hidden in the villa owner's room. On the second floor of the villa, there are a total of 5 rooms. And now, only 2 rooms can actually be opened. They are the little boy's room and the parents' room. Ren Fei tried the other rooms again. Finally confirmed, they really could not be opened. In my last life, these rooms were not opened until the very end, it seems to be the same in this life. Entering the room in the middle of the second floor, Ren Fei found the bedroom completely empty. The man who should have stayed here had disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, Ren Fei found the second part of the rules by relying on memory. He also unexpectedly found the camera lost by the reporter. Chapter 9, Call Dad. What the? Why does it feel like Ren Fei's plot is obviously moving faster than the other chosen ones from other countries? He has already reached the second floor, and the others are still wandering on the first floor. What kind of talent does Ren Fei have? How can he also heal the strange? Ren Fei's actions are too fast. He found the 3rd page of the diary so quickly, and there were no unnecessary movements at all, as if he already knew where they were hidden. There's something going on. From the information obtained so far, the reporter doesn't seem like a good person. The reporter can't be a bad person returning to the scene, right? From the woman's performance, it can be seen that the reporter is very likely the originator of all this. Strange, then why would he come back? In the real world, the perceptive netizens discovered a lot of information, and it was obvious that Ren Fei's progress in the instance completely crushed the other chosen ones. He moved as if he had returned home. Netizens from various countries felt it was unbelievable. Just then, a cold strange story prompt echoed above the world. Chosen ones from Shilan country, Mian country, Asan country, and Feiqiu country have been eliminated by the strange. The Shishan Villa instance is about to descend into 4 countries, please be cautious, the rules eerie story is about to descend. What's going on? I didn't even notice that the chosen ones from these countries, how did they suddenly get eliminated? Some were eliminated for violating the rules, some were killed by the blackened monster in the mirror, and others tried to step onto the second floor but died at the hands of the woman. Isn't it wrong? Didn't the woman not hurt the chosen ones? I think there should be a prerequisite here. The prerequisite is that the woman believes the chosen ones will not harm her child, and it seems this woman in the chosen one's instance hasn't regained her memory. From the perspective of a nose-hair-rich character from the island nation. At this moment, the nose-hair-rich person shrank into the sofa. He didn't have the courage to talk to the reporter when he appeared, so he hasn't received the reporter's hints yet. Has he left? As the lights turned on, Nose-hair foam, pretending to be calm, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Just now, he was quite scared by the suddenly appearing reporter, mainly because he had been frightened by a woman once before, leading him to now have a shadow over the strange. Hey, how did the red cloth covering the floor mirror fall down? Nose-hair phone casually scanned the living room. Instantly, he turned pale with fright. Because at some unknown time, the red cloth on the floor mirror had actually fallen to the ground. Nose-hair phone was wondering whether to pick up the red cloth and cover it again. After all, Rule 6 said not to pull down the red cloth. Although, the red cloth was not pulled down by him. Wait. Could it be that some ghostly thing is going to emerge from inside again? No, absolutely cannot let this happen again. As soon as Nose-hair phone got up, before he could make a move, suddenly, a charred black arm reached out from the mirror. Woo! Nose-hair phone suddenly froze in place. He didn't even dare to breathe. Even though he was pretending to be calm on the outside, inside, his heart was racing like a stampede, already scared enough to wet his pants. What the hell is this thing? Rule 6 is right, absolutely no pulling down that red cloth. What should I do now? Who can save me? Mom, I'm so scared. Under the gaze of Nose-hair phone, who dared not blink, the charred monster in the mirror finally crawled out. Once it was out, it immediately noticed Nose-hair phone. The charred monster didn't say a word. It mockingly walked up to Nose-hair phone. With Nose-hair Fang's intense attempt to hide his fear, it raised its hand and gave him a big slap. Smack! The slap landed. Nose-hair phone had no reaction whatsoever. This made the charred monster unhappy. It immediately reached out and delivered several more slaps. Nose-hair phone still remained unmoved. So brave? He could actually keep a straight face? The charred monster found it strange. This human was clearly trembling all over, yet why did his face show no trace of fear? Could it be that it wasn't scary enough? The charred monster couldn't figure it out. But it was too lazy to think more. Come on, call me Papa. The charred monster grabbed Nose-hair Fang's shoulder and guided, Papa. Why aren't you calling? Are you mute? The charred monster stared at Nose-hair Phone, puzzled, and suddenly lost interest in him, turning to dive back into the mirror. Just as the charred monster disappeared, Nose Hairfoam finally dared to take a deep breath. He patted his wildly heaving chest, muttering, "Baka. Great humiliation. This is simply a great humiliation." The slaps did not actually hurt Nose Hairfoam. But while there was no physical harm, the humiliation was extreme. Nose Hairfang's face didn't look good at all. Just when he felt relief, thinking he had escaped disaster. But the next moment, that charred monster crawled out of the mirror again. The charred monster looked oddly at Nose Hairfoam. Their eyes met. "You really are not mute." The charred monster seemed to have known all along. It stepped back in front of Nose Hairfoam, raised its hand, and slapped him again, then said, "Call me Papa, come on, learn from me, Papa." Baka Yoru. In the real world. The higher-ups of the island country were furious, pounding the conference table. Now it was a global live broadcast. Their chosen one had actually been so humiliated by the strange. This wasn't just hitting Nose Hairfang's face, it was hitting their face too. Too much bullying. Too much bullying. Bastards. Why can Ren Fei from China handle the strange with ease, while our chosen one has been so humiliated? What's the root of the problem? Damn it. This Nose Hairfoam clearly has decent abilities. The charred monster didn't harm him at all. Why doesn't he fight back? Coward. The coward of the island country. The higher-ups of the island country were so angry they almost spat blood. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant when they said you can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped. And just as the higher-ups of the island country angrily criticized Nose Hairfang's inaction through the live broadcast, netizens from all over the world were already laughing so hard they couldn't stand up straight. They have seen cowards. But never a coward this extreme. Enduring a few big slaps yet still managing to keep a straight face, perhaps only someone like the Ninja Turtles' Hairy Nostrils could pull that off? In the live broadcast of Hairy Nostril, this moment, propelled by international news, was soon forever recorded in the history of human oddities. And this humiliating moment undoubtedly nailed the island nation's name onto the pillar of shame forever. Though the island nation tried hard to explain, it sounded pale and powerless. Because facts are more persuasive than any argument. The chosen ones can only die standing, not live kneeling. It can be said that Hairy Nostril, all by himself, set the entire island nation ablaze. Now, all the people from the island find it hard to suppress their desire to greet Hairy Nostril's ancestors. Originally, they viewed Hairy Nostril as a hero. Now they wish they could immediately disassociate themselves from him. They all want to go straight to the street and hang a banner. Writing, Nanny? Hairy Nostril is absolutely not one of us, that despicable bastard, stay away from us. Chapter 10 The Remaining Rules. From Ren Fei's perspective. He opened the other half of the rules note. Rule 13, absolutely do not step onto the third floor. Rule 14, the truth of the villa is hidden on the third floor. Rule 15, if you risk your life to go up to the second floor, please do not try to linger outside the first bedroom, as the woman will most likely come after you. Rule 16, the rooms on the second floor are prohibited from entry. Rule 17, the oddities in the villa have lost all memories. If you want their help, you must find their object of obsession. Rule 18, the journalist and his diary are unreliable. The woman is the one who can truly help you leave. Rule 19, the only exit from the villa is the front door on the first floor. Rule 20, if you do not wish to go to the third floor, after completing a certain plot, you can choose to leave, provided you have not eaten the minced meat from the first floor refrigerator. Rule 21, if possible, before leaving, please go to the garden behind the villa and pick a bright orange flower, that is their favorite color. The second part of the rules contains only 9 rules. But there are many contradictions. For example, Rule 13 and Rule 14. And Rule 16, if you don't enter the rooms on the second floor, you can't get the remaining part of the rules, but if you do enter, it counts as breaking the rule. Rule 16, the rooms on the second floor are prohibited from entry. This is inherently a paradoxical choice question. The key point is, for some reason, Rule 16 still seems to be correct. Ren Fei couldn't quite understand. Could this rule have hidden information? If you don't help the oddities regain their memory, you can't enter the room? Ren Fei felt helpless. He could only once again use dispersing wealth to correct his twisted understanding. He crumpled the rules into a ball and shoved it into his mouth. This is the quickest and easiest way to deal with the rules note. After reading the rules, Ren Fei skillfully opened the journalist's camera, covered in bloodstains. The camera was still functioning normally. He flipped through the photos, most of which were blank, but there was one that captured the woman and a little boy. The journalist's camera had a photo developing function. Ren Fei didn't hesitate, directly developing that photo. Because he knew, this was the object of obsession. Just like that pair of red high heels. Those red high heels were a wedding gift from the man to the woman. This is the starting point of all happiness, and also the beginning of the woman's obsession. Compared to the woman, the man's obsession is much simpler. Ren Fei suddenly smiled. No, what obsession is there? In the end, all he cared about was this home from start to finish. He put the photo away. Ren Fei's eyes quickly scanned the bedroom. The prices of a series of items automatically floated into view. High-end custom cabinet, valued at 2 million, do you wish to sell? Starlight ceiling hollow lamp, valued at 5 million, do you wish to sell? Is it for sale? Icelandic wild duck down quilt, worth 300,000, is it for sale? A broken camera, worth 10,000. Sell. Ren Fei wouldn't hesitate at all. It's a joke, hesitating for even a second would be disrespectful to money. With the constant sound of coins clinking in his ears, the entire bedroom was instantly swept clean by Ren Fei. After cleaning out this room, Ren Fei turned to the boy's room, and in the boy's shocked gaze, he sold everything in the boy's room too. Finally, even the floor in the hallway was not spared by Ren Fei. The boy. The woman. Both the boy and the woman, witnessing all of this, were completely stunned. What is going on here? He's not some chosen one, he's just a bandit. All items sold successfully, personal account balance, 107 million. After selling all this stuff, the total value doesn't even reach 200 million, I really don't know when the 1 billion investment will break even. Ren Fei was also feeling drunk with frustration. Where's the luxurious villa? Why isn't there even a safe or something? Wait, the valuable stuff in the villa should have already been taken by someone, and what I sold is just the stuff that couldn't be taken or was overlooked. Sigh, huge loss. Speaking of which, scattering wealth really costs money. But receiving wealth really has no money. It all depends on the value of the items in the copy. If you randomly match a copy where the characters are so poor they bleed from their kidneys, it really would make you want to cry. The copy requires money everywhere. Although the god of wealth will never be short of money in the later stages, right now, there's a serious shortage. And it's a massive shortage. Ren Fei felt like he was struggling. A man without money lacks confidence in everything. Just as Ren Fei was worrying about money, the talent prompt sounded again. You have received a huge sum of money from China, your personal account balance has changed, the current total balance is 10.17 billion. Holy crap! Another 100 billion. And it's from our motherland. If it were another country, who would have such courage, just casually giving their chosen one 200 billion? Ren Fei was extremely excited at this moment. This is the pride buried in the bones of the Chinese people. As everyone knows, China is famous for protecting its own. Now, I don't have to worry about money for a while, and I don't have to think about how to save on using my talent ability. Is this the sense of security given by our motherland? I'm so moved. But please rest assured, the country, this money is just an initial investment, I'll quickly earn it back for you. Not only that, I'll make sure all the citizens of China make money. Just think, if I clear the next copy, I'll get one of the powers of the god of wealth, I really look forward to it. Ren Fei supported his chin, thinking this way. At this moment, a man in a suit appeared before him. The man's face was also ashen. Upon seeing Ren Fei on the second floor, the man instinctively wanted to attack, but Ren Fei calmly took out the photo that had been developed. Rule 17, the strange loss of memory in the villa can only be solved if you find their object of obsession. Ren Fei raised the photo in front of the man. The man stared at the photo, his movements suddenly froze. His body began to tremble, and his throat felt hot. His voice, hoarse, said, I remember now, I remember everything. The man covered his head in pain. Tears were already welling up in his eyes. He glanced at the woman and the boy from afar, choking up as he said, wait for me to come back. After saying that, he turned and rushed towards the third floor of the villa without looking back. Watching the man leave, Ren Fei did not stop him, because at this moment, he had already planned to go up to the third floor of the villa. Rule 13, never step onto the third floor. Rule 14, the truth of the villa is hidden on the third floor. Rule 13 was obviously wrong. Rule 14 was the right one. Ren Fei looked back at the woman and the boy. Let's go, it's time to reveal all the truths that happened here. P.S. I'm ready to sign the contract. Family, do you think I will lose this time? Chapter 11, The Butler's Confession. From Kai's perspective. After the incident with the woman and the reporter, Kai frantically searched the first floor of the villa for clues, touching every possible surface without missing a spot. And to his surprise, when he touched the red cloth draped over the mirror, it actually revealed extra information. Kai's talent all-knowing activated. A line of blood-red words appeared before his eyes. A humble and cowardly person, one of the main culprits hiding in the mirror. He was once the butler of this villa, but coveting the owner's wealth, he colluded with outsiders to carry out a kidnapping. A great fire destroyed this place. Originally, he had left with the money, but 2 years later, due to a curse, he had to return here. Unfortunately, the woman killed him in the same way. He lost all his memories. Looking at the information revealed by his talent, Kai's brows furrowed. He was the butler of the villa? Oh my god, what has this person done? Kai did not investigate what was hiding under the red cloth out of curiosity, as it would undoubtedly violate the rules. So, according to the rules note, in the introduction to the villa, the butler actually did not die at that time, but left here after the fire? He returned because of the curse? Kai suddenly thought, the reporter entered the villa 2 days ago too. Could it be that he also returned here because of the curse, instead of investigating the truth? Thinking of this possibility, Kai suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. From Ren Fei's perspective. Before going up to the 3rd floor, Ren Fei suddenly remembered something. He returned to the 1st floor. At this moment, the 1st floor was pitch black. Lighted up. Ren Fei radiated light, illuminating the room. I almost forgot about you, didn't I? Butler. Ren Fei found the butler, who was barely hanging on in the corner of the wall, and he naturally knew the identity of the charred monster, knowing from the very beginning. Ren Fei saw that next to the butler, the wall was filled with dense blood-written words, seemingly a memory. It looked like the butler's confession. I remember everything. I was once the butler of this villa. The sir and madam treated me well, even the young masters and young ladies respected me in daily life. My son was set up by someone and incurred a huge gambling debt. To raise money, I could only collude with the schemer and kidnap several young masters and young ladies, hoping to use this to pay off the gambling debt. I was wrong. From the moment I made this decision, I was wrong. For the sake of money, he had no bottom line at all. He deceived them. Someone had to die here today. I saw the madam with tears in her eyes courageously standing in front of the children, saying she would trade her life for her family's lives. The sir was dragged to the 2nd floor, and I saw the sir kneeling on the ground, desperately begging, willing to pay any amount of money as long as his family was spared, even if it meant losing his own life. I was wrong. It seemed I did something extremely wrong. I wanted to stop him, but unfortunately, I was no match for him, and I was knocked unconscious. When I woke up, the 1st floor was silent, and the sir was still begging desperately. I think I will remember for the rest of my life what he said. He said, "Could you be a little quieter when you kill me, because my wife and children will be scared if they hear?" I seemed to sense something and ran downstairs like crazy. They are dead. All dead. I couldn't understand why. He clearly got the money. Why was he still so insane? He cruelly said, "It's nothing, just a hatred for the rich." I clashed with him again. When I woke up again, I was surrounded by flames, and the sir was lying in a pool of blood. I didn't want to die, so I hurriedly fled. What I did not know was that, at that time, the youngest child did not die. In the next 2 years, I was tortured by nightmares every day, always dreaming of the scene from that day, as if it were yesterday. In the dreams, I saw the man and the woman embracing each other in tears, tightly protecting their youngest child in their arms, while the flames raged around them. My body suddenly worsened, and I thought, I should atone for my sins. After reading the blood words on the wall, Ren Fei picked up the butler and headed to the 3rd floor. The place you should repent is not here. Damn. So it turns out all of this was done by the reporter and the butler. No wonder I didn't see the reporter as a good person. The reporter hid too well. From the clues obtained from Ren Fei, he obviously wanted to use the chosen one. Although I don't know what he is plotting, it's definitely not a good thing. This butler and the reporter deserve to die. Why, this part made even me, a venomous woman, cry. In the real world, netizens from various countries felt heart-wrenching. Although this is a world of horror stories, it is just too real. There are even people who commit evil deeds without any excuses or reasons. This demon reporter must be brought to justice. Letting the demon roam free for 2 years is too lenient. I didn't expect him to hide his identity and become a reporter. It's such a huge irony. Ren Fei, go for it. You definitely cannot lose. At this moment, countless netizens' feelings of wanting the chosen one to win reached their peak. Netizens had never been this furious before. What the reporter did already aroused the wrath of both gods and men. Ren Fei's perspective. On the 3rd floor of the villa. The 3rd floor was a huge storage room, rarely visited by anyone. However, it had long been cleared out. At this moment, the dim lights flickered endlessly, illuminating the complex and strange patterns carved on the floor with blood. The reporter stood in the center of the bizarre patterns, and at his feet, there were several black plastic bags. From the looks of it, it seemed like he was waiting for someone to come to him willingly. Before long, as the reporter wished, a man appeared on the 3rd floor first. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. The man instantly charged at the reporter. "Ha, you overestimate yourself." A wicked smile appeared on the reporter's lips, and the blood-colored pattern under his feet seemed to come alive. A blood-red hand reached out from the pattern and pressed the man down to the ground. Had. Did you think that when I came back, I really didn't make any preparations? The reporter was a cursed person. He was also forced to return to the villa. However, unlike the butler who returned to atone, he had made full preparations before coming back. Yet even so, what made him resentful was that he still lost his life here. Originally, I planned to deal with you all and start a new life, but you didn't cooperate at all. Although I don't know why you exist in this way, I tell you, I am not afraid of you at all. Come for revenge if you want. I am right here, and I want to see who can laugh last. Chapter 12, Every cause must have an effect, your retribution is me. What right do you have, as a demon, to start a new life? The man, pressed to the ground by the blood hand, suddenly shouted angrily, what right? What right do you have to not take responsibility for the things you have done? What right do you have to think we should forgive you? The man's anger reached its peak. He originally had a happy family, he could have watched his children grow up happily, but all of this was changed by the suddenly intruding reporter. It was only when he was dying that he learned. The reporter had been toying with him. For just before his death, his family had actually died at the reporter's hands first. At that time, he had pleaded so desperately, but still couldn't get this demon to spare him. With such hatred, who can easily let go? In any case, he would never forgive this demon. It is your fault for not protecting your family, what does that have to do with me? Shouldn't you hate yourself for being so useless? The reporter did not care about the man, sneering as he spoke. I hate. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks. I hate myself for being useless, but I hate even more that I expected a shred of conscience from you, this devil who has extinguished humanity. I should have known you would spare no one, I will fight you even to my death. Had. Now you have a chance to fight for your life. But this time, if you are useless again, your family will truly turn to ashes. Scum, how dare you? Angry, the man tried to get up but was brutally pushed back down by that bloodstained hand. Seeing this, the reporter smirked, it seems you can only watch your family die in front of you again. If you want to hurt them, you must first step over my dead body. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the man, breaking free from the grip of the bloodstained hand, and he charged at the reporter with rage. However, before he could get close to the reporter, two bloody hands emerged from beneath the reporter's feet, instantly pinning him back to the ground. At this moment, the reporter mocked again, to tell you the truth, these blood arrays are specially designed to deal with you. I can also guess that your existence in this way is because of that little thing. But once it dies, you will all cease to exist. I originally thought everything would go smoothly, but unexpectedly, both you and the woman recovered your memories. It's all that little brat's fault for messing up my plans. But it's okay, he is also a part of my plan. When I use his body to live again, I will start a new life with a new identity and a new face. Who would ever think that I would be the instigator of the Shishan Villa? Had. The reporter laughed maniacally. His smile was eerie. Perhaps because he thought he would soon regain a new life, he couldn't help but feel excited. I heard a dog barking upstairs from downstairs, I didn't expect it was you. As the reporter was lost in his own pride, Ren Fei's voice came through. Soon, Ren Fei appeared in front of the reporter with the woman and the little boy. Ren Fei looked at the now eerily transformed reporter and smiled wide, you don't really think you've won, do you? Celebrating too early isn't a good habit. Damn brat, it's all your fault for ruining my plans. Seeing Ren Fei, the reporter was instantly filled with rage and humiliation. Ren Fei, however, spread his hands innocently, is it my fault? What are you doing here? Go back quickly, I can handle it here. The man urgently shouted upon seeing the woman and the little boy appear. The woman did not move. The little boy also did not move. The woman said firmly, this time, I will not listen to you again. I will not let you bear everything alone, I will protect our child together with you. Foolish. This is not something you can handle. And you? Can you handle it alone? I. The man was left speechless. At that moment, a thick black mist suddenly erupted from the little boy, instantly tearing apart the bloody hand that held the man down. The little boy then dove into the man's embrace. Using his still unskilled, childish words to comfort him, Dad, don't be afraid, I will protect you and Mommy. Child, we're sorry for you. Comforted by the little boy, the man, who had regained his memory, could no longer hold back his tears. At that time, we only thought of protecting you, we never imagined we would let you end up like this. At that time, the little boy was only 1 year old. Originally, he should not have survived in the sea of fire. But who knows if it was the love of the man and the woman that not only miraculously allowed him to survive but also gave him strange powers. So, he could revive the man and the woman. However, the little boy was still small, knew nothing, and had no one to teach him how to speak properly, so until now, he was still in the stage of babbling. Dad, don't cry. Mom, don't cry. The little boy smiled at the man and the woman. Although everything here is fake, the love from mom and dad is real. It can feel it. Its existence is because of this love. After finally comforting mom and dad, the little boy ran over and grabbed Ren Fei's hand again. The little boy said to Ren Fei, "Big brother, you go." "I'm not going." Ren Fei shook his head. The little boy pushed Ren Fei, but found he couldn't move him, so he pouted and said, "I'll block for you, you go." "Good, stand behind me." Ren Fei understood the little boy's meaning. However, he didn't come to the third floor for the little boy to give him a chance to survive. He came here for a perfect pass. As a reborn person, Ren Fei knew the reporter's schemes all too well. Even though the reporter was trying hard to play the victim, if you think carefully, you'd realize that there were many flaws in his diary. "Stay behind me and watch the show." Ren Fei placed the little boy behind him. Then he turned to face the reporter. Ren Fei asked, "Actually, from the moment you planned to return to the villa, you already started setting up, right?" "So what?" the reporter admitted. "So, your diary is just a conspiracy against me. You didn't come back to investigate the truth of what happened back then, you came back because you've been haunted by nightmares every night, so you had no choice but to return." Ren Fei continued. "Even if you know everything, so what?" The reporter's lips twisted into a strange smile. "From the moment you stepped onto the third floor, it was already destined that you would follow the script I designed." "Ha!" Ren Fei suddenly laughed. "You heartless killer, a rat living in a dark, stinking sewer, still dare to hope to escape the judgment of justice? I'll tell you clearly, your people are coming. What goes around comes around, and your retribution is me." Chapter 13, Shock. Look, Ren Fei is so fast. The other chosen ones haven't even reached the second floor, and he's already starting to fight the final boss. This isn't right, is it? What's the point of speed? What if he can't clear the level and ends up making a fool of himself? People from the island nation, why are you barking like dogs? If you have so much time, why don't you care about your own chosen ones who are peeing their pants in fear? No seats. The island nation's chosen ones are just weak. Netizens around the world were shocked by Ren Fei's progress. And if nothing unexpected happens, he might also be the first to clear the level. As soon as the charred monster hit the ground, it was instantly torn to pieces by the blood-red hand beside the reporter. At this moment, the reporter couldn't help but mock. "No way, you're not just going to let it deal with me, are you?" "Of course not. Kid, just leave your body to me, I swear I'll make good use of it." "Don't forget, only by doing so can you and I leave here," the reporter said. "Is that so?" "What?" "That's to solve you." "Solve me?" "You are the final step of my plan. With you as the living vessel, I can use your body to leave here and start a new life." "A new life?" Ha. Maybe you haven't seen the strange powers yet." "I don't understand its power." The reporter said with a strange smile. "Since that's the case, let me show you the strength I rely on." As soon as the words fell, several blood-colored hands stretched out from beneath the reporter's feet. In the centers of these blood-colored hands, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly opened. The moment those blood-red eyes stared at Ren Fei, a feeling of chaos and pain rushed into his brain, and Ren Fei's pupils gradually turned blood-red. This feeling was strange. It was as if several voices echoed in his mind. It urged Ren Fei to unconsciously walk toward the reporter, willingly giving up his body to him. That's right, come to me." Seeing that Ren Fei was under his control, the reporter's face lit up with joy. At that moment, the little boy behind Ren Fei exuded a strange aura. He wanted to step forward to stop Ren Fei. "Get away!" The reporter shouted angrily. "Don't be impatient, once I take his body, I will deal with you." After saying that, a blood-colored hand suddenly struck toward the little boy. The little boy struggled to resist, because he still didn't know how to skillfully use that strange power. The reporter no longer paid attention to the little boy, turning back to continue enticing Ren Fei. "Come on, just come over, and I can take you away." The reporter wore a smile on his face, seeing the chance of rebirth right before him. However, Ren Fei suddenly stopped when he was 10 meters away from him. Immediately after, Ren Fei's lips curled into a strange smile. "Scatter wealth." A crisp snap echoed through the third floor. The blood red in Ren Fei's eyes quickly faded, and the mental pain and chaos in his head suddenly disappeared. Seeing Ren Fei's change, the reporter was shocked. "You actually have no problems?" "It's hard for me to explain to you, and even if I did, you wouldn't understand. So, you might as well confess your sins directly. Scatter wealth." As soon as the words fell, with 100 million deducted from the account, Ren Fei's aura changed dramatically. His shape suddenly became distorted and blurry, making it impossible to look directly at him. In the next moment, Ren Fei disappeared from where he stood. How is this possible? The reporter's pupils shrank sharply. The blood-red eyes on the blood-colored hands quickly scanned the surroundings, trying to catch him, but found that they couldn't capture Ren Fei's figure at all. Damn! What on earth is this? The reporter stood still, with a face full of disbelief. But before he could finish his sentence, Ren Fei had already appeared behind him, pulling him by the body and smashing him into the ground in an instant. A violent pain surged. The reporter was utterly shocked. What is this strength? What exactly are you? The reporter tried to stand up but was stepped back down by Ren Fei. This. Not far away. The man, woman, and little boy all looked surprised. For a moment, they couldn't tell who was the strange one. Clearly, this was the reporter's home ground, and he had made all the preparations, so why, instead, was he being stepped on by this human Ren Fei? They couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, countless netizens outside the livestream were also feeling shocked. Outside the livestream, countless netizens widened their eyes. Before, they had never seen Ren Fei act seriously, and they all thought his talent could only make things disappear in the villa, but now, they realized they were completely wrong. Wow! No wonder Ren Fei dared to go up to the third floor. It turns out he had the confidence to do so. This is so cool. He took down the reporter with one move. I'm getting more and more curious about what Ren Fei's talent is. In the officially announced talents, it seems there is no matching talent. Could it be an S-class talent? Baka! How could a chosen one from Huaxia draw an S-class talent? What kind of luck is this? Ashi, most things in Huaxia belong to our pickled cabbage country, so Ren Fei must be from our pickled cabbage country. Island country, pickled cabbage country, have some face, don't scream at me. In Huaxia, in the high-level leaders' conference room. S-class. According to our think tank's speculation, based on Ren Fei's performance, his talent level must be above S grade. What? In the meeting room, all the leaders were shocked together. Ren Fei is truly a blessing for Huaxia. In the past, our chosen ones only reached a grade talent, and we have suffered from open and hidden oppression and ridicule from other countries. And now, we have an S grade? With S-grade talent, if used properly, getting through several side quests is not a problem. Our dragon country finally has the confidence to face outside doubts and mockery. This 2 billion spent is worth it. Indirectly, we've gained an S-grade chosen one back. It's just a pity that the chosen one cannot return to reality unless they die. Sigh, Ren Fei grew up in an orphanage with no family. Otherwise there is so little we can do for him. Chapter 14. Don't think that just because I changed my style, I won't hit you. Baka Yaru. How could Huaxia's chosen one possibly have S-grade talent? In the conference room of the island country, the people there were furious. Originally, before Ren Fei appeared, they could still mock Huaxia without reserve, but now, Huaxia actually has the confidence to deal with these mockeries. They could not accept it. Mainly, the island country has always had an unresolved hatred with Huaxia. They see Huaxia as their number one enemy, wishing for Huaxia to be destroyed by the rule strange talk. This way, Huaxia would have no time or energy to trouble the island country. Moreover, the island country stands with others and slanders Huaxia everywhere, attempting to provoke conflicts between other countries and Huaxia by belittling it. Although the rule strange talk has not been around for long, they have been enjoying watching Huaxia suffer during this time. It was a twisted pleasure for them. They prayed that Huaxia wouldn't be able to spare any effort. They feared Huaxia might one day have a crazy idea. When autumn arrives on September 8th, bombard Tokyo during cherry blossom viewing. Damn it! We must not let Huaxia catch a breath, otherwise, our good days will likely be over. From Ren Fei's perspective, the reporter under Ren Fei's foot suddenly became angry. Kid! You've really angered me. The reporter's hand reached across the air towards several black plastic bags he had prepared, and as the bags opened, bloody bits of flesh revealed themselves. Kid, let me show you what true power is. As soon as the reporter finished speaking, the strange pattern under Ren Fei's feet suddenly came to life, opening its bloody mouth wide and devouring the chunks of meat. At that moment, several notifications appeared before Ren Fei. Unknown meat, value unknown, would you like to sell? Unknown meat, value unknown, would you like to sell? Unknown meat, value unknown, would you like to sell? Unknown meat, value unknown. Seeing the talent prompt, Ren Fei was confused. This works too? Ren Fei chuckled, money is coming. At the moment the bloody mouth swallowed, Ren Fei's voice rang out. Then, something funny happened. The reporter simply swallowed nothing. Reporter. The reporter was stunned. The air froze for a few seconds. The reporter suddenly exploded in anger. Where are the offerings I prepared? Damn it, how did they all disappear? The reporter was speechless. At this time, Ren Fei was also a bit speechless. Because he noticed that selling the unknown meat hadn't increased the money in his personal account, probably because those chunks of meat had no value. It's you! The reporter glared at Ren Fei with rage. It must be your doing. It's me. Ren Fei did not deny it. Come on, hit me. You. The reporter's face contorted in anger. But just when Ren Fei planned to take action and deal with the reporter completely, suddenly, several red tentacles burst from beneath the reporter's feet, instantly wrapping around him. Then, a strange voice echoed from below. Without offerings, then you become the offering. The reporter had no time to react and was instantly pulled into the pattern. And losing the target, some red tentacles attacked Ren Fei again. Fortunately, Ren Fei retreated and dodged, and the vivid red tentacles suddenly shrank back. Standing at the edge of the strange pattern, Ren Fei gazed at the blood-colored pattern before him. Since stepping onto the third floor, Ren Fei had noticed that this seemed to be a sacrificial array, likely used for some bizarre transaction to exchange for power. Originally, those pieces of flesh were the offerings. But with the flesh gone, the reporter became the offering. As Ren Fei stared at the center of the bizarre pattern, he suddenly saw the scarlet light there surge intensely. Immediately, several hands stretched out from beneath the pattern. Brother, you should go. The little boy had pulled at Ren Fei's corner of his clothing without him realizing it. His face was full of worry, wanting Ren Fei to leave. Because he could feel that the monster before them was extraordinarily powerful. It's fine, just keep watching my performance. In fact, at this moment, Ren Fei could have left completely. However, if he did that, he wouldn't be able to achieve a perfect clearance rating. It's impossible to leave. Without a perfect rating, what's the meaning of rebirth? Ren Fei had no intention of leaving. Since he had decided to confront it, he would confront it to the end. He was a man with iron will, how could he back down at the slightest difficulty? A casual smile appeared at the corner of Ren Fei's mouth, and he suddenly felt an eagerness. If it weren't for the lack of chairs on the third floor, he would have sat down leisurely, waiting for the monster to crawl out from beneath the pattern. As Ren Fei watched, in no time, the monster stood before Ren Fei. Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh. Oh, isn't that the reporter from earlier? What, did you think I wouldn't recognize you just because you changed your look? The monster was an old acquaintance. Indeed, it was the reporter. However, at this moment, the reporter's entire body had turned blood red, with a blood red eye opening on his forehead, and behind him, his two arms had transformed into a total of 18. This look of yours, are you trying to cosplay as a crab? Do you want to kill me from laughing and then inherit my account balance? That would be bad. Ren Fei surely couldn't let anyone inherit his account balance. After all, there was real money in there. You made me lose my only chance to revive, trapping me here forever. Since I can't leave, you should stay here forever too. The reporter looked at Ren Fei with a twisted expression. Die for me. The reporter surged towards Ren Fei, filled with immense hatred. Ren Fei grinned. Is this a sudden outburst of anger? Don't think that I won't hit you just because you changed your look. Disperse wealth. Another 100 million deducted, and Ren Fei's aura surged significantly. Facing the charging reporter, Ren Fei grabbed him and threw him out. Then he chased forward and stomped furiously. I thought you were so strong, but found out that you were still vulnerable. Just look at you, so bad and loves to play, insisting on getting close to me to be humiliated, give you a little sunshine and you think you are capable, aren't you cheap, aren't you cheap? Ren Fei lifted his foot. He stomped on the reporter's face. The reporter was questioning his life. He never expected that his enhanced self still could not defeat Ren Fei. Ugh, kill you. Kill you. The reporter was unwilling. He roared in humiliation, trying to struggle and get up. Disperse wealth. But the next second, he was stomped back down by Ren Fei. Why is there suddenly a barking dog? It scared me. Now, Ren Fei stomped even harder. The reporter cried. Heartless as he was, he finally felt a tinge of regret. He had made all the arrangements, just waiting for a fated person to leave. However, the fated person had come, but it was someone even more shameless than him. Woo-woo, I regret it, I really regret it, someone save me. Chapter 15 Clear, Shishan Villa. The reporter regretted. It didn't seem fake. Ren Fei suddenly lifted him up. However, this action gave the reporter a chance. Damn it, die. The blood-red eye on the reporter's forehead suddenly blinked, and in the next moment, a mental attack rushed toward Ren Fei in an instant. At the same time, 18 arms behind the reporter reached out towards Ren Fei's body, several arms like iron claws, firmly grabbing Ren Fei, as if they were about to turn the tables. Ha! You were careless, kid. In my hands, this is the price you pay for insulting me. In an instant, the situation reversed, and the reporter burst into triumphant laughter. You shamelessly laugh like that? Ren Fei's mouth twitched, rolling his eyes in disbelief. Disperse. Without waiting for the reporter to react, Ren Fei grabbed several of the reporter's arms in a swift move, and instantly, the sound of bones shattering echoed clearly. The cocky reporter suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arms. Looking down. Damn it, idiot. All the dozen arms had been brutally broken by Ren Fei. At this moment, he truly became a crab. Unable to hold back, the reporter immediately started crying again. Don't rush to cry, there's time for that later. Ren Fei was immensely pleased. In the blink of an eye, he put the reporter back under his foot and began to stomp hard on his big face. Not knowing how long he stomped, Ren Fei finally stopped. It wasn't that he suddenly had a change of heart, but that the reporter couldn't withstand the humiliation and had ended in hatred. Wait, I haven't even put in effort and you're down already? Ren Fei was a bit speechless. He thought it would take at least 300 rounds. He was even a bit excited and looking forward to it inside. But unexpectedly, the reporter started with high flair and ended so abruptly. What a waste of my expressions. Bah! Scum! Degenerate! Ren Fei's palm burst into flames, casually throwing it at the reporter. In an instant, the reporter was engulfed by the flames. Seeing the scene, men, women, and little boys all fell silent, instinctively walking over. Tears welled in their eyes. They looked at Ren Fei with grateful faces. As the reporter completely disappeared from Ren Fei's sight, the strange patterns on the ground also seemed to gradually become transparent as if they had a consciousness, until they completely vanished. At this moment, a strange notification sound rang in Ren Fei's ears. Justice may be late, but it will never be absent. Some people can extinguish their humanity for their own desires, while some, even if mediocre, can uphold morality and conscience. Good and evil lie in a thought, wrong choices only lead you to the abyss. Love fears no flames, ignores threats, that is the selfless sacrifice and fearless bravery born from the heart. When we have something to protect in our hearts, we will understand that love has the power to make people disregard everything. The Chosen One, congratulations on clearing Shishan Villetbut. Subplot, perfect. Clue collection, perfect. Personal performance, perfect. Overall clear evaluation, perfect. Reminder, clear evaluation is categorized as ordinary, decent, good, excellent, perfect. As the notification sound fell, a hint that only Ren Fei could hear rang again. Detected that the Chosen One Ren Fei's talent is the only hidden 5S level, wealth spreader, all rewards have automatically converted to divine authority. Congratulations on obtaining God of Wealth Authority, 10%. Note, perfect clear rewards are multiplied by 5. Note, divine authority 100% will automatically promote divine status. Note, since this instance is a regular instance, the Chosen One will not receive additional authority rewards. Listening to the continuous clearing notifications in his ears, Ren Fei felt no surprise, nor any sense of the unexpected. Only because everything was as he had anticipated. Just as I thought, but in my last life, I only got an excellent evaluation for this instance, now it can be considered to rectify that regret. Ren Fei was already starting to look forward to the next instance. Because the next instance was a team instance, also a special instance, which would not only reward divine authority but would also endow him with the treasures of divine authority. In his last life, he obtained one of the authorities of the God of Deceit in the second instance. Although he eventually realized that the path to promote the God of Deceit was blocked, the authority rewards in the special instance were all real. I wonder what the treasures of the God of Wealth's authority will reward. Ren Fei's heart brimmed with longing. At this moment, the strange tales delivered another prompt. Ren Fei, the Chosen One, you have cleared the Shishan Villet dungeon. Would you like to teleport to the next horror dungeon immediately? No. Ren Fei did not hesitate to refuse. What a joke. Not only did they not let him go home after clearing the level, but now they wanted him to become a laboring beast completely. How could he endure this? Furthermore, even a beast needs to rest, right? I completed the level in just 1 day, and there are still 2 days left. After 2 days, all players will be forcibly teleported to the next dungeon. 2 days is enough for a good rest. In the highly tense world of horror stories, knowing how to balance work and rest is key to longevity. In the last life, Ren Fei had seen many exceptionally talented individuals, but they did not understand the importance of rest, so they could not make it to the end. Among those people from my last life, it seems a few were quite decent. If we meet, I could lend a hand, but I wonder if this would change their final outcome. Forget it, let's think about that later. There are still some things I need to deal with in this dungeon. Gathering his thoughts, Ren Fei took the woman, the man, and the little boy downstairs. On the second floor of the villa, perhaps sensing Ren Fei was about to leave, the little boy was very reluctant. He cried and hugged Ren Fei's thigh, asking in his tender voice, "Big brother, will you come back to see us?" "No," Ren Fei replied. "Woo woo. The little boy wiped his eyes and cried, "It's okay, we will always remember you, big brother." As the little boy spoke, several rooms on the second floor that were previously locked suddenly opened. A few charred figures stepped out. They were the man's and woman's other 3 children, also the little boy's siblings. At this moment, it should have been a warm family reunion, but they all couldn't feel happy because Ren Fei was about to leave. The man's gaze swept over his family one by one, filled with gratitude as he looked at Ren Fei. The man said, "Thank you. I don't know how to express my gratitude, but no matter when, you will always be our benefactor. Ren Fei, I will always remember your name." The woman had tears in her eyes. "And us, we will remember too." The little boy and the other 3 children chimed in unison. Looking at the serious faces of the man and woman, along with the well-behaved children, Ren Fei smiled and said, "Wait for me a moment." After saying that, Ren Fei turned and went downstairs. Chapter 16, The Next Day Gift of SSS Level, Heart of Gratitude. Soon, Ren Fei returned to the second floor of the villa. In his hand, he held a bright orange flower. It was picked from the garden where he had previously buried the meat. This unnoticed detail was key to a perfect evaluation. The blooming of this flower proved that the obsession in the villa had dispersed. The flower represented rebirth, represented letting go, and represented hope. Rule 21, if possible, before leaving, please go to the garden behind the villa and pick an orange flower. That is their favorite color. Gently placing the flower into the little boy's hands, the little boy's family carefully cradled the flower of hope. They couldn't help but burst into tears. That was a long-suppressed emotion. After what seemed like an eternity, the crying gradually stopped. Ren Fei snapped his fingers in the air. Disperse the wealth. As soon as the words were spoken, 10 billion was deducted due to his talent. A swirling reincarnation passage instantly unfolded. Ren Fei looked at the little boy's family and said, "I will do good until the end and send you into reincarnation for free. This passage can only last 3 minutes. Once you enter reincarnation, you can start a new life. Don't worry, you will still be a family." A smile played at the corners of Ren Fei's mouth. The little boy's family suddenly froze. The next moment, the little boy ran towards him, crying, "Woo woo! Big brother, thank you, thank you." The little boy seemed to vaguely understand. Why Ren Fei had just said he would not come back to see them, because they would not stay here any longer at all. Perhaps from that moment on, Ren Fei had already planned to send them into reincarnation. At the end of the story, the little boy's family each hugged Ren Fei goodbye. As the reincarnation passage completely closed, an orange petal floated down into Ren Fei's hand. Just as Ren Fei was about to move, a voice entered his ears. "Chosen One, congratulations on triggering the unexpected ending of West Mountain Villa, gaining the God of Love's gaze. God of Love sees you harboring great love, so decides to grant you a gift. Congratulations on obtaining your second gift, SSS level, Heart of Gratitude. Gift analysis, the only way to ascend to the position of God of Love. Gift effect, those moved by love or the strange will often harbor gratitude. They will forever remember your name and become your most loyal believers." This gift prompt sound could only be heard by Ren Fei. Ren Fei was in shock. What the heck? God of Love? Ren Fei knew the God of Love. This was a being that could make people worship and believe. Originally, weird beings or people sent into reincarnation could not retain memories, but with the gift of Heart of Gratitude, not only could the little boy's family retain their memories of him, but they could also become his most loyal believers. You must understand. Believers are the key to ascension. The final test for ascension is actually the test of the believers. I was worried about attracting sincere believers for the God of Wealth, but God of Love has just solved this worry for me. Moreover, faith can greatly enhance the influence of the divine position after ascension, and influence directly determines the God's status among the gods. Although the path to becoming the God of Love is also fake, if I only take authority and do not choose to ascend to the divine position, then I can use this to smoothly rise to become the God of Wealth and make the influence of the God of Wealth surpass other gods, reaching an unprecedented height. At that time, I might even dominate all the gods. After all, the wealthy boy is Ren Fei's first gift. Aside from the first gift which forces the ascension, the second gift does not force a proceeding. Ren Fei could actually make good use of this. This instance still has undiscovered areas, let's not waste it. After Ren Fei finished speaking, he turned and walked into the 3 rooms on the second floor that had not been looted. All items sold successfully, personal account balance, 8,700,000,000. In the real world. Oh my gosh. Why did the chosen one from China, Ren Fei, complete the challenge so quickly, and still with a perfect rating? What kind of incredible operation is this? Baka. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. In just one day, how could he achieve a perfect score? This leaves other chosen ones utterly humiliated. Islands are just here to stir up trouble. Are you itching for a fight? Do you believe we will let the little boy draw you? Oh goose goose goose, our China can finally breathe easy. This time, the clearing rewards for China will surely be abundant. But why hasn't Ren Fei chosen to enter the next instance immediately? No worries, no hurry, anyway, we've already cleared it, we can wait a bit longer. As soon as Ren Fei enters the next instance, the rewards belonging to our China will be credited immediately. At this moment, the citizens of China were in great spirits. Everyone felt like they had eaten sweets, sweet and satisfying. Their hearts inexplicably filled with a sense of joy. This feeling of having turned in a perfect score early, then watching others scramble, was truly delightful. Ren Fei also allowed the entire nation to collectively experience the joy of being a top student. In the conference room of China's leaders, a group of leaders excitedly watched Ren Fei's livestream, listening to the incredibly pleasant clearing prompt. Wonderful! We won! We won! Not easy, not easy. Ren Fei created a miracle, and it's incredible that he could clear it at such an astonishing speed. Have you all noticed that Ren Fei, although it's his first time entering the monster world, is meticulous and flawless? He doesn't look like a newbie at all. I find it strange as well. Could it be due to the gifts? No matter what, Ren Fei clearing the level is a fact. Also, set all data of Ren Fei is top secret. Absolutely do not let overseas spies find his real identity. In my view, Ren Fei's talent is definitely not just S level, so simple, maybe it is SSS level, also possible. Huaxia will forever be Ren Fei's support. As long as Ren Fei needs it, the whole country can fight side by side with him. Across the ocean, the pretty country. What the fuck? How can Huaxia clear levels so fast? Hurry up and get me all data about Ren Fei. Data has been retrieved, but all data about Ren Fei is completely blank, and inside Huaxia there is no such person found. Damn it! Huaxia had prepared long ago. Quickly arrange the think tank. I want to know Ren Fei's talent level. At the same time, the pretty country starts to reason about Ren Fei's talent level. On the island countryside, the island country high level was so angry their faces turned green. Baka Yaro. Ren Fei actually brought new hope to Huaxia. All chosen ones enter the dungeon shaking in fear, but why is Ren Fei calm from start to end? Why exactly is this? Don't rush. As long as Ren Fei clears 3 dungeons, the Strange Talk world will announce his talent, then we will know what his talent really is. Baka. Idiot. By that time, will there still be a place for us to live? These years, Huaxia and the island country have long been like fire and water. It is only because Huaxia kept losing again and again in the Strange Talk world that it had no time to deal with the island country. Once Huaxia frees its hands, the first to deal with will be the island country. Immediately secretly contact the pretty country. We are willing to use money and resources to exchange for top weapons. Notify the whole nation. Immediately enter war preparation state. Is this a bit too alarmist? After all, Huaxia knows we are the pretty country's dogs. Even beating a dog must look at the owner. Baka. Are you saying we island people are dogs? Kimchi country high-level meeting room. Apply for heritage. I suggest immediately apply for heritage. Yes, hurry and apply to make the Strange Talk world a heritage of our Kimchi country. As long as the application succeeds, then Ren Fei is our Kimchi country's person, and the clear reward should belong to our Kimchi country. Also, immediately send people to find Ren Fei's family, give them 1 million, I want Ren Fei to marry into our Kimchi country. Big smart brain. Good idea, Simida. Chapter 17, Taking Bamboo Shoots Hard. Strange Talk world. First day, all surviving chosen ones except Ren Fei all lived in fear. Time, second day. Kimchi country Choi Bong GI point of view. Chicken, 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 you are too beautiful. Ayo, what are you doing? Chicken, you are too beautiful. At this time, Choi Bong GI is singing, dancing, rapping, playing basketball. He gives himself voice while performing hard the Iron Mountain lean. The moves are called very skilled. At least practiced for 2.5 years. The reason he suddenly got a bad illness is only because the woman is now standing in front of him. Woman. The woman looks at Choi Bong Ji, who is sweating all over because of fear, rolls her eyes, then without turning her head walks up to the second floor. Who? Finally left. The woman leaves. Choi Bong Ji suddenly lets out a big breath. Ashi ba. If not for my smartness, using my talent to make the woman leave, I would be in big danger now. The tired Choi Bong Ji just wants to sit on the sofa to rest a bit. However, at this time, before he can catch his breath, the lights on the first floor of the villa suddenly go dark. Ashi ba, again? Almost without any hesitation, Choi Bong Ji once again starts the crazy dance. No one knows how long passed, the first floor lights turn on again. Already exhausted, Choi Bong Ji collapses on the sofa. He even has the heart to die. His talent is good, really good. It is just too damn tiring. Also, Jumping anywhere anytime, no matter how you look at it, it looks crazy. This talent. Is it really serious? Choi Bong-ji cannot help but doubt. The Strange Talk world matched him with this talent just to play memes. Otherwise, why do other chosen ones have proper talents, while he has to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball? The key point is he still has to dub himself. Is this scientific? On the sofa, Choi Feng-ji casually glanced at the coffee table with his peripheral vision. Suddenly, he discovered that a slip of paper had appeared on the coffee table without him noticing. That was indeed the second page of the reporter's diary. What is this? Choi Feng-ji instantly became incredibly excited, not expecting to gain an unexpected reward from using his talent. However, after reading the diary's content, he could no longer smile. Because the reporter's diary seemed to have a lot of content, yet it actually only revealed 2 words. Despair. Camera, second floor. Could it be that the exit of the villa is on the second floor? Choi Feng-ji suddenly felt despair creeping in as well. Because he knew that it was increasingly dangerous the higher he went. Staying on the first floor of the villa was already very dangerous, but if he rashly went to the second floor to look for an exit, it would clearly be an even more dangerous act. Wait, should I believe the reporter? Or should I just wait on the first floor for the villa to be lit during the day? But what if the villa never sees daytime? Choi Feng-ji really wanted to pull open the curtains to see what was outside the villa, but the timid him thought it over and abandoned the idea. Suddenly feeling a bit hungry. He had been too nervous to eat anything all day yesterday. There should be food in the fridge, don't think about anything else, fill my stomach first. Choi Feng-ji was just about to get up and grab something from the fridge. But at that moment, the lights in the living room suddenly flickered wildly. Choi Feng-ji was startled. He immediately jumped up like a beautiful goddess. As Choi Feng-ji anxiously watched, the lights in the living room stopped flickering, and at that moment, a figure appeared in front of the fridge. It was Ren Fei. Ren Fei casually opened the fridge. Picking up a cucumber from the fresh food compartment, he asked Choi Feng-ji, "Do you want to eat?" Choi Feng-ji? Choi Feng-ji couldn't figure out what was going on, shaking his head like a hairdryer. "If you don't want it, I'll eat it." Seeing Choi Feng-ji shake his head, Ren Fei was not polite and immediately started eating the cucumber. After finishing the cucumber, Ren Fei turned around and started selling the fridge. Choi Feng-ji? Choi Feng-ji was bewildered. What kind of operation was this? How could he take and eat at the same time? At this moment, Choi Feng-ji could not confirm whether Ren Fei was bizarre, so he could only stand there like a wooden stake, not even having the courage to ask. From the kimchi country? Before being randomly teleported, the world of strange talks had already hinted to Ren Fei. So Ren Fei knew he had been teleported to the space of the chosen ones from the kimchi country. Choi Feng-ji had a vague impression of Ren Fei. He belonged to a not very smart cannon fodder character. Dumb? Seeing Choi Feng-ji not speaking, Ren Fei frowned. He stopped caring about him. Instead, he started selling everything in the villa. After selling everything on the first floor of the villa, Ren Fei, amidst Choi Feng-ji's shocked gaze, showed him a kind smile. "I'll leave the lights on for you, no need to thank me, it was just a casual thing. And you jumped quite well." After saying this, Ren Fei stepped up to the second floor of the villa. After 10 minutes of Ren Fei's departure, Choi Feng-ji, who was frozen in place, finally dared to move his body. Was that just now also bizarre? Choi Feng-ji sighed about his bad luck. Waking up to 3 bizarre events in a row. Choi Feng-ji looked around the villa, which had been completely emptied, instantly transformed from a luxurious decoration into a bare house, confusion and bewilderment written all over his face. He couldn't help but doubt whether he had seen it wrong. He rubbed his eyes hard. Damn! Illusion! This must be an illusion. Ha, the bewildered hairdryer is a bit bewildered. What the hell? How did Ren Fei do it? How did he get into the bizarre space of the chosen one from the kimchi country? Going to the hairdryer space is one thing, but he also sold everything from the first and second floors of the hairdryer villa, it's a total robbery. Ha. Aish. Too ridiculous. This is not scientific. From the kimchi country, the rules of bizarre talks have descended, and you still talk to me about science? Watching Ren Fei's wild operations, the viewers outside the livestream all went wild. They suddenly understood why Ren Fei chose not to immediately enter the next dungeon. It turns out they were waiting here just to snatch away everyone else's bamboo shoots. A world of strange tales. On the first floor of the villa, he was stunned for a long time. Choi Feng-ji finally reacted. That person just now, he knew I was from Kimchi Nation. And he didn't look weird at all. Could it be, he is a person? If he is also a chosen one, then why could he enter my space? Wait a minute. Is this his talent? In an instant, Cui Fengji was filled with envy and jealousy. Why is everyone else's talent so amazing while his talent is just singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball? Is this TM reasonable? That person also went upstairs. Is the exit really on the second floor of the villa? Although this idea was quite ridiculous. At this moment, Cui Fengji felt it made perfect sense. After all, the journalist's diary also mentioned the second floor. If it were just the journalist's diary, he might not believe it, but combined with Ren Fei's actions, it made him absolutely convinced. Since he dares to go to the second floor, why shouldn't I dare? I have to go take a look. If it really doesn't work, I can come back down. Cui Fengji decided to be brave for once. Otherwise, it would be a waste of his S-level talent. P.S. No ideas, missing a chapter, we'll make up tomorrow. Chapter 18, The Clever Cui Fengji. Filled with immense anxiety, Cui Fengji gritted his teeth and stepped onto the second floor of the villa. He understood. Staying on the first floor waiting to pass was only a secondary strategy. At this moment, since Ren Fei had already cleared the way for him, he faced no obstacles in going upstairs. He didn't know if he should call himself lucky or unlucky. Upon reaching the second floor, he found that 2 bedroom doors were wide open. In one of the rooms, Cui Fengji found the 3rd page of the journalist's diary. After checking the contents of the 3rd page of the diary, Cui Fengji began to think. Shouldn't the woman be on the second floor? Why didn't I see her? Cui Fengji clearly saw the woman go to the second floor, but now it seems she is not here. Is the journalist really credible? He asked me to help stop them from going to the 3rd floor, but how should I stop them? Cui Fengji lowered his head in thought. He quickly reached a conclusion. No. The person from the 1st floor is not here, which means he has either left or gone to the 3rd floor. The journalist asked me to stop them from going to the 3rd floor, which means the 3rd floor is very likely hiding problems. Could it be, the 3rd floor is the real exit? Cui Fengji slapped his head, revealing an expression of sudden realization. If the 3rd floor is not the exit, then why are the 1st and 2nd floors empty? It seems the 3rd floor is indeed the correct exit to pass. Thinking of this, Cui Fengji couldn't help but admire his own cleverness. Oh my! I am indeed not a mediocre person. Not only did I draw S-level talent, but even my reasoning is so clear, it's truly amazing. As the saying goes, don't fear bad people racking their brains, just fear foolish people having a sudden idea. Passing the instance, hi, I'm coming. Cui Fengji was feeling proud at this moment, quickly rushing towards the 3rd floor. As he looked at his excited departing figure, the man and woman slowly walked out from another room. Woman? Man in confusion, what is he going to do? On the 3rd floor of the villa, Cui Fengji excitedly ran to the 3rd floor but found it completely empty. On the ground, there were only complex patterns drawn in blood. Gulp. Assessing the eerie layout of the 3rd floor, the cold atmosphere, and the strange patterns, Cui Fengji's excitement gradually faded, replaced by a nervous gulp. Oh no! Did I guess wrong? The 3rd floor is really not the exit? At this moment, Cui Fengji felt as if he had awakened from a dream. He could sense that something was very wrong here. No! The journalist misled me. Cui Fengji decisively turned around, ready to rush back to the 1st floor. However, before he could make any moves, an exceptionally cold voice came from behind him. Foolish thing, I originally wanted to use you to deal with them. But since you discovered this place early, then your body belongs to me now. The pattern on the 3rd floor suddenly lit up with a blood glow, as if it had come to life. Cui Fengji had not yet understood what had happened. A dark shadow had already leaped into his body from behind. The shadow was extremely aggressive, and Cui Fengji felt a sharp pain in his head, as if something was occupying his body. Damn it! What the hell is this? Get out of me! Cui Fengji wanted to use his talent to sing, dance, rap, and play basketball, but his hands and feet had gone numb. The pain in his head prevented him from concentrating. Is this cognitive distortion? When did? Cui Fengji did not understand when he had broken the rules. But before he could struggle more, a blood-red scene suddenly appeared in front of him. His consciousness forever fell into a deep sleep. Moments later, Cui Fengji on the 3rd floor had stopped struggling. He stiffly twisted his neck and, facing the live broadcast camera, slowly drew a bizarre and sinister smile. At the same time, in the real world, a strange talk alert sounded. The chosen one from Pickled Vegetable Country has been bizarrely eliminated. The Shishan Villa dungeon is about to descend upon Pickled Vegetable Country. Please pay attention, the rule talk is about to happen. What the hell? This guy is so reckless, does he want to die even faster? He barely grasped any clues, and after a simple deduction, he dares to step onto the third floor. I'm crying, he's really brave to the point of madness. The key point is, his reasoning logic is completely unreasonable, yet the idiot managed to rationalize it. Some people are too stupid to realize their stupidity. Damn it! Cui Fengji drew the S-rank talent GNI is too beautiful, how could he be eliminated so easily? That's an S-rank talent. You from pickled vegetable country, you're also useless when given a chance. Laughing to death, I just heard that pickled vegetable country wants to apply for Creepy Talk World as a cultural heritage. Do they really think everything belongs to them? The place is small, but their ambition isn't. Looking at it this way, Cui Fengji's actions are not surprising. Indeed, the world is just a huge mess. In the high-level meeting room of pickled vegetable country, a group of high-ups was furious. Fools and idiots. He got the S-rank talent and didn't know how to use it well, he's just trash among trash. Shut up. It seems this rule talk has descended upon the capital, which is where we are now. We need to find a way to survive first. Damn it. That cursed Cui Fengji. Immediately activate level 1 combat readiness. If the capital falls, our pickled vegetable country will cease to exist. Not long after Cui Fengji from pickled vegetable country was eliminated, several others from different countries were also bizarrely eliminated. These chosen ones had only collected a few clues and dared to go to the second floor to test their luck. It was not surprising. The Creepy Talk world is not a place to test luck. From the perspective of Kai from beautiful country, Kai used his talent to recheck the first floor of the villa. Hard work pays off. He found the amulet and the journalist's notebook in the toilet tank. After reading the contents of the journalist's diary and combining it with the second page's content, Kai quickly formed a complete logic chain in his mind. Currently, the journalist cannot be fully trusted, and he and the woman cannot appear at the same time. This already indicates something. Kai placed the red high heels in the most conspicuous spot on the first floor, having learned through his talent that these heels were related to the woman. After placing the high heels, Kai went to the refrigerator. He opened the refrigerator's freezer. He placed his hand on the ground meat wrapped in black plastic. A line of information popped up. Unknown meat, purpose unknown. If you don't want to stay here, it's best not to eat it. What exactly is the use of this ground meat? Kai had thought about this question for a whole day without figuring it out. However, besides these items that could trigger his talent, the first floor also had the door leading to the backyard. Kai closed the refrigerator and hurried to the back door. He placed his hand on that door. Talent information pops up. The door to the villa's back garden. A door that cannot be opened for now. It seems that some condition must be met to open it. This is not the exit, don't even think about leaving from here. Chapter 19, The Hidden Scheme. Pulling back his hand. Kai frowned in deep thought. After thinking for a long time, he really couldn't figure out how to open the door in front of him. I can't think of a way to open it, it seems I can only go upstairs to look for clues. Kai temporarily gave up trying. There are no clues left on the first floor, so he decided to take the risk and go to the second floor. Although the rules warn not to go to the second or third floor, obviously, staying on the first floor is not the wisest choice. After a little thought, Kai lifted his foot and walked toward the second floor. At the same time, the woman and Ren Fei appeared on the first floor. The woman put on those red high heels, while Ren Fei began his money-making antics again. On the second floor of the villa, Kai was very cautious. After finally stepping onto the second floor of the villa, he unfortunately bumped into Ren Fei. In the dark corridor, the two looked at each other. They simply exchanged glances. Neither of them spoke. Ren Fei, disregarding Kai, walked into two rooms on the second floor, plundering the items in those rooms under the confused gaze of the little boy, the man, and the woman. He was already prepared to leave. But just before he left, Ren Fei suddenly turned back. It turned out he had forgotten to sell the floor tiles in the corridor on the second floor. Kai. Man. Woman. Little boy. Standing on the hard concrete floor, all four faces were confused. Kai and the little boy's family stood in the corridor, watching Ren Fei rush in and out. They couldn't understand what he was doing. They just felt the house suddenly became empty. The man incredulously said, "Was that a robber?" The woman shook her head, not sure. Kai instinctively intervened. It shouldn't be, after all, the rules never mentioned anything about robbers appearing in the villa. Hearing Kai suddenly speak up. At this moment, the confused man and woman suddenly noticed that, they didn't know when, another person had appeared in the corridor. Wait. There should have been two originally. But that robber had already left, and now only Kai remained. The man instantly got angry, glaring at Kai. "Are you in cahoots with him? If I say no, would you believe me?" Kai broke into a cold sweat. He really didn't mean to speak up. It was just that the robber's actions shocked him too much. For a moment, he even forgot he was in danger. Under the man's gaze, Kai's hair stood on end, instinctively causing him to fearfully step back. However, just when he thought he was definitely doomed, the woman, who had regained her memory, suddenly blocked in front of him. The woman turned to Kai and said, "You go." Kai was slightly taken aback. Then he saw the high heels on the woman's feet. He instantly understood everything. He was about to return to the first floor, but suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. No, now is the best opportunity to look for clues. If I give up, I might never find the clues hidden on the second floor. Would the woman help him a second time? Kai could not be sure. What he could be sure of now was that if the man made a move, the woman would definitely step in to stop him. And that was his opportunity. The only opportunity. With this thought, Kai almost without hesitation, turned and rushed towards the two open rooms. At this moment, these two rooms were completely empty. Thanks to Ren Fei. Otherwise, Kai would still need to search thoroughly. As expected, Kai found the third page of the journalist's diary, a camera, and the remaining rules in the two rooms. After getting the items, Kai didn't hesitate and directly returned to the first floor. On the first floor of the villa. After checking all the clues in his hands, Kai frowned in contemplation. At that moment, a sudden sharp pain came from deep within his mind. Ugh! The pain felt like a needle stabbing deep into his brain, making Kai clutch his head in agony. What's happening? Why do I have cognitive distortion? Kai did not know which rule he had unintentionally broken. He checked the rules again. He finally confirmed that he must have violated one of the rules in the second part. Damn it! The truth must be hidden on the third floor, but in my current state, how can I attempt to get through? In fact, Kai was very close to the truth. However, the third floor was likely a trap set by the reporter. So he did not dare to try easily. The reporter's diary is full of holes. He clearly wants to use me. Going to the third floor could reveal all the truths, but it could also get me killed there. Kai's talent could not provide him any protection. He did not want to take the final step just yet. I think it's better to let the strange one recover his memory first, then plan my next steps. Rule 20. If you do not want to go to the third floor, you can choose to leave after completing a certain plot, provided you have not eaten the minced meat in the refrigerator on the first floor. The rule stated that you could leave without going to the third floor. Now, Kai could only hope that this rule was correct. Damn! Kai from the beautiful country is so cautious. So far he has found most of the clues. Ren Fei is still too good, but it can be said that he has indirectly helped Kai, right? Oh my god. It looks like Kai will definitely get through. As expected of the chosen one from the beautiful country, more stable than Ren Fei from Huaxia. In the world of weird tales, only such people can go further, not like Ren Fei who is just a reckless young man. You garbage from the island nation, what do you mean by lifting high and stepping low? Wow. You Huaxia people are already breaking down? What I'm saying is the truth, otherwise, why not just flock to the beautiful country? This way, you can survive a little longer. You dog. Just wait, I'm going to Yasukuni Shrine to buy you oranges right away. In the real world, netizens from various countries were endlessly discussing. However, not long after, a major piece of news burst onto the scene. The islanders were instantly dumbfounded when they saw the news. Because just after someone said they were going to buy oranges, not long after, the Yasukuni Shrine of the island nation caught fire, and the key was that the arsonist had swaggered away. Baka Yoru. By the time the islanders reacted, the IP address of that person had already appeared in the beautiful country. The islanders were once again dumbfounded. They couldn't help but doubt whether this was the beautiful country pulling strings behind the scenes. After all, if the arsonist was a Huaxia person, why wouldn't he return directly to Huaxia, but instead run to the beautiful country? For a time, a conspiracy theory swept across the internet. In the meeting room of the high-level officials of the beautiful country. What the F***ck? Those sly Huaxia people are actually shamelessly using such poor framing. Damn. The high-ranking officials of the island nation may not suspect us, but the oblivious public already has hostility towards us. This is an obvious setup. We can't let this matter continue to ferment, otherwise, it's like mud falling into pants. It's not shit, but still stinks. Check that person's location. We must give the island nation an explanation. Report, that person's location information suddenly disappeared. How is that possible? We suspect that Huaxia made a move. That person is very likely to have been secretly returned to their country. F***ck. Damn Huaxia. Chapter 20, 2 billion will guide you through. In the world of weird tales. Time, the third day. From the perspective of Nose Hair Rich. When Ren Fei appeared in Nose Hair Rich's space, Nose Hair Rich was being grabbed by a dark monster by the collar, wildly slapping his face. The dark monster seemed to have locked onto him. After all, It's really rare to find someone who can remain unflustered while being slapped in the face endlessly. Ren Fei's sudden appearance left both the dark monster and Nose Hair Rich stunned. Nose Hair Rich was clearly on the verge of tears, looking at Ren Fei for help. He had already been slapped for 2 days by the dark monster, who initially was not very skilled, but now, he was getting better at practicing with him. Nose Hair Foam couldn't help but doubt. Did I unlock some new quirks for the charcoal black monster? In 2 days, Nose Hair Foam had a terrible time. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was slapped. It was even more frequent than going to work. He also wanted to gather clues, to go upstairs, but he was powerless. Once discovered by the charcoal black monster, he would be caught and slapped again. Nose Hair Foam was truly going crazy. Although he had the protection of a talent and wouldn't get hurt, his face wouldn't swell, but enduring 2 days like this was unbearable for anyone. The main issue was that Nose Hair Foam couldn't show any expression. Once there was an expression on his face, not only would the talent fail, but his fate would definitely be even worse. So, he could only hope that someone would come to save his life. And in his eager anticipation, women and reporters did appear one after another. But they all turned a blind eye to his situation. Nose Hair Foam was going insane. He couldn't fight back, he couldn't gather clues or go upstairs, just stuck here, neither going up nor down, getting beaten every day. He didn't know who he had offended. Since he entered, he had been trapped in a never-ending torment. Looking at Nose Hair Fang's pleading eyes, Ren Fei directly chose to ignore him. Don't mind me, you all continue. Ren Fei silently gave the charcoal black monster a thumbs up, then began to loot the items in the villa without a care. He searched through all the items in the villa. Ren Fei left nothing for Nose Hair Foam. Looking at him, it seemed he wouldn't need it anyway. Before leaving, Ren Fei specifically returned to the first floor of the villa and spat at Nose Hair Foam, who was still enduring the torment. Pfft, cursed. After saying this, Ren Fei left without a glance back. Once again stepping out of the transmission passage, Ren Fei found himself in the space of the Chosen One, Gulnara, in the country of Wutan. On the first floor of the villa. On the sofa, Gulnara's eyes were filled with fear. Her talent was only A-grade super lucky. This talent allowed her to trigger low-probability lucky events. However, 2 full days had passed without any lucky events happening to her. On the contrary, she was made nervous by the reporters and women who appeared from time to time. These 2 days had her on edge. She did not dare to sleep. Because every time she fell asleep, she would have nightmares. And that wasn't even the deadliest part. The deadliest part was, when she opened her eyes to see a woman, it was like a nightmare entering reality. Who can come to save me, boo-hoo? I don't want to die here. Tears fell from Gulnara's eyes as she quietly prayed for a miracle. And when she unintentionally looked up, she actually saw a figure in the villa. Looking at Ren Fei, who seemed no different from a normal person, Gulnara initially thought she was hallucinating, but after confirming several times, she finally determined that the Ren Fei in front of her was indeed human. Could it be that my talent has activated? Have I really become lucky? Encountering a normal human in the world of horror stories, Gulnara's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement. Without caring how Ren Fei appeared, she excitedly ran over. At this moment, Ren Fei was hunched over selling items in the living room. His mind was solely on money, completely unaware of Gulnara on the sofa. By the time Ren Fei saw Gulnara standing before him, she was already crying heavily. Boo-hoo-hoo. Are you sent by heaven to save me? The first thing Gulnara said left Ren Fei puzzled. Ren Fei didn't raise his head and asked, aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you? I know, you must be human like me, right? He. Do I look like one? Ren Fei grinned strangely, instantly changing to a charcoal black face. Seeing Ren Fei's sudden change, Gulnara was indeed startled, but just as she was about to break down helplessly and cry, Ren Fei suddenly changed back to his normal appearance. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Ren Fei began to speak, as compensation for scaring you, I'll help you pass the level, but first say, you need to pay more. Pay more? Gulnara looked confused. Ren Fei thought, time is running out, but I should be able to help you achieve an excellent rating. So, let's make it 20 billion, considering our country's cooperation. 20 billion? You have 1 minute, you can discuss with your country now. Ren Fei didn't waste words, he took out paper and pen and handed them to Gulnara. In the world of strange tales, sometimes sounds can't return to reality, but images surely can, so writing it down is the safest way. Holding the paper and pen, Gulnara skeptically wrote down Ren Fei's demands. Moreover, Gulnara also wrote down her talent information. In the real world. In the conference room of the Yutan country's high-level officials. When they saw the information sent back by their chosen one, without any hesitation, the high-level officials of Yutan immediately unconditionally donated 20 billion in supplies to the Dragon Kingdom. Because this is a very profitable deal. The rewards for excellent ratings in the Strange Tale instance are absolutely worth far more than 20 billion. Contact Huaxia immediately. We have several major national projects to cooperate with them on. As long as Ren Fei can deliver, we will be Dragon Kingdom's most loyal partner from now on. Damn. Ren Fei is so arrogant, daring to boast that he can help Yuten's Chosen One clear the game and get an excellent rating. Do Huaxia people think they can lie like this? Oh my god, does this Huaxia person think that just because he can teleport to another space, he can fool the high-level officials of another country? Hey, the person above, you are right. How do you know that Yuten really just donated supplies worth 20 billion to Huaxia? Are you kidding? Do they really believe such nonsense? I'm from Yuten, what the person above said is true. Although I don't quite believe it either, I trust my country, their decision cannot be wrong. Hee foolish Yuten people, losing 20 billion for nothing, and still counting money for others. What's that barking about? Isn't it clear if we look into it? We Huaxia are just waiting for Ren Fei to slap your dog faces. Whether it's boasting or the truth, only practice can reveal the truth. Countless Huaxia people stared at the live broadcast screen, their eyes burning with expectation, waiting for Ren Fei to create another miracle. Chapter 21, Go open the door, you have cleared the game. In the world of strange tales. From Granara's perspective in Yuten country. You have received a deposit from Huaxia, personal account balance, 11,600,000,000. Hearing the notification of the deposit sounding in her ears. Ren Fei smiled and said to Granara beside him, the money is in, it seems your country understands the balance of benefits. Now I say, you do. Ren Fei casually said, make sure to check the toilet tank, under the sofa. Also, put those red high heels in the most prominent spot in the living room. After saying this, Ren Fei turned and walked toward the floor-to-ceiling mirror. Under Granara's shocked gaze, he lifted the red cloth and pulled out a blackened monster from the mirror. After that, Ren Fei walked into the bathroom. He gave the weird bang 2 punches. After finishing all this, Ren Fei looked at Granara, who was wide-eyed and frozen in place, and said, hurry up, let's complete the clearance process. Clearance process? A huge question mark appeared above Granara's head. This was her first time hearing that there's a clearance process for the Strange Tale instance. Moreover, is Ren Fei really human? Why does he seem more bizarre than the bazaar itself? Not long after. Following Ren Fei's prompts, Granara found 2 pages of the reporter's diary. Take the minced meat from the fridge and bury it in the backyard, Ren Fei said again. Oh, okay. Granara had no doubts at all and turned to do it. She felt that this way of clearing the game was a bit odd. It was as if she had entered a cracked version of the Strange Tale instance, and it was a super speed version. When Granara returned to the villa, the woman had already put on her high heels, and the blackened monster had already filled the walls with confessions. Gulnara was also ready to see what was written, but in the next moment, everything around her quickly disappeared, and at that moment, Ren Fei had already lifted his foot and walked up the stairs. Really, you don't need to take a look? Gulnara was a bit puzzled. Until now, she hadn't even looked at the reporter's diary. Is it really okay like this? No need to look, haven't you already found the clues? What does it matter if you see or not? But. No buts, let's go. Okay. Gulnara didn't hesitate anymore and quickly followed him. On the second floor of the villa. Ren Fei followed the procedure and let Gulnara search for clues by herself. After finding the clues, before Gulnara could take a look, Ren Fei took her to the 3rd floor. Then, the same scene began to play out. As the reporter was dealt with by Ren Fei, all of Gulnara's doubts disappeared. Because she really heard the completion prompt of the level. Chosen One, congratulations on completing Shishan Villa. Level story, excellent. Clue collection, perfect. Personal performance, excellent. Overall completion evaluation, excellent. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Red High Heels. Introduction of Red High Heels, a pair of high heels that no woman can resist, its only function might just be as a gift. Red High Heels? I did it. I really did it, did you hear that, Ren Fei? I really completed the level. Woo. The completion prompt fell. Gulnara was first excited, then covered her face and cried. That was the joy after surviving a desperate situation. She thought she was going to die in this level, but Ren Fei appeared, not only helping her find clues but also letting her get an extremely high completion evaluation. With this completion evaluation, her country would surely receive unimaginable rewards. When Gulnara finally calmed down, Ren Fei took her back to the 1st floor. It could only be considered a completion for now, but they were still trapped in the villa, so it was not truly a completion. Rule 3, Shishan Villa exists independently, no other buildings will appear around it. If you see other buildings outside Shishan Villa, immediately close the doors and windows, do not answer any knocking sounds, and do not go to check. Rule 5. The villa will always remain in a nighttime state. Rule 11. If the villa appears in daylight, do not hesitate, the chance to leave is right in front of you. Rule 12. The truth doesn't matter. Rule 18. The reporter and his diary are not trustworthy, women are the ones who can truly help you leave. Rule 19. The only exit of the villa is the front door on the first floor. The above rules are mainly about how to leave the villa. Only Ren Fei knows. Rule 5 is correct, which means Rule 11 is wrong. Rule 12 is also wrong. Because only by understanding a certain extent of the truth can one ultimately leave the villa alive. Rule 18 is half right and half wrong, women cannot help the chosen one leave. On the first floor of the villa. Gulnara asked with doubt, can I be considered as having completed the level now? Not yet. Ren Fei shook his head, if the level time ends and you are still in the villa, you will also be judged as a failure. How can that be? Hearing Ren Fei's words, the nerves that Gulnara had just relaxed instantly tensed up. Seeing her tense look, Ren Fei smiled and said, no need to be nervous, I've taken your reward, I won't do only half. Then, how do we get out? Gulnara asked the most critical question. However, as soon as she finished speaking, Ren Fei had already pulled open the curtains of the villa. At the same time, knocking sounds came from outside the front door. Bang bang bang. With the knocking sound, the villa started to decay and rot, and weeds began to grow wildly in the living room. This. Gulnara looked at Ren Fei with a tense expression. Ren Fei turned his head and glanced outside where the rain had stopped. In the sunlight, he could already see some outlines of other buildings not far from the villa. Rule 3 is wrong, Rule 19 is correct. Ren Fei smiled slightly, and a portal slowly appeared in front of him. Before entering the portal, Ren Fei's voice echoed in Gurna's ear, go open the door, you've completed the level. In the real world. When the notification of clearing the level sounded, everyone in the countries was too shocked to speak. After a long while. Only then did gasps of awe fill the live broadcast room. Awesome. Really ing awesome, Ren Fei. What kind of move was that, speed running with no waste of time at all? And after Gurna went out that door, she really cleared the level. 2 billion for a single excellent rating clear, Utah Nation is definitely making a big profit. My god, this gave me goosebumps. Is Ren Fei a god? How does it feel like he knows everything in the dungeon? What is his talent? This isn't just S level anymore, right? What happened to those who said Utah Nation was a big fool? Why aren't they talking now? Is it because they were born mute? Ha ha. I knew it, Ren Fei could do it. Now, will the people from the island country and kimchi country still come and bark? Let me ask you, how much does this slap in the face hurt? Chapter 22, National Fortune Reward Settlement. Inside the world of the strange tale. Almost all the spaces of the selected ones had been looted by Ren Fei, with the main idea being no waste. And when some countries eagerly prepared 2 billion, thinking that money would buy Ren Fei's help, Ren Fei didn't waste time doing good deeds. After looting all the selected one's spaces, Ren Fei directly returned to his own space and then left the villa. Time passed. The remaining time for the dungeon was almost gone. At this point, even the most cautious selected ones on the first floor couldn't help but panic. So, they started desperately trying anything. As expected, they were all eliminated miserably. Selected ones from Gull Nation, Rhine Province, Maple Leaf Nation, South Continent Nation, Bullfighting Nation, and other 8 countries were mysteriously eliminated. The Shishan Villa dungeon is about to descend to these 8 countries. Please note, the rule of the strange tale is coming. Hearing the cold notification sound above the world, the 8 countries who were just eliminated turned and launched accusations against Ren Fei. They felt that since everyone was a chosen one, and though their countries were different, Ren Fei had helped Utah Nation, why couldn't he help others without charge? To Ren Fei, this would be a simple matter. China. Seeing the condemnation released by the media of various countries, the netizens were furious. They stood up without hesitation to speak for their chosen one. Crazy. These 8 countries are really sick. Exactly, Utah Nation at least had 2 billion ready, but these people didn't even prepare any money. Are they trying to get something for nothing? What's happening now? They couldn't get something for free, so they started playing moral blackmail? According to their logic, their rich people are so many, why haven't they given us a little? Their money could last them generations. Aren't these countries close to beautiful nation? Let K go and save their chosen ones. What a robber's logic. Do they think we are China from 100 years ago, bullied whenever? A group of clowns. As the people of China stood up to speak for Ren Fei. China also openly supported Ren Fei. The latest news release from the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The core message was just 9 words. Those who offend China, though far away, will be punished. In the end, this farce was hastily concluded under China's firm stance. As the chosen one from beautiful nation, K, barely cleared the level in the final moments, all the other chosen ones who failed to meet the conditions were left behind in the world of strange tales. The dungeon countdown ended. A blood-red field appeared before the eyes of these selected ones. Selected ones from Island Nation, Windmill Nation, Chocolate Nation, and other 6 countries were mysteriously eliminated. The West Mountain Villa copy is about to descend upon the 6 nations. Please note, the rules of the strange tales are about to arrive. This copy finally ended. This Kai was so thrilling, almost couldn't get out. Kai didn't go up to the 3rd floor, so his passing rating is only good. Looks like this time the beautiful country won't get much reward. So it's possible to pass without going to the 3rd floor. Why didn't other chosen ones try? Kai indeed found another way to pass. The nose hair of the island country wanted to try, but was pressed down on the 1st floor and slapped by the big fan. I've watched so many Strange Tale livestreams, it's still the first time I've seen someone slapped to the end by a big fan. The nose hair of the island country must have drawn the S-class talent Ninja Turtle, otherwise how could he endure so much? No doubt it's the Ninja Turtle, it's definitely the turtle. Chinese netizens laughed uncontrollably. But the high ranks of the island country were furious. Because the nose hair not only lost the challenge but also made the whole island country bear the name of Ninja Turtle. This is an absolute disgrace. A shame that can never be washed away. When the countries that failed the last challenge were still experiencing the invasion of Strange Tales, the Strange Tale copy was already selecting countries once again. With more than 20 countries chosen by the Strange Tale world, the new copy opened. However, before that, the rewards for the last round of Strange Tale copies began to settle. Congratulations to China, Wutangwo, and Beautiful Country for their victory in the last round of Strange Tale copies. Starting to settle the national fortune rewards for the West Mountain Villa copy. Congratulations to China's Ren Fei for obtaining the perfect rating in the copy, rewarding all Chinese citizens with a 5-fold increase in physical fitness. Congratulations to Wutangwo's Gernala for obtaining the excellent rating in the copy, rewarding all citizens of Wutangwo with a 3-fold increase in physical fitness. Congratulations to Beautiful Country's Kai for obtaining the good rating in the copy, rewarding all citizens of Beautiful Country with a 2-fold increase in physical fitness. The Strange Tale voice fell. In the skies above China, Wutangwo, and Beautiful Country, golden light lit up simultaneously. The golden light of China was the brightest. The golden light of Wutangwo was slightly dimmer. The golden light of Beautiful Country was the most ordinary. Under the eager expectations of countless citizens, the 3 golden lights transformed into dots of light, landing on all citizens in the areas of the 3 countries within China's territory. The moment the golden light fell, hospitals across the nation were instantly empty. All patients collectively discharged. No matter what illness these patients had, even incurable diseases that current medicine couldn't heal, were all completely cured by the golden light. The golden light not only cured the diseases of Chinese citizens but also directly increased their physical fitness 5-fold. Now, even ordinary children could break bricks with their bare hands. Of course. The increase in military strength was the greatest. Among them, the strongest could now punch and kill a lion. And this is the benefit brought by the improvement in physical fitness. My God. I just simply opened a door. I didn't expect to directly twist the doorknob off. This physical fitness is too outrageous. Who says no? My grandma was originally lying in bed with an incurable disease. The family was ready to give up, but who knew, the moment the golden light fell, my grandma suddenly opened her eyes and stood up with a leap. My grandpa was the same, originally disabled for decades, now he's skipping while carrying a wheelchair that weighs more than 50 pounds. I'm not afraid to tell you, now my half-month-old baby can bend a spoon with his bare hands. We're taking off. This time we, China, are really taking off. I hope Ren Fei can continue to pass. If our physical fitness can keep increasing, will we be able to soar the skies and dive the seas in the future? You're thinking too small, brother. If we can soar the skies and dive the seas, then wouldn't it be fine to secretly cultivate immortality? At this moment, all of China was immersed in a joyous and happy atmosphere. Of course. Talk of cultivating immortality was just a joke. After all, this is the real world, we still need to believe in science. However, if Ren Fei can continuously clear the levels, then the resources in Huaxia will keep improving. Defeating countries around the world is still not a problem. P.S. We will soon start the next team dungeon. Thanks to all the friends who read this far. Chapter 23, A New Dungeon, Whispering Hotel. Within the borders of Wutan. Bathed in the golden light that falls from the sky, the people of Wutan are moved to tears. Since the arrival of the rules and mysteries, Wutan has been chosen 6 times and failed 6 times. Overall, 6 provincial cities in Wutan have already fallen. This victory undoubtedly allows Wutan to sweep away the gloom of the past. This victory is hard-earned, and thus even more precious. What? I didn't expect our Wutan would have a day of clearing the dungeon. Gernara is the hero of our nation. Most of the diseases in our country have been healed by the golden light. We not only need to thank Gernara and the nation but also Ren Fei from Huaxia. The nation only invested 2 billion, allowing the citizens to receive such a huge boost. This decision by the country is bold and decisive. The physical condition of all citizens has improved. I feel incredibly strong right now. There are still many good people in the world. Ren Fei from Huaxia is really a good person. In beautiful country. High-level conference room. Although Kai has cleared the level, this result is clearly different from what the high-level leaders of beautiful country imagined. Beautiful country has always wanted to secure its position as the world leader. In this, their biggest obstacle has always been Huaxia. Thus, they have always viewed Huaxia as the world's #1 enemy. They thought that with the arrival of the rules and mysteries, Huaxia would receive a heavy blow. Who knew that Huaxia stood back up after just a few failures? Ren Fei's gifted ability is strange and powerful. The high-level leaders of beautiful country can sense that. In the future, threats from the east may not just come from Huaxia, there might also be Ren Fei from the world of mysteries. Although the chosen ones from various countries cannot return to the real world even after clearing the levels, if Ren Fei continues to clear levels, the boost for all of Huaxia will be unprecedentedly huge. Huaxia is a magical country. As long as there is even a glimmer of hope, a turnabout can be achieved. Damn it, God. You really let the chosen one from Huaxia clear the level perfectly. Now the entire Huaxia has increased its combat power by 5 times, handling them will be even harder. No need to worry too much, the entire NATO is still under the control of beautiful country. How can the challenges of the mysteries succeed so easily? Perhaps Ren Fei will die in the next instance. Right. We shouldn't lose our composure. Moreover, Kai has cleared the level. Even if the national luck rewards are minimal, that's still better than nothing. It's a pity that messages cannot be transmitted from the world of mysteries, otherwise. At this moment. In the world of mysteries, a new dungeon has already begun. More than 20 chosen ones are simultaneously transported in front of the same 3-story building, and the eerie voice follows. Chosen ones, welcome to the Whispering Hotel. As night falls, the only sign that still shines weak light on this street is the Whispering Hotel, so you, who are traveling here, decide to temporarily check into this hotel. The Whispering Hotel warmly welcomes your arrival, and rooms have already been prepared inside. However, there have always been rumors about the Whispering Hotel where guests mysteriously disappear. It's hard to tell if they are true. Hint, this challenge is a special team dungeon. Chosen ones, please escape the Whispering Hotel within 3 days. As the eerie voice falls, the chosen ones from various countries come back to their senses and start to observe their surroundings. Ren Fei is also observing the area. He sees that it is already nighttime, and all around the hotel is dark, making it impossible to see where this place is. Likewise, it is unclear if there is a street here. In front of the chosen ones, there is only a dimly lit spot ahead. It seems there is no choice but to enter the inn. Is this the new instance? It doesn't seem as terrifying as I imagined. As she spoke, Gernara deliberately leaned closer to Ren Fei. Since the last instance where Ren Fei guided her to success, she had confirmed that he was her support, and besides him, she didn't know anyone else here. Ren Fei, are we going in? Gernara asked. Ren Fei replied, do we have another choice? After saying that, Ren Fei didn't care about the hesitant and fearful chosen ones, and stepped into the inn. Inside the Whispering Inn, the space wasn't small, with a very spacious reception hall. The overall wooden decoration wasn't particularly good, just barely acceptable. Entering the inn, Ren Fei smelled a faint dampness in the air, as if the inn had been around for a long time. The most eye-catching feature was undoubtedly the small reception desk. The desk was located at the deepest part of the hall. At that moment, the hall's lights were a dim yellow, flickering, while the reception desk was completely shrouded in darkness. It was unclear if anyone was there. Wait for me. Seeing Ren Fei walk into the inn without hesitation, Gernara quickly followed, deciding to continue to lean on him. At that time, about 20 chosen ones stood outside. The biting cold wind sent chills down their spines. Among the chosen ones, Kevin from beautiful country stared blankly at Ren Fei's back. Previously, he regarded Ren Fei with suspicion. But now he realized that he was also a chosen one, just like him. Kevin didn't know much about Ren Fei. However, the newly transported chosen ones had a deep impression of Ren Fei because of his outstanding performance in the last instance. It was hard not to recognize him. After drawing talents, someone quickly approached Kevin. This person was Joseph, the chosen one from the Sun Never Sets country. He approached Kevin, of course, because the relationship between beautiful country and Sun Never Sets country was good in reality, so he had plans to team up to suppress Ren Fei. Seeing the confusion in Kevin's eyes, Joseph took the initiative to speak. His name is Ren Fei, a chosen one from Huaxia. He perfectly cleared the last instance. What, perfectly cleared? Upon hearing this, Kevin showed shock. In the last instance, with his SS grade talent, he trembled to only achieve a good rating. How could this Ren Fei manage to perfectly clear it? Kevin was unaware of Ren Fei's clearing process. Because chosen ones couldn't see each other's clearance scenes. This person actually just got lucky. Let me tell you. Joseph exaggeratedly summarized Ren Fei's clearance process. After hearing his account, Kevin clenched his fists tightly. In his heart, he felt extremely unbalanced. Why? Why could the chosen one from the Yuta country, with only a grade talent, achieve a rating of excellent? That said, would beautiful country be very disappointed in his performance? Thinking this, a hint of hatred appeared in Kevin's eyes toward Ren Fei. He naturally knew that beautiful country and Huaxia appeared to be harmonious on the surface, yet they had secretly competed for a long time. And his dream was to enter the world of weird tales and completely crush all the chosen ones from Huaxia. This was also a way for him to repay his country. As long as he could do it. Then he would undoubtedly be recorded in history, becoming a hero of beautiful country. Kevin, this Ren Fei really deserves to die. In the last instance, he could have helped you clear it quickly, but he chose to stand by and do nothing. Clearly, he wanted to provoke all of beautiful country. While Kevin and Joseph were talking, the chosen one from island country, my grandson Jimei, who had been watching the situation, couldn't help but step forward to sow discord. Who are you? Kevin turned to the one speaking, a chosen one from island country with a standard hygienic mustache. I am a chosen one from island country. My name is my grandson Jimei. My grandson Jimei? Hearing such a strange name, Kai and Joseph frowned at the same time, and they did not know why the people from the Little Sun liked to take such bizarre names. There are many such strange names, such as steel plate penetrated by the sun, strong anus, eyebrows and eyes on the bed, 777 and so on. What a group of oddballs. However, although the two looked down on the island nation's people, they did not show it on the surface. Because no matter what, the island nation is currently like a dog that wags its tail and begs from the beautiful country, which just happens to need this dog to restrain China. While Kai and the three had their own hidden agendas and wore fake smiles. At this moment, a chosen one had made a choice completely opposite to Ren Fei's. The inn in front of me looks harmless, but this is the world of strange tales, and the things that look normal are often the most abnormal, so I will choose another path to pass through. The one who said this was the chosen one from the Pocket Kingdom, Dak. Before being selected by the Strange Tales world, he was locked in the basement by his parents because he had mental issues. So, it is normal for him to have a different perspective. Under everyone's gaze, Dak shouted loudly, then excitedly sprinted into the surrounding darkness. Then. There was no then. Once he plunged into the darkness, no sound of him could be heard again. What a complete fool. Seeing this, my grandson, Jimmy, couldn't help but laugh. Kai and Joseph exchanged glances, instantly dismissing other thoughts, and honestly walked into the whispering inn in front of them. After the two entered the inn, the remaining 19 also reacted and nervously flocked in. Nearly 20 people entered the inn at the same time. The spacious hall of the inn immediately became lively. At this time, Ren Fei, who was waiting here, finally saw someone appear at the front desk. It was a middle-aged woman. The woman was holding an old-fashioned oil lamp. Ren Fei did not know how she appeared, he only saw the oil lamp light up and then she stood in front of him. They all call me Mother Fan. The middle-aged woman placed the oil lamp on the front desk and looked at Ren Fei, asking, "Are you all guests here to check in?" "That's right." Ren Fei nodded. Mother Fan simply counted the number of people in the hall, then pulled out a bunch of keys and tossed them in front of Ren Fei, saying, "Here are the keys for you, my body isn't convenient, so I won't take you to the rooms." "Thank you." Upon seeing a large bunch of keys, Gernara reached out to grab them. At this moment, the people standing in the hall couldn't help but gather around. Ahem. The rooms are all on the same floor, the room numbers are on the keys, just take the keys and go to your rooms yourselves. Mother Fan pulled at the red coat draped over her shoulders and coughed a few times. Once her words fell, Gernara had already quickly chosen a key and put it away. Seeing Gernara's action, a group of chosen ones noticed that the keys corresponded to different room numbers, and instantly realized that there might be differences between the rooms. So in just a moment, these chosen ones rushed over like crazy, directly snatching those keys away. However, until only one key was left in front of him, Ren Fei did not move. He only calmly asked a question. "Is it free to stay here?" As soon as he spoke, the group of chosen ones holding keys suddenly froze. They did not know why Ren Fei would ask this. This is not the real world, could it be that staying in an inn also costs money? As soon as Ren Fei asked this ordinary to the point of ordinary question, Mother Fan immediately answered. "It's free." Upon hearing it was free, the group of chosen ones breathed a sigh of relief, while also looking at Ren Fei with strange eyes. Just now, they thought there was some deep meaning behind Ren Fei's ordinary question, but now it seems, he was just overly cautious and asked casually. After all, which normal person would ask such a question in a world of ghost stories? Once they got the keys, the chosen ones had no intention of lingering in the hall any longer and turned to go upstairs to find their rooms. But at that moment, Ren Fei spoke up again. And this time, his words left them even more puzzled. Ren Fei said, "I don't have money, but I'm willing to trade you something from my body." Oh? Mama Fan raised her eyes in surprise. Is one eye enough? As he spoke, Ren Fei reached out and grabbed the air in front of him, and instantly, he pulled out a bloodied eyeball from who knows where. Ren Fei remained calm as he placed the eyeball in front of Mama Fan. Mama Fan glanced at it briefly, and shock flashed in her eyes. She didn't say a word but silently tucked the eyeball away. This was a silent approval of Ren Fei's actions. What the hell? What's going on? Is Ren Fei crazy? Asking about room fees like this. Yeah, it's the world of ghost stories here, isn't free housing better? Baka. Playing tricks and nonsense. Ren Fei was the one who perfectly cleared the last instance. Could he be up to something special with this? In the reception hall of the inn, the chosen ones started to discuss and speculate. But after waiting for a while, nothing unusual happened. Mama Fan neither looked at Ren Fei again nor gave him anything. The matter seemed to end just like that. I knew it, he's just putting on a show. Chinese people are still so cunning, he wants to mislead us. Seeing nothing special happen, my grandson Jimei jumped out again. Kai stood by, frowning as he observed everything, feeling that something was off. As the clear winner of the previous instance, he couldn't believe Ren Fei would do something pointless. Although Kai felt uneasy inside. He was not Ren Fei, who could easily produce such a strange item. This group of chosen ones had nothing but the clothes on their backs. Moreover, Kai didn't receive any personal rewards in the last instance. Mama Fan, I also want to use something to cover the room fee. Amidst the mocking gazes of the crowd, Gerna's voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw Gerna handing a pair of red high heels to Mama Fan. This is, from the last instance? Someone recognized the high heels at a glance. God, could this be the reward Gerna received in the last instance? If she got a reward, then doesn't that mean Ren Fei also? The chosen ones were all wide-eyed in surprise. Though they still couldn't understand the actions of Ren Fei and Gerna. Their actions were indeed quite thought-provoking. At this moment, Kai's brain was racing. He believed Ren Fei and Gerna were definitely not trying to mislead everyone. He didn't know why. But he felt he should do the same. So, after thinking it over, Kai grabbed the fruit knife from the front desk and, with determination, cut towards his own ear. Moments later, holding up that ear, Kai was covered in blood. Wait. I also have something to use to pay for the room fee. Chapter 25, Room 244. Oh my. Ren Fei and Gerna using items to pay for the room fee is one thing, but why is Kai joining in? That's brutal, using his ear as payment. Was that eyeball a reward Ren Fei got in the last instance? What's Ren Fei's purpose in doing this? The instance just started, could his talent really allow him to know information in advance? It must be his talent, no doubt. In the world of ghost stories, talents are bizarre, which reasonably explains why Ren Fei shows these irrational behaviors. In the real world, many netizens were discussing fervently, viewing Ren Fei's actions as a sign of talent. After all, nothing but talent could allow him to see in advance, people couldn't think of other possibilities. Ashi. Ren Fei must be shooting in the dark. What information could he know in advance? The last copy was just luck. Do you really think you are invincible? You from the pickled vegetable nation, you really love to watch the excitement, don't you? Your own capital is about to fall, and the high-ranking officials of your country are all trapped inside. Yet now you still have time to jump out and act like a clown. I truly admire you. Damn you, little bastard. What did you say? What I said, you know in your hearts. Once your capital falls, your country will cease to exist, right? By the way, don't come crying to us to take you in, because we in Huasha prohibit little days and dogs from entering. In the world of strange tales. At the Whispering Inn. Tick-tock. Blood dripped from Kai's hand onto the floor. The dazzling red stunned all the chosen ones in the hall. It's hard to tell. Kai is still a werewolf. A bit tougher than the tough guys. Next to him, Ren Fei attentively observed Kai's movements. It had to be said, he indeed was ruthless and decisive. But blindly following the crowd without understanding the truth is not necessarily a good thing. Ren Fei had no plans to stay here any longer. His gaze casually swept over everyone and then lingered on a shadow in the corner for a few seconds. His expression slightly changed. Then, Ren Fei withdrew his gaze, grabbed the last key in front of him, and waved to everyone without looking back. You guys play slowly, I'll head back to my room first. As the noise behind him gradually faded away, Ren Fei climbed the old wooden stairs to the second floor of the inn. The moment he stood on the second floor, a cold wind blew from an unknown direction, making Ren Fei feel a chill on his neck. Staring at the dark and narrow corridor in front of him, Ren Fei's expression remained normal. The corridor was carpeted in red, new, with about a dozen rooms on either side, and the doors of these rooms were still unlocked with old-fashioned keys. It really is from a long time ago, but I remember all the details clearly. Every instance he experienced, Ren Fei remembered very clearly. Looking at the thick dust piled up in the corners of the walls on both sides of the corridor, Ren Fei smiled slightly, said nothing, and continued walking forward. Ren Fei's room number was 244. Maybe the chosen ones thought this room number was unlucky, so they all tacitly left this key to him. And in fact, it really was so. Thinking about how everyone had scrambled to grab the keys just moments ago, Ren Fei couldn't help but laugh. These people, although they guessed part of the truth, unfortunately, they don't know that there's more than one unsafe room. In the dark corridor. As Ren Fei just turned the corner. At this moment, the chosen one from the country of Wutan, Gulnara, caught up with him. Wait for me. Gulnara gasped for breath, as if afraid of losing Ren Fei. Seeing that Ren Fei really stopped to wait for her, she happily shared what had happened downstairs. Gulnara said, those people downstairs were really funny. Kai gave his ear to Mama Fan, but Mama Fan just glanced at him, and Kai's expression turned dark. It really made me laugh. Hearing Gulnara's words, Ren Fei smiled noncommittally. This result. He was not surprised. Gulnara cautiously asked, Ren Fei, did you know it would be like this? By the way, why will Mama Fan accept what we give her? What you gave was a reward from the last instance, no one could refuse, and mine. Ren Fei revealed a sly smile. He did not continue speaking. Seeing this, Gulnara also did not ask further. Instead, she took the initiative to change the topic. My room is 208, Ren Fei, what about yours? 244. 244? Gulnara was stunned and said, I didn't expect this inn to look small, but there are actually more than 40 rooms on the second floor. Ren Fei remained silent. His thoughts fell into memories. Only he knew. Including that room, to be precise, the Whispering Inn's second floor had a total of 45 rooms. Ren Fei, are we going back to our rooms now? Then, fine. Seeing Ren Fei nod, although unwilling, Guernala still spoke, it seems I've passed my room, so I will turn back now. After speaking, Guernala turned to walk back. Ren Fei did not turn back because his room needed to pass 3 corners, and his room faced north. The north-facing direction usually does not get sunlight. That is the coldest and wettest position. Before long, Ren Fei stood in front of room 244. Ren Fei took out his key and was about to open the door. At this moment, my grandson Jimei from the island appeared in his sight. My grandson Jimei stood in front of the door of the adjacent room. It seemed, unfortunately, that his room was room 243. The ancients do not deceive me, truly, it is said that enemies do not gather without reason. A cold smile appeared on Ren Fei's lips. To dare stay next to him was truly lucky. With a strange smile, Ren Fei said nothing and simply opened the door and walked inside. Seeing Ren Fei enter the room and lock the door, my grandson Jimei, who was about to be scared to pee, then trembled and pulled out his key. Just a moment ago, Ren Fei smiled wickedly at him, and he thought Ren Fei was about to do something to him. But the fact proved he was just overthinking. I forgot that now is a global live broadcast. In front of global leaders, Ren Fei wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But how unfortunate, why do I have to stay next to him? While murmuring, my grandson Jimei had already used the key to open the room. Immediately, a damp and moldy smell hit him, making my grandson Jimei furrow his brow. What kind of broken room is this? Any room back in my country is better than this. My grandson Jimei reached out to turn on the light. It was an old-fashioned pull-chain switch. After pulling several times, the room finally lit up with a dim yellow light. Upon entering the room, my grandson Jimei locked the door behind him. Because he noticed the hallway lights flickering as if something was broken. This made him feel very unsafe. He always felt that at this time, only staying in the room would be safe. Inside the room, the facilities were very simple. A bed, a bathroom, a wall clock, a wooden table, and a chair. Besides that, there was nothing else. So broken. This is really the most broken room I have ever stayed in. Grumbling in discontent, my grandson Jimei picked up the rule paper placed on the table. Chapter 26, You Have the Path to Death. Whispering Inn, Guest Notice. Rule 1, due to limited conditions of the inn, if guests need meals, they can go to the front desk on the first floor to order food. Within 30 minutes, someone will deliver the food to the room door. If the food outside is not taken within 30 minutes, it will be inedible. Rule 2, the inn may be a bit unsafe at night, but as long as you stay in the room, you can completely block out these dangers. Rule 3, after entering the room, it is forbidden to go out casually after 10 o'clock at night. Rule 4, in a state between dreaming and waking, you may hear someone knocking on the door or calling your name, but please do not open the door or answer. Rule 5, if during sleep you experience phenomena like being pressed down by a ghost or blood seeping from the ceiling, please continue sleeping because these are just hallucinations. Rule 6, there are 3 room doors in the inn that have not yet been repaired, so they cannot be locked properly. Rule 7, if you suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and find a ghostly shadow standing by your bed, please curse loudly and drive it away with the most vicious language. Rule 8, during the day, you don't have to stay in the inn all the time, there is a famous snack street nearby where you can go and have fun trying. Rule 9, don't go wandering in the snack street, if absolutely necessary, please make sure to return alone. Rule 10, absolutely trust Mama Fan. After reading the rules. As usual. Ren Fei crumpled it into a paper ball and stuffed it into his mouth. These rules Ren Fei could remember just with a simple glance, not because of reincarnation, but because he had trained his memory under high-pressure conditions. This is the most basic survival skill of the Chosen One. Here, it seems there is not the slightest change compared to my memory. The only difference is that this time, I am staying in the room at the very back. Room 244 is located at the very end of the Whispering Inn. And when people choose a room, whether in an inn or a hotel, they never pick the last one. Because it is usually thought that the last room is dirty or unlucky. Rooms with the number 4 are the same. So, when hotels make room number signs, they generally skip over such numbers that have bad homophones. The last room plus 244. In my last life, this room indeed caused the deaths of many Chosen Ones. Ha! Ren Fei lazily couldn't help but yawn. But as mentioned before, that was in the last life. In this life. With Ren Fei personally suppressing, I don't believe this place can still stir up any waves. The beds in the inn are generally very shabby, but the sheets and blankets are brand new. And although the things in the room are overall quite old, they are cleaned very well. It's just that Ren Fei had bad luck, staying in room 244, which faces north. This room doesn't get sunlight, so the damp and musty smell inside can't be completely eliminated by ventilation. Is it already 10 o'clock at night so soon? Glancing at the small clock hanging on the wall. For some reason, Ren Fei suddenly felt his eyelids start to fight each other. Clearly, just a second ago, he was more energized than anyone, but now only fatigue remained. I guess I should sleep first. Feeling suddenly tired, Ren Fei lay down on the bed. It seems I cannot expect wealth from this instance. On the bed, Ren Fei quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, other Chosen Ones on the second floor also, like him, fell into a deep slumber. Sleeping until midnight. Due to Ren Fei's door not being able to lock, it was easily opened, and then, a shadow quietly walked in. Rule 6, there are 3 room doors in the inn that have not been repaired yet, so they cannot be locked normally. The shadow came to the side of Ren Fei's bed. It stood still for about half a minute. However, it did not intend any harm to Ren Fei, it was just cautiously tucking Ren Fei's blanket. You're back, you really are all back. By the bedside, the shadow whispered, choked with emotion. After staying in the room for several minutes, the shadow slowly exited and shut the door again. About an hour later. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind rushed into Ren Fei's room. The sleeping Ren Fei was directly frozen awake by this cold wind. Drowsily opening his eyes, Ren Fei saw that the room door was wide open without him noticing, and in the pitch-black room, there seemed to be several shadows wriggling. Seeing this scene, Ren Fei was not the slightest bit flustered, he simply turned over and continued sleeping. But he hadn't slept for a few minutes when, outside the room, sounds kept coming in, like someone calling out Ren Fei's name. Ren Fei! Ren Fei! Come outside the room. The voices seemed to come from the corridor outside the door. These voices sounded both familiar and strange. Familiar because Ren Fei seemed to hear the voices of family among them, and strange because Ren Fei had been an orphan since childhood and had no idea who his parents were. Rule 4, in a state between dreaming and waking, you might hear someone knocking on the door or someone calling your name. Please be sure not to open the door or answer. Ren Fei initially did not want to pay attention to the calls in the corridor. Because he was very sleepy and just wanted to sleep. But unfortunately, the less he wanted to ignore it, the more insistent the voice became, and now, Ren Fei could no longer endure it. Call, who do you think you are? Howling like a ghost in the middle of the night, damn it. Ren Fei got up, wanting to turn on the light, but at that moment, the light in the room just wouldn't turn on. In response, line end. Ren Fei became even angrier. Bothering me while I sleep, I see you have a path to death. Snap. Ren Fei snapped his fingers. In an instant, the whole room brightened up. In the bright vision, Ren Fei saw that his bedroom door had indeed been opened a crack, and the cold wind that had just frozen him awake must have come in from here. Staring at that crack in the door, Ren Fei was lost in thought, but at that moment, a familiar voice came again from outside the door. Ren Fei, come to me quickly. As soon as the voice fell, Ren Fei's head buzzed. It was as if a heavy hammer had struck him on the back of the head, nearly making him lose all consciousness. At the same time, Ren Fei found that his hands and feet also began to disobey him, as if under the spell of this voice, he stiffly got out of bed and moved toward the door. It was as if he really intended to open the door and go out. What's happening, my body? Under the influence of that voice, Ren Fei reached the door. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he still reached out to pull open the door. Rule 3, entering the room after 10 at night, forbidden to leave at will. Who? Suddenly, several cold winds surged in from all directions. The cold wind rushed straight into Ren Fei's mouth and nose. Ren Fei stood at the door with a blank expression, feeling a little dizzy. He suddenly smelled a stench like rotten eggs, and at that moment, the wind in the corridor seemed to shatter into icy crystals, making crackling sounds. The cold wind swept over him. In the darkness, it seemed that something was coming. Chapter 27, Awaken, My Lover. Those who fight are all in formation. Demons and monsters retreat. 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 What the hell, so many chosen ones in the hostel, why does the weirdness only target Ren Fei? Could it be because of room 244? Damn. This is too real, it's exactly like the scene from my nightmare. Strange, the rules say if you hear someone call your name while sleeping, don't open the door or answer. Why did Ren Fei not only answer but also open the door? Oh my god. The fan turned dark. Ren Fei is really foolish to the extreme. He. Hooray. Ren Fei from Huaxia is nothing special, it seems he will soon be eliminated from the strange world. Huaxia people, your good days are over. In the real world, many people rejoiced at Ren Fei's predicament. Especially the Western countries led by the beautiful country, they were eagerly looking forward to Ren Fei being eliminated by the strange phenomena, because in this way, Huaxia could once again be trampled underfoot by them. At this moment, the people of Huaxia felt an overwhelming sense of worry. Because Ren Fei's previous impressive performance didn't look like someone who would act so recklessly. In the strange world, room 244. Ren Fei stood at the door, wide-eyed, staring at a shadow rapidly approaching in the dark corridor. As the shadow got closer, the sound of the wind rushed by, constantly howling in Ren Fei's ears. However, just when everyone thought the shadow would directly attack Ren Fei, it suddenly stopped just a few meters away from him. Instantly, the originally noisy corridor fell into an eerie silence. The shadow did not move forward anymore. However, a tempting voice came again from the shadow's mouth. Ren Fei, come here, come to me. Okay. Ren Fei replied, then mechanically stepped out of the room door, moving toward the dark corridor. Good. Just like that, come to me quickly. In the corridor, the shadow seemed a bit impatient. Watching Ren Fei approach step by step, its pale face couldn't help but show a hint of excitement. Moments later, Ren Fei finally stood in front of it. Ren Fei spoke in a dazed tone, I've come. Good. Fresh flesh and blood, radiating an irresistible scent. The shadow licked its crimson lips, extending its dry and shriveled arm like a dead tree, its sharp claws instantly lunging toward Ren Fei's body. I want you. Let me eat you. The shadow swung its arm down. But strangely, in that brief moment, its claws felt as if they were scratching on steel plates. There was no penetration into Ren Fei's body, nor did it smell the familiar scent of blood. The shadow felt confused. In the next second. Before Ren Fei, he suddenly vanished. The shadow's pupils contracted sharply. Its strangely elongated eyes were searching for Ren Fei's figure. But at this moment, Ren Fei's voice came from behind. Scatter wealth. As soon as the words fell, Ren Fei suddenly reached out his right hand toward the shadow, the palm opened like a huge mouth and instantly swallowed toward the shadow. Damn it! There obviously aren't any other monsters here. The shadow screamed in horror. It turned and fled. But its reaction was always a step too slow, its body couldn't dodge in time, and its right arm was bitten by that huge mouth, then forcibly torn off. Ah! Damn! The shadow let out a tragic scream, dragging its injured body, quickly disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Sigh, how boring. The shadow disappeared, and Ren Fei yawned in boredom. He had already pretended so much like it, but he didn't expect this monster to be so cautious. The monster had lured him out with sound from the beginning, but when he went out, it didn't dare approach the room. These actions were clearly very abnormal. Just now. It clearly had the ability to kill Ren Fei directly, but it still maintained a sense of vigilance, as if it was also afraid of something. Glancing at the nearly 2-meter-long dried arm left by the monster in the corridor, Ren Fei casually glanced at it, then kicked it to the door of my grandson Jimei's room. If you don't have any strength, don't disturb my sleep, both weak and playful. Scatter wealth. With a snap of his fingers, the twisted perception in Ren Fei's mind disappeared. Yawning, he returned to his room. In the pitch-black corridor, there was a temporary return to silence. However, this silence didn't last long, as shortly after, several sounds of doors opening echoed in the corridor. As several shadows dashed out of the rooms, gathering in front of that dried arm, my grandson Jimei's room door quickly became lively. At this moment, my grandson Jimei was sprawled on the bed, with a disgusting and lewd smile on his face. He was dreaming. Still a beautiful dream. In the dream, he was on a date with a beautiful girl. However, just when he invited the girl back home to roll in bed with him, and the girl gladly agreed, the next moment, he was awakened by a strange chewing sound outside the door. Baka Yoru. Who disturbed my spring dream? My grandson Jimei was also drowsy from sleep. He thought he was still at home. But soon he realized, and his face turned ashen. Because he discovered that the chewing sound outside had suddenly disappeared due to his angry shout. This was definitely not a good thing. Gulp, gulp. My grandson Jimei trembled and swallowed his saliva. He didn't dare to move, his eyes fixed on the door of the room. He thought that if he didn't make any noise, he could fool whatever was outside the door. However, unexpectedly, the next moment, strange knocking echoed. Bang 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 bang. The knocking sound was always accompanied by 4 knocks. This was definitely not a living person knocking on the door. What foolish thing have I done? Listening to the knocking sound outside, which sounded as if the Grim Reaper was whispering, my grandson Jimei curled up on the bed, regretting deeply. If it weren't for him waking up confused, he definitely wouldn't have made such a low-level mistake. Bastard! What exactly is outside the door? The knocking continued for a long time. However, the thing outside did not enter the room. Seeing this, my grandson Jimei gradually calmed down. Yash! Rule 2 is indeed right. Rule 2, the hotel may not be peaceful at night, but as long as you stay in your room, you can completely shield yourself from these dangers. Thinking that what was outside couldn't come in, my grandson Jimei instantly regained his confidence. The headache was gone. His legs were no longer sore. His whole back was straightened. Being alone in the horror story instance is still too dangerous. I originally wanted to hide my talent, but now I also have to reveal my talent. Step aside, he is about to show off. My grandson Jimei does not want to be disturbed again when he does not want to sleep. He doesn't want to continue feeling anxious. So, he made a solemn decision. He is going to use his talent. My talent is B-level, awaken, my lover. Although this talent is only B-level, it can truly summon a bizarre being to protect myself. Moreover, the success rate of the summon is as high as 20%. Chapter 28, Shinjishu. My grandson Jimei looked confident. At this moment, someone would definitely say that a success rate of 20% means there is an 80% chance of failure. This is indeed true. But my grandson Jimei does not think so. He believes that his luck has always been pretty good, so this time he will definitely succeed. Even though the talent can only be used once, I will definitely succeed. To increase the success rate, my grandson Jimei stood up from the bed, faced the door of the room, raised his hands high, and spoke with utmost sincerity. Awaken, my lover. As my grandson Jimei finished speaking, suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the dark room, and then, a golden light mass instantly flew in from outside the door into the golden light. Yash! 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 Seeing the golden light, my grandson Jimei was so excited that he knelt down. Ha ha ha, I did it! I succeeded! My grandson Jimei laughed happily. He was even happier than winning 5 million in the lottery. However, just as he was about to dance around and check it out, a bizarre being with one eye blind suddenly flashed in front of him. The bizarre being's bright red mouth grinned from ear to ear. It stared at my grandson Jimei, amusingly surprised. If my grandson Jimei had opened the door to take a look just now, he would have discovered that this bizarre being was one of those who had knocked on the door outside. It was wondering how to get in. Isn't this a coincidence? My grandson Jimei summoned it directly. Then, the bewildered being instantly made a spectacular entrance. Hee, your voice was a bit loud just now. I was actually thinking about how to get into the room to eat you, but you gave me this chance in an instant. The bizarre being reached out and grabbed my grandson Jimei's throat. It lifted him up. You. Hearing the bizarre being's words, the bewildered my grandson Jimei was instantly confused. With unimaginable fear and despair in his voice, he asked, You are the bizarre being that knocked on the door just now. Smart. The bizarre being grinned. Thanks to you, I broke through the door's barrier. How could this happen? My grandson Jime's legs went weak from fear, and his face lost all color. Thinking of the saying that heroes do not suffer in front of danger, he did not hesitate to plead for mercy. Please spare me, I summoned you, I am your master. Master? The bizarre being looked at him in amusement. Then master, why are you crying? Calm down, I liked your rebellious attitude just now. Woo please, spare me. My grandson Jime was so scared that he was crying like a baby. Don't eat me, go eat Ren Fei, he lives in room 244 next to me. He eating you, I can also eat him later. I don't want to die yet. My grandson Jime was at the peak of despair, and just when the bizarre being was about to strangle him, he suddenly noticed the flaws on the bizarre being's body, and an idea struck him. It's Ren Fei. Your eye is missing an eyeball, I know who did it, it was Ren Fei, it must be him. My grandson Jime shouted in desperation. He originally wanted to try his luck. But as soon as he finished speaking, the bizarre being indeed let go of him. Seeing a glimmer of hope, my grandson Jime immediately increased his output. I saw him take out an eyeball from somewhere, and it was still covered in blood. Where is that eyeball now? The bizarre being asked coldly. My grandson Jime replied, in Mama Fan's hands. Mama Fan. A look of fear appeared on the bizarre being's face. It suddenly fell into deep thought. At night, it indeed seemed to have inexplicably lost an eyeball. At that moment, it was quietly staying in the room, but suddenly a large hand appeared before it, and that hand swiftly plucked one of its eyeballs away. It thought it was Fan Mama's doing. But now it seems, that was not the case. Damn it! The one who took my eyeball is just a human. The strange creature erupted in fury. It once again grabbed my grandson Jime. If he dies, you die too. After saying that, the strange creature bit down hard on my grandson Jime's neck. The imagined splattering of blood did not happen. My grandson Jime, who was already scared to the point of wetting himself, suddenly realized he wasn't dead. He exclaimed with excitement, I got it. I got it. You are summoned by me, you cannot harm me at all. Having escaped from death, my grandson Jime immediately became more arrogant. He was no longer afraid and turned to the strange creature to issue orders. You are here to protect me, I command you, from now on, protect me closely. Close, protect you? The strange creature looked at my grandson Jime as if he were a fool. Without wasting any words, it rushed up and started punching and kicking my grandson Jime. Alright. I will protect you well right now. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to laugh until I burst. As expected of the island country, only you can bring the fun. I really laughed crazy, I couldn't stop since my grandson Jime yelled awaken, my love. My grandson Jime can't be a fool, right? He doesn't think about why this talent is only B-level, it's because the summoned strange creature is completely uncontrollable. Silently mourned for my grandson Jime for 3 minutes, wanting to trick Ren Fei, but unexpectedly, he first fell into his own trap. In the real world, my grandson Jime once again brought shame to the island country. Netizens from various countries have already started to treat the island country's chosen ones as pure entertainment. After all, watching monster tail challenges while being constantly tense is no good, sometimes having a few clowns can greatly relieve the viewer's feelings. It can be said, in playing the clown, the people of the island country are immensely talented. At the Whispering Inn, when my grandson Jime was mercilessly beaten by the strange creature, at this time, 2 other rooms were also experiencing strangeness. One was Gernara from the Yuta nation. The other was Shinjishu, the chosen one from Galia with yellow skin. In her dreams, Gernara heard someone calling her name, but before she could feel scared, a shadow appeared, and the hallway instantly returned to normal. Room 217, where Shinjishu was staying. From the moment he entered the room, Shinjishu noticed that the door lock was broken, so he hadn't dared to sleep too soundly. In the middle of the night, he indeed discovered something was wrong. First, the door was blown open by a gust of cold wind, then blood inexplicably started dripping from the ceiling, and he witnessed this whole process with his eyes wide open. But strangely, although he was very clear-headed, his entire body couldn't move. He could feel that something had entered the room, and he could feel the blood dripping onto the quilt, soaking through the quilt and chilling his body. This experience was extremely terrifying. It's several times scarier than sleep paralysis in reality. Because you can be sure that the strange creature is right beside you. In fact, Shinjishu could see through the darkness the blood-soaked face of the strange creature. Rule 5, if you encounter sleep paralysis or see blood dripping from the ceiling while sleeping, please continue to sleep, as this is just an illusion. No. This is absolutely not an illusion. In bed, Shinjishu felt his quilt moving. The quilt was slowly constricting, as if it wanted to wrap his entire body. At the same time, the blood from the ceiling dripped onto his face, the foul smell quickly spreading at his mouth. I can't breathe. At some point, the quilt had risen a few inches, tightly covering Shinjishu's mouth and nose. His face turned red as he slowly suffocated. Damn it! Move for me! Shinjishu refused to be captured. He bit his tongue hard. With a wave of pain, his body suddenly regained some feeling. Through the tightening blanket, his gaze turned to a corner of the room, and his fingers moved with difficulty. Come and help me escape, watch me ride and slash the heads of the nameless villains. A low, dramatic voice emerged from Shinjishu's throat. As his voice faded. In an instant. A red paper figure, prepared in advance at the bedside, suddenly seemed to come alive. The paper figure's round eyes turned, like a marionette, swiftly pouncing towards him, pulling away the blanket that tightly covered him. At the same time, a paper warhorse leaned forward, letting out an A. The knife, come. Shinjishu leaped onto the horse. A paper knife flew into his hand. In the blink of an eye, the paper horse and long knife instantly transformed into living creatures. The warhorse beneath him stomped its front hooves, breathing out long breaths, while the long knife glinted with an icy gleam. Shinjishu held the reins and sat upright on the horse, wielding the long knife, resembling a mighty general, looking down arrogantly at all the enemies before him. You all bow down. P.S. Comment, urge for updates, a wave of free gifts. Don't make my grandson Shimei kneel down to beg you. Chapter 29 Life is like a play. You all bow down. These simple 4 words were deafening. Like a thunderbolt striking down. As his words faded, the entire room instantly fell into distortion. In the distortion, the original room 217 instantly expanded several times, and everything around disappeared, as if entering another void space. Quick, run away. At this moment, a few bizarre entities entering the room found something was off. They were intimidated by the aura radiating from Shinjishu, unable to summon any resistance, so they turned to flee. However, this twisted space was very strange. Once dragged in, no matter where they tried to escape, they could not leave. Damn it! What did you do? Let us go! The several bizarre entities panicked. They were clearly the bizarre ones, and when encountering them, the human Shinjishu should have only felt fear and despair, but what was happening now? How did this human suddenly rise up? It felt like he had become someone else. Suddenly, it was overwhelming. A few bizarre entities scattered and fled. In their hearts, they regretted secretly. If they had known this human was so powerful, they would never have dared to trouble him. Now, it was too late. Now their lives hung by a thread. Thump, 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 thump. In the void space, fear spread like a tide. Suddenly, from all directions came a dense sound of gongs and drums. Then, a dramatic roar pierced the ears. The show begins. You rodent-like creatures come swiftly to die. As the words fell, Shinjishu, riding a galloping warhorse and wielding a horizontal sword, burst forth from nowhere. One of the terrified bizarre entities only heard the sound of clop 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 of hooves, and before it could see the figure on the horse, its head was already severed by the long knife in Shinjishu's hand. The head rolled beneath Shinjishu's horse. Its face still bore an expression of disbelief. However, Shinjishu did not spare it another glance and urged his horse towards the fleeing directions of the other 2 bizarre entities. In just a few minutes, the 3 bizarre entities had been dealt with by Shinjishu. The void space vanished, and room 217 returned to normal. The paper horse, paper knife, and paper figure all turned into a pile of scraps. At this moment, Shinjishu pressed down hard on his heart with his right hand, as just a moment ago, a sharp pain twisted through his heart. Is this the price of using this power? The cost of my life. Shinjishu understood. The more powerful the bizarre ability, the more unimaginable the price to pay. He could easily choose not to use it. But in that earlier situation, if he hadn't used it, he would have likely died at the hands of those bizarre entities. Shinjishu entered the ghost story instance for the first time. He drew the SSS level talent Life as a Play. This talent could summon characters from scripts to himself, granting him powerful and strange abilities that were not his own. However, the cost of using this talent was enormous. The stronger the summoned character, the more lifespan he consumed. The general he just summoned consumed an entire year of his life. My talent isn't just a simple strange ability as described, it can elevate to a divine position, corresponding to the god of drama filled with Eastern mystery. Although I currently hold Gallic nationality and represent Gallia in this challenge, one day, I hope to return to my Chinese nationality and contribute to China. In the past, Shinjishu's parents had to obtain Gallic nationality for their business. But as they grew older, their longing to return home became increasingly uncontrollable. Shinjishu felt the same way. He never had a day without yearning to return to his homeland. Just like his parents often repeated. No matter how good Gallia is, it is still not our hometown. People will grow old, and the only wish is to return to their roots. In the real world, netizens from various countries stared blankly at Shin Jishu's live broadcast. After a moment, they began to comment enthusiastically. What the hell? What talent does Shin Jishu have? That captivating ancestral tone and that godlike ability to ride a horse, it must be at least SSS level talent? When the gongs and drums sounded just now, I immediately got goosebumps all over. Great performance, what an honor. Huh, isn't Shin Jishu the chosen one of Gallia? Why does he have a Chinese name and appearance? Is he an immigrant? With this talent, Gallia will soar, I'm telling you, even God can't stop it. In the high-level conference room of Gallia. Upon seeing Shin Jishu's stunning performance, the highest leader of Gallia immediately issued an order. Immediately send someone to protect Shin Jishu's family, no one can meet them without my command, especially not those from China. Furthermore, restrict their business operations to within the country, prohibit them from exporting their business, and secretly monitor all their movements every day. As soon as the highest decision-maker finished speaking, someone immediately raised a question. Boss, isn't this just house arrest? Right now, Shin Jishu is fighting for us in Gallia, do we not fear cooling his heart by doing this? Fool! What do you know? Those not of my clan must have different hearts. Shin Jishu's family is indeed of Gallia nationality, but over the years, they have secretly provided so many resources for China. After all, they are not our people, and they can't wholeheartedly contribute to our country. Furthermore, Shin Jishu is unaware of the real situation. As long as he represents our country well and clears the obstacles, I will ensure his family's safety. In the ghost story world, the chosen ones did not sleep well on their first night in the Whispering Inn. In the morning, Ren Fei opened the door and stepped out, finding that the traces left in the corridor the previous night had all been cleaned up. At the same time, Ren Fei also noticed several room doors in the corridor were wide open, as if they had been vacated. And these rooms were all undoubtedly not occupied by chosen ones. It seems no chosen ones were eliminated last night, but there are 4 vacant rooms. This seems a bit unusual. There are 44 rooms in total, and the chosen ones only occupy half, while the other half are not human tenants but those things from last night. Could it be that he solved so many oddities at once? Ren Fei suddenly thought of someone. And just as he was pondering, he suddenly spotted a gold coin quietly lying at his feet. It was shiny. The color was smooth and round. About half the size of his palm. Gold coin? How could this appear here? Ren Fei was somewhat curious. Pick up the gold coin. A prompt sounded in his ear. Wild gold coin, worth 200,000, would you like to sell it? Ren Fei paid no attention to the talent prompt. He carefully examined the gold coin in his hand. Ren Fei noticed that this coin was quite interesting, with a mouse head printed on both sides. Chapter 30, Mama Fan's Diary. I remember, there's nothing related to this gold coin in my memory. Did something unexpected appear here? Ren Fei put away the gold coin. As soon as he raised his head, he found a few more gold coins lying on the carpet ahead. Wow, so many wild gold coins? Ren Fei's eyes lit up. He was worried that this quest was too poor and he couldn't find anything valuable, but now, the problem was solved in an instant. After picking up a few gold coins, Ren Fei counted, there were a total of 6. That means just selling these 6 gold coins would earn him 1,200,000. It's a bit few, but better than nothing. Ren Fei thought. The sudden appearance of gold coins in the inn is definitely not an accident. Regardless of how the gold coins appeared, picking them up is his now. He, the early bird gets the worm. Humming a little tune, Ren Fei walked downstairs in a good mood. Not long after Ren Fei left, a fully golden mouse appeared in the second-floor hallway. The mouse sniffed around where the gold coins were placed earlier, squeaking anxiously a couple of times. Finding nothing, it dug a hole and disappeared into the hallway. On the first floor of the inn. At this time, the sky outside had just begun to brighten, and all the chosen ones were still sleeping. Only Ren Fei, who was familiar with the quest, had gotten up early. Ren Fei arrived at the front desk of the inn. Just as he imagined, there was no one at the front desk. Ren Fei casually picked up the menu and a notebook placed on the front desk, wrote down what he wanted to eat and his room number, then put the notebook back in its place. The reason Ren Fei got up so early was actually another one. That is, he was hungry. People are iron, food is steel, not eating one meal makes one anxious. This saying is absolutely true. Originally, if he fell asleep, he wouldn't be hungry, but once a person wakes up halfway, they can never return to sleep with hunger. His gaze swept over the front desk, and Ren Fei saw a small room behind it. There were no other people in the inn. So, it was no surprise that this was Mama Fan's resting place. However, Ren Fei knew that Mama Fan was not in the room at this time. I might as well go through the motions, or else other countries will see me completing the quest directly and probably get so angry they will curse. Ren Fei didn't want to expose the fact of his rebirth. This is his biggest trump card and support. I remember that challenging the quest 3 times requires revealing one's talent. In the last life, the chosen ones from other countries caused me a lot of trouble once they knew my talent. But this time, it only says to reveal talent, but it doesn't specify which talent. I'll just reveal the talent given by the goddess of love. The SSS level talent, Heart of Gratitude, being public is no big deal. Perfect, Ren Fei can use this to cover up the 5S level talent Wealth Spreader. Lost in thought, Ren Fei had already walked to the door of the room behind the front desk. The door was slightly ajar. Ren Fei peeked inside and saw no sign of Mama Fan. Creak. Ren Fei pushed the door open and walked in. The room was kept very clean and tidy. On the bedside in the room hung a large group photo, which was a photo of Mama Fan and many orphans. The photo's location was at an orphanage. One could still clearly see the words Qingshan Orphanage above. Ren Fei initially wanted to take the group photo, but after thinking for a moment, he retracted his hand. Each chosen one can only take one item from here. If more than one item is taken, Mama Fan will definitely find out and kick them out of the inn. It's better to take the diary honestly. Ren Fei was familiar with the plot here. In fact, it didn't matter what he took. It's just that he needed to put on a show to deal with the viewers before the live broadcast. In the end, Ren Fei took away Mama Fan's diary. Second floor of the inn. Back on the second floor, in front of room 244, Ren Fei saw the meal he ordered. Just like in his memory, it was still so amazing. Ren Fei ordered a breakfast. White porridge with a few buns, still steaming with heat. Rule 1, due to limited conditions at the inn, if guests need meals, they can go to the front desk on the first floor to order. Within 30 minutes, food will be delivered to the front of the room. If the food outside the door is not taken within 30 minutes, it cannot be consumed. After confirming the mealtime, Ren Fei happily brought the food into the room to enjoy. After finishing breakfast, Ren Fei put the empty plate at the door, then pretended to read the diary written by Mama Fan in the room. Holding the diary, it felt a bit rough to the touch. The edges of the diary had worn into curls. Flipping open the diary, there were no clear dates, only seasons in place of them. Winter. This winter is especially cold. I bought a batch of winter clothes for the children in the orphanage, but due to lack of funds, relying only on my savings is not enough to support such a huge expense. I contacted some families willing to adopt children, and they were all willing to adopt some of the kids. However, I found out that some families were not sincere about adopting. After careful consideration, I still decided to politely decline them. Days passed by like this, until the orphanage was completely unable to make ends meet. Winter. Another winter has come. The orphanage has been forgotten by the world. With no source of funding, even my salary has stopped. The staff in the yard gradually left their jobs. They all advised me to give up, saying that this orphanage no longer needed to exist, that nobody really cared about the lives of these children. I invested all my savings into it, yet I have only been able to get to this point. Is my persistence wrong? I have no children of my own. After my husband passed away, I took all the children in this orphanage as my own. I just wanted to give them a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Have I really gone wrong? Summer. I thought about it for a long time, but I still couldn't bear to leave them behind. Since there is no income, I will even collect garbage to support them. Under the blazing sun, I opened one trash can after another, picking up clothes, leftovers, rotten vegetable leaves that others didn't want. People all laughed at me and looked at me with strange eyes, saying I looked like a beggar. I didn't care. Autumn. With the arrival of autumn, the seasons changed, and unknowingly, the children have grown a lot, and I also gained a special lovely title. Mama Fan. I am still holding on, even if everyone has forgotten these children, I will never leave them behind. Every night, I tell them stories and gently cover them with blankets. Watching them grow day by day fills my heart with joy. Spring. A few more children have been adopted, and there are still over 20 children left in the orphanage. Looking at the increasingly empty orphanage, I did not feel sad, but rather happy for them, because my mission has been accomplished, and their brilliant lives are just beginning. P.S. I've had a headache all day. I can't take it anymore. I forced myself to finish writing, I really can't bear it. Chapter 31, Human Affairs. Ren Fei was reading the diary. At the same time, the other chosen ones had already gotten up one after another, and they grouped together to go down to the first floor, following Ren Fei's lead to order breakfast. After ordering breakfast, they each returned to their rooms to wait. Before long, A hurried knock at the door sounded outside Ren Fei's room. Ren Fei, are you up? Hurry out, something happened. The voice of Gulnara came from outside the door. Ren Fei opened the door. He saw Gulnara standing outside the door, looking very panicked. Ren Fei asked, what happened? A chosen one has died. Gulnara replied. What happened? I'm not sure either, everything was fine just now, while we were having breakfast, that chosen one suddenly died mysteriously in the room. Which room? 229. Let's go take a look. After saying that, Ren Fei and Gunala hurried to room 229 together. When they reached the door of room 229, it was already crowded with chosen ones from various countries. At this moment, the expressions on most of the chosen ones' faces were filled with an unknown fear, likely because it was their first time participating in the Ghost Story Challenge. After all, it was their first close encounter with death. Ren Fei chose not to stand at the door and watch. He squeezed into the crowd. Entering room 229, the room was in complete disarray, and at this moment, the chosen one from the Eagle Nation, Olma, was already in a horrifying state of dismemberment. It looks like Olma has been knotted by something, half of his body and half of his face are missing. The speaker was Joseph, a chosen one from the never-setting sun nation. Beside him, my grandson Jimmy thoughtfully analyzed, he was just downstairs with us getting breakfast, how could he suddenly die in the room? Someone must have killed him. As he spoke, my grandson Jimmy directly turned his gaze toward Ren Fei. Ren Fei rolled his eyes in silence. This guy isn't even pretending anymore. My grandson Jimmy, do you have any evidence? Kai from the beautiful nation asked. My grandson Jimmy confidently replied, didn't you notice? Among those who went downstairs together, Ren Fei was not one of them, so I suspect he did it. He. As soon as my grandson Jimmy finished his sentence, a light laugh suddenly emerged from the crowd. Then, Shin Jishu from the gallant nation stepped forward. Shin Jishu said with a smile, people from the island nation really prefer to think with their backsides. With such a bizarre death, how could it possibly be caused by a person? Moreover, have you forgotten that we are still being broadcast live worldwide? Shin Jishu's words left my grandson Jimmy speechless. My grandson Jimmy wanted to say something more. But Ren Fei didn't give him the chance. Ren Fei's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, asking, is there anyone who lived beside him? Did anyone see when he took the food? I saw it. As soon as Ren Fei finished, someone immediately stepped forward. Leon, a selected one from the Ice and Fire Nation, said, I live in the room opposite him, we went upstairs together, and he brought breakfast into his room with me. By all accounts, he didn't break any rules. Didn't break any rules? Hearing Leon's words, everyone frowned and thought. Chosen ones usually die in ghost story instances due to breaking rules, but now, only in room 229 didn't break any rules, so why did he die mysteriously? Holy crap! I thought those things only came out at night, could they come out in the daytime too? A chosen one's face was filled with fear. His words made everyone's heart tighten. Mainly because Olma's death was too strange. If he had died for breaking the rules, other chosen ones could accept it, after all, it was his own problem. But now, the bizarre disregard for rules and direct murder. This undoubtedly made people's hair stand on end. Damn it! This inn isn't safe during the day either, and we have to survive here for 3 days, isn't that asking for our lives? Last night, I heard commotion from room 244 a long way off, I covered myself with the blanket to sleep, scared for an entire night. Don't say that, last night's noises sounded like they were calling for souls. Luckily, I had a will of steel, otherwise, I might have been called to open the door. As they spoke, the faces of the chosen ones from all countries were filled with fear. By the way, who opened the door last night? I think I heard the sound of a door opening. A chosen one asked. It was me. Ren Fei didn't hide it and smiled, the noise outside the door was too loud last night, it kept me awake, so I gave it a taste of its own medicine. No, there were several sounds of doors opening last night. Shin Jishu said. That's right, I believe you all might have guessed. Ren Fei said, there aren't just us living on the second floor of the inn, those things last night came out from other rooms on the second floor. What? Ren Fei's words were shocking. Like dropping a bomb into a calm lake. Immediately, the chosen ones almost scared themselves to death. So, are all my neighbors strange? I actually slept next to them for a night? God, what should I do? A crowd of chosen ones panicked right away. At that moment, Kay from Beautiful Country comforted everyone, saying, don't be afraid, trust in God. Didn't we all survive last night? And I have grasped some clues to pass the level. As long as you cooperate with me, I am confident I can lead you all to victory. Are you serious? Kay's words seemed to show everyone a glimmer of hope. Of course. This did not include Ren Fei, Shin Jisoo, and Guernala. Kay, as long as you can lead me to victory, I will cooperate with you. Me too, I am willing to call you my leader. Kay, please take me with you, I will follow your lead. The chosen ones believed Kay's words wholeheartedly. After all, Kay was someone who had passed the last level. Moreover, their countries wanted to curry favor with beautiful country, so naturally, they had to build a good relationship with the chosen ones from beautiful country. Seeing this dramatic scene, Ren Fei suddenly fell silent. It seemed the truth here was no longer that important. Humans really can't escape the ways of the world, no matter where they are. Ren Fei was not surprised by these people's behavior. Because in the last life, they made the same choice. Ren Fei didn't stay in room 229 any longer but slowly withdrew from the crowd in silence. Once he stepped out of room 229, Ren Fei felt the air had become fresh. Guernala chased after him, gasping for breath, and said angrily, "What a bunch of blind people. The thigh is right in front of them, yet they're willing to lick up to someone who almost died in the last level." Guernala had already learned all about the situation in the last level from other chosen ones. She wasn't underestimating Kay. She just said that compared to Ren Fei, Kay was still leagues away. Chapter 32, Soul Summoning Ceremony. Hee, you believe me that much? Ren Fei glanced at Guernala and smiled. Guernala said, "Of course, I've always dreamed of visiting Huaxia to see if it is really as backward and barren as foreign media claim." Huaxia is not backward. Shen Jisoo appeared in the corridor ahead without Ren Fei realizing, leaning halfway against the wall, a cynical smile on his lips. "Really?" Guernala's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "Have you been to Huaxia?" "I am originally from Huaxia." Shen Jisoo admitted unapologetically, "But due to some reasons, I was forced to change my nationality." "Oh my god." Guernala looked at Shen Jisoo in shock, realizing that he really did have eyes like Ren Fei, black and shiny, with yellow skin. Guernala said, "Then you must know a lot about Huaxia. Can you tell me if it is truly as backward as foreign media portrays, where people are so poor they can't afford food? If you have the chance, you might as well go to Huaxia yourself and see." Shen Jisoo smiled faintly. "Listening is not as good as seeing. When you go, you will know that Huaxia is no longer backward and barren. Everyone in Huaxia can eat and wear warmly, and they are united and friendly. More than any country, they hope for world peace." World peace? Guernala suddenly had tears in her eyes. As an international reporter, she knew too well the weight of those 4 words. Because even now, with bizarre rules descending, wars still break out every day in the world. Humanity has never thought about how to fight together, but rather continues to fight internally, constantly consuming each other. In the corridor, seeing the atmosphere suddenly turn serious, Ren Fei spoke up, "Actually, if you trust me, passing this level is not difficult." "How so?" Shen Jisoo squinted his eyes. Ren Fei said, "Let's go, I need you to do something." In the real world, the island nation was once again thrust into the eye of public scrutiny. The Eagle Nation's higher-ups held a press conference internationally. "I strongly condemn that country's grandson, Jime, and demand an explanation from them." "Ha ha. Yuan Fong, what do you think?" "I saw it on my phone, my lord." Laughing Mouse, "I never expected that the Eagle Nation would actually tear into that country. Jime is truly unworthy of being human. Clearly he summoned the eerie thing that killed Olma, yet he dares to shout thief. It's also Olma's fault for being too careless, thinking that there was no danger during the day. When he heard the knocking, he went to open the door, only to be bitten half of his face off by that eerie thing. It's really true that man proposes, but heaven disposes. The Eagle Nation probably didn't expect Olma to not die under the rules, but instead get caught by that grandson, Jime. Damn. How have these chosen ones shifted the focus? Is now the time to flatter the beautiful country, instead of quickly checking Jime's room? Bro, we have a god's view. The chosen ones don't know the real situation. Let's see if they can discover this fool, Jime." In the world of strange tales, on the first floor of the inn, Shen Jisoo and Gernala, under Ren Fei's reminder, each found a newspaper and a note from Mama Fan's room. After leaving the room, the content of the newspaper finally came into view. The newspaper had already yellowed, and the date was long blurred. However, the most striking part of the newspaper recorded a key piece of information. Last night, a magnitude 8.5 earthquake struck Qingshan City, turning the entire city into ruins overnight, with over 1 million deaths and casualties still accumulating. Just from the content on the newspaper, Shen Jisoo and Gernala were dumbfounded. However, when Ren Fei took out the diary, their faces instantly turned serious after reading it. Gernala said, "So, Qingshan Orphanage is also in Qingshan City, so all the people in the orphanage perished in this earthquake? Oh my god." Gernala covered her mouth in shock, tears already sliding down the corners of her eyes uncontrollably. She was a person with great empathy. As an international news reporter, the one thing she feared the most in life was seeing others die. Even in the world of strange tales, this shocking death toll still stabbed her breath away. Compared to Gernala's emotional response, Shen Jisoo appeared calmer. Shinjishu comforted, this may not be a real event, after all, this might just be a fictional world. Right, you're right, I was too sensitive. Gurnala realized they were in a world of strange tales, she couldn't think with emotions, and quickly adjusted her mood. Let's take a look at this note. After Gurnala finished speaking, she took out the note. The note opened. There were no words on it, only a strange drawing that looked dark, eerie, and oppressive. What is this? Shinjishu frowned. Gurnala also couldn't understand, this seems like a painting, but it looks so weird, why is there still an offering tablet standing in the painting? It's not a painting. Ren Fei said. Not a painting, then what is it? Shinjishu and Gurnala turned their heads towards Ren Fei at the same time. Ren Fei didn't keep them guessing, pointing to one part said, this is a soul-calling ritual, did you see that the strange pattern drawn with black dog blood is the soul-calling array? And look here, the soul-calling banner, soul-calling incense, and on the offering tablet, there are the deceased's birthdate and time. It really is a soul-calling ritual. Upon hearing Ren Fei's words, Shinjishu and Gurnala suddenly understood. Shinjishu asked, what does this drawing have to do with Mama Fan? Why did it appear in Mama Fan's room? Yeah, so strange. Gurnala also had doubts. Ren Fei replied, it's easy to explain, because Mama Fan replicated this soul-calling ritual. No way? Shinjishu and Gurnala were stunned. Gurnala said, but I didn't find any place for soul-calling on the second floor, could it be in those other closed rooms? No. Ren Fei shook his head, it's not on the second floor. What does it mean? Shinjishu and the others were even more confused. There are only 2 floors in the Whispering Hostel, right? You'll understand when the time comes. Ren Fei didn't explain, because explaining now would be useless. Ren Fei said, what we need to do now is not find the summoning ritual, it will appear on its own when the time comes. Then what should we do now? Gu Erna asked. Ren Fei grinned and said, let's go out and shop. Shop? Leaving the diary, newspaper, and notes at the hostel front desk, the 3 of them stepped out of the hostel. Rule 8, during the day, you don't need to stay in the hostel all the time. There is a famous snack street nearby, you can go there and try as much as you want. Rule 9, don't go to the snack street, unless absolutely necessary. If you must go, make sure to return alone. Chapter 33, why pay for something you didn't eat? The rule was right, this really is a snack street. After leaving the hostel, Gu Erna found the outside world very new and exciting. The scene on this snack street was exactly like the real world, with no difference at all, making it hard to tell at first glance. Look at these things, just look, don't actually eat them. Ren Fei warned, seeing Gu Erna about to try a deep-fried spider. Oh, okay. Hearing Ren Fei's warning, Gu Erna, who had finally convinced herself to try something new, immediately lost the desire to try, and reluctantly put the deep-fried spider back on the stall. You guys, free tasting, no charge. Seeing Gu Erna hesitate, the deep-fried skewer vendor smiled and enthusiastically offered Ren Fei and Shinjishu some deep-fried centipedes. Ren Fei didn't take them, just shot the vendor a fierce glare. The vendor, who had been laughing just a moment ago, instantly stopped smiling. Ren Fei gritted his teeth and said, your skewers are dirty. If you try to make us eat them again, I'll flip your stall. After speaking, Ren Fei turned and left with Shinjishu, without looking back. The world is going downhill, what kind of person doesn't even eat for free, big fool? The deep-fried skewer vendor cursed at Ren Fei's retreating back, then quickly changed to a smiling face. Because more chosen ones had arrived in front of his stall. It was Kai and his group. Honorable guests, fragrant deep-fried skewers, would you like to try for free? If it's bad, you don't have to pay. The deep-fried skewer vendor applied his flattery to the extreme. To sell his skewers, it seemed like he had already started resorting to any means necessary. However, cautious Kai didn't choose to accept. Kai had only dared to come out after seeing Ren Fei and the others leave. So when he reached the deep-fried skewer stall, he only wanted to ask the vendor about the situation. Boss, did those 3 people eat your skewers? Kai asked directly. Of course. The vendor didn't hesitate to make up a lie, they ate several skewers in a row and praised how delicious my skewers were. But those 3 looked poor, after eating, they just left without paying. Do you know them? I know them. I, Suinzi Jime, replied without thinking. The vendor smiled and immediately spread his hands, well then, pay up. Kai's group was instantly confused. Joseph angrily said, what do you mean, pay for something we didn't eat? Bastard. Scoundrel. Fraud. I, Suinzi Jime, immediately started cursing. Alright then, do you still want them? The vendor, knowing he was in the wrong, decided not to ask for money and instead handed out a few skewers. Yes. Who would refuse free food? Without hesitation, I, Suinzi Jime, grabbed the skewers from the vendor's hands. Without waiting for Kai to stop him, he had already shoved one of the skewers into his mouth. So tasty. This is the world of strange tales, where there are no legal constraints, so I, Suenzijime, had no intention of paying for the skewers. And since Ren Fei and the others didn't pay, why should he? Wait, you're just eating it like this? Seeing I, Suenzijime, enjoying the skewer, Kai and Joseph exchanged a glance, both speechless. I, Suenzijime, said, what's there to be afraid of? If Ren Fei can eat it, it proves the skewers are fine. Could the boss really deceive us? Try it, it's really very delicious. My grandson, Jime, generously handed the fried skewers to others. Others took the fried skewers with hesitation, some couldn't resist the temptation and took a small bite, instantly surprised by the deliciousness before their eyes. Kai, is it really okay for them to eat this? Looking at the few people behind who were enjoying the food, Joseph swallowed hard and asked. Kai frowned slightly. He had checked the fried skewers just earlier, and no warning had appeared with his talent, so he didn't know if there was a problem. But he faintly felt that something was off. Don't eat anymore, Ren Fei has already gone far, let's follow him. Kai didn't underestimate Ren Fei. He always felt that Ren Fei seemed to know something in advance, so following him was definitely the right choice. Along the food street, Ren Fei and the two others walked all the way to the end. Why is there just a wall here? There's no way through? Looking at the wall, Gulnara asked. Ren Fei thought, it seems like what I thought is correct, this place cannot be accessed for the moment. Let's go back. Ren Fei waved his hand and started to walk back. We're just returning like this? Are you sure you don't want to stroll around a bit more? Shinjishu and Gulnara behind him were full of doubts. There's nothing to see, we came too early. What do you mean? You'll naturally know when the time comes. Facing their questions, Ren Fei couldn't be bothered to explain. Looking at Ren Fei's unusual confidence, Shinjishu originally wanted to ask until he got to the bottom of it, but something instinctively stopped him. It was intuition. Intuition told him that Ren Fei had no reason to harm him. Ren Fei, if your way to pass is not workable, then I will follow my own way. Shinjishu thought for a moment and warned in advance. Ren Fei shrugged casually, do as you like. Actually, Ren Fei could tell that Shinjishu didn't really respect him. This was very normal. After all, who wouldn't want to be the main character of the world? Ren Fei knew that Shinjishu was not a bad person by nature, it was just that drawing the SSS level talent made him a bit blindly confident for the moment. Later, he would gradually become more stable. But that would only happen after he paid a tremendously painful price. In my last life, Shinjishu quietly changed back to the Huaxia nationality before ascending, wanting to bring that glory to Huaxia, but like me, he was deceived. We stepped onto the path to ascension together. When he died, he still clung to hope, thinking he just wasn't doing well enough, never considering that the path to ascension was completely impassable. Think about my last life. Because of his talent, Shinjishu had already overdrawn 60 years of life before ascending, and that day was also the last bloom of his life. Remembering the events of his last life, Ren Fei couldn't help but sigh. In fact, when he first tried to ascend in his last life and failed, he didn't die, instead, he was teleported to the ascension space. There, he saw more chosen ones trying to ascend. But without exception, they all ended in failure. What a pity. I couldn't witness Su Zhao's successful ascension in my last life. Before my rebirth, he seemed to have walked to the last step, right? Ren Fei didn't know why he was reborn. This was an unsolvable mystery for him at the moment. Perhaps, when I ascend again, everything will have answers. Sorting through the tangled thoughts in his mind, Ren Fei no longer daydreamed. Since he had reversed time and returned from rebirth, he naturally carried a mission. This time, he not only had to change his own fate but also the fate of those around him. Chapter 34, What are you doing? After Ren Fei and the two returned to the inn, Kai also brought Joseph and the others to the end of the food street. Looking at the wall, my grandson Jime asked in confusion, Kai-kun, why are we following Ren Fei's route? Did you discover something? No. Kai shook his head. He couldn't explain why, but he always felt that Ren Fei must have a profound reason for doing all this. Kai-kun, there's nothing here I think. He is just pretending to be profound, we don't need to take him seriously. My grandson Jime looks down on Ren Fei greatly. People from the island nation are like this. Always have an inexplicable confidence in themselves. What do you know? Shut up and don't disturb Kai's thinking. Compared to my grandson Jime, Joseph is more willing to believe in Kai. You are all afraid of that Huaxia person. My grandson Jime is very unconvinced. No matter how powerful he is, most people are on our side now. We are the protagonists of this copy. You are all being led by him, a bunch of cowardly guys. My grandson Jime feels a bit frustrated. He clearly thinks Kai is the thigh he needs to cling to, but Kai's performance is too ordinary. It could even be said that he is timid and weak. No trace of imperial spirit. I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I'm going back to the inn first. My grandson Jime finds an excuse, disregarding everyone, and turns back to leave. This guy from the island nation is more of a hindrance than a help. Looking at my grandson Jime's stubbornness, Joseph's face turns pale. He was still going to suggest an alliance, but this guy is the first to jump out and sing a different tune. Now, Kai's prestige is gone. Is this guy a spy sent by Huaxia, trying to sabotage us from the inside? Joseph can't help but doubt. Kai says, don't worry about him, as long as we can survive and clear the level, the method doesn't matter. Inside the inn. After returning from the snack street, my grandson Jime feels utterly exhausted. For some reason, he feels heavy all over. It's as if something is pressing down on him. Strange, I just found an excuse to slip away, but I don't have any discomfort. My grandson Jime thinks it's because he got too tired from wandering the snack street. He prepares to lie on the bed to rest. But just as he lies down, there's a storm in his stomach. He never expected that the fried skewers would start acting up at this time. Damn it! What is this sudden, unbearable pain? My grandson Jime doesn't dare to think too much. He turns and runs wildly to the bathroom. In the bathroom, a series of noises suddenly emerge. Baka Yoru. The fried skewers are poisonous. That boss has no conscience. My grandson Jime regrets eating those fried skewers a bit. But, thinking that Ren Fei and the others would be just as miserable, he suddenly feels a bit secretly pleased. After all, he's not the only one with diarrhea. He says in the rain and wind. What is this little pain? At this moment. In the room, there are indeed not only my grandson Jime having diarrhea, there are also two others who tasted the fried skewers with him. After going for more than 10 times, the two of them have already turned pale, wearing expressions of exhaustion. They have already figured out that it's the fried skewers' fault. So now both of them are filled with intense hatred towards my grandson Jime. If it weren't for my grandson Jime's temptation, how could they have failed such a test? After finally emptying his bowels, my grandson Jime lies weakly on the bed. He has a look of despair. At this moment, the strange creature he summoned happens to return from outside. My grandson Jime asks in annoyance, "What have you been doing?" "I went out to find something to eat," the strange creature replies. My grandson Jime says, "You still have the mood to go out for food. Do you know they all doubt me now? Do you believe I'll beat you to death?" After saying this, my grandson Jime regrets it again. Because once again, he is dragged to the ground by the strange creature he summoned and gets a good beating. After being beaten up by the strange creature, my grandson Jime feels like he is plunged into darkness, and instantly falls asleep. When my grandson Jime opens his eyes again, he finds himself lying on the cold floor, and it is already afternoon. Baka Yoru. What a total disaster. My grandson Jime is about to cry without tears. What on earth is this? He wanted to summon a strange creature to protect himself, but unexpectedly. I often find myself being unexpectedly punched and kicked. Where can I even make sense of this? Baka. It would have been better not to summoned a big boss. Seeing that the strange presence was not in the room, my grandson, Jime, planned to go out and get something to eat. Arriving at the first floor of the hotel, my grandson, Jime, found Kai and Joseph along with others gathered together, looking through Mom Fan's diary, newspapers, and the summoning ritual. Upon seeing my grandson, a chosen one asked, "Grandson, are you okay? I just passed by your room and heard intense fighting. We all thought you were done for. Get lost." My grandson, Jime, angrily replied, "I'm called Jime, not grandson." "Okay, no difference." My grandson, Jime. My grandson, Jime ignored the person and wrote what he wanted to eat on the menu. At this moment, someone asked again, "Really, are you okay? You look so pale, and why do you look so tired?" "We just went out shopping in the morning, it shouldn't be that exhausting." "I'm fine, it must be that I didn't rest well last night." My grandson, Jime, forced a smile. He really felt something was off in his body, an indescribable oddness. In room 244. Ren Fei discovered a mouse hole in his room at some point, and next to the mouse hole lay several gold coins. Ren Fei smiled. The little mouse dared to dig a hole in my room, truly bold. Crouching in front of the mouse hole, Ren Fei wasn't in a hurry to pick up the coins, he actually wanted to see what exactly had been dropping gold coins for him. Although items from this dungeon couldn't be taken to the next one. But if he could catch the little thing dropping gold coins, he could definitely loot quite a bit of wild gold from it. This could be a fortune. Too bad the stalls in the snack street can't be sold, otherwise, I would let those bosses know what a bad environment is, leaving them with nothing but their underwear. Waiting in front of the mouse hole. Waiting until nightfall, Ren Fei hadn't seen a single mouse hair. Ren Fei felt frustrated. Could it be that it knows I'm waiting for it, so it cleverly doesn't dare to come out? This mouse, could it have turned into a spirit? Ren Fei was extremely curious about this little mouse that dropped gold coins. In his last life at the hotel, he had never seen it. Nor did he know why it was here now. Little mouse, don't let me catch you, or you'll be in big trouble. P.S. Yesterday's has been replenished, for chapters updated completed. Chapter 35 is really too terrifying. Ren Fei waited all afternoon, but he didn't see the little mouse that dropped gold coins in his room, feeling quite helpless. It seems that to catch this little mouse, I can only wait for it to come out by itself. He didn't plan to keep guarding the hole anymore. This was just a waste of effort. Night. After dinner, the chosen ones all nestled early in their rooms. At 10 o'clock at night, Ren Fei and the chosen ones lay on their beds. Just as they lay down, the door to Ren Fei's room creaked open, and a shadow stealthily approached Ren Fei's bed. Damn human, you are the one who caused me to lose an eye. The shadow's face was filled with resentment, its lips slowly splitting. However, just as it opened its mouth, ready to pounce on Ren Fei in bed, Ren Fei suddenly sat up. Who are you? Ren Fei smirked, his gaze sweeping over the shadow. Why didn't you knock when you came in? Do you have no manners? Shadow? The shadow was dumbfounded. What is manners? It had never had any. I've never seen such an unrefined spirit. The last one who entered my room at least helped me cover up with a blanket. What about you? What can you do? Me? Cover you with a blanket? The shadow felt it was being morally blackmailed. But it had no evidence. Goodness. The expert said, a spirit that can't cover a blanket is not a good spirit. Ren Fei lazily stared at the shadow, yawning, since that's the case. Go away, I don't need someone like you who can't even cover a blanket. Oh, sorry to bother you. The shadow felt that Ren Fei's words made so much sense. It couldn't even rebut. It was ready to leave right away. But in the next second, it suddenly realized. Wait. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Extremely wrong. Why am I here? I'm not here just to cover his blanket, am I? Human, you tricked me. The shadow instantly became furious and turned to rip Ren Fei apart. Scatter the wealth. Ren Fei nonchalantly snapped his fingers. As soon as the words left his mouth, the shadow's fierce gaze instantly became clear. Then, it found that it could not move. The snoring next door is too loud. How about this, you go wake him up and beat him up. Ren Fei's commanding tone entered the shadow's ears. The shadow instantly found that it could move its body. But it was immediately terrified because its body was no longer obeying its will, but following Ren Fei's orders, walking toward room 243. What is going on? The shadow was horrified. It tried to regain control of its body, but found that its body had already been taken over by another consciousness. And that consciousness seemed to come from something strange. Strange. Too damn strange. This was strange to the point that it was as if the strange were opening the door for the strange. It was strange beyond belief. How could I, a mighty strange, be controlled by another strange? Possession doesn't happen like this. You just take over like this? Before the shadow could even figure out what was going on, it was already standing in front of room 243. Room 243 was my grandson Jimei's room. Ren Fei originally wanted to wake him up and let him sleep again. After all, his snoring was deafening, it was life-threatening. At this point, the entire building could probably hear it. Whether Ren Fei himself could sleep or not didn't matter, but he absolutely couldn't allow other chosen ones to be kept awake because of it. No thanks needed. Who told him he liked doing good deeds in his spare time? Inside the room, Ren Fei thought the shadow would knock on the door first. But it didn't. There was no knocking sound after a long while. Ren Fei was stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Panicking, Ren Fei rushed out of the room to check. There was no shadow outside the door. Just as Ren Fei thought his strange ability had failed, the next moment, a pig-like scream came from my grandson Jimei's room. Hearing that heartbreaking sound, Ren Fei's brows instantly relaxed. It felt so good. Ah, guess what? Now it feels comfortable. Impressive, still the islanders, even their screams are so seductive. But at a time like this, why scream Yami Kudasai? Isn't that asking for more beating? Tisk, TSK, islanders are just perverted, they really know how to play. After feeling relaxed, Ren Fei turned around and was ready to go back to his room. But suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Wait. Did it really go into the room to beat him up? Ren Fei remembered. Just now, there was no knocking or opening of the door. So the question is, how did the strange enter my grandson Jimei's room? The door lock wasn't broken. Logically speaking, the strange shouldn't be able to enter the chosen one's room for now. In the corridor, Ren Fei furrowed his brow in thought. This strange was able to easily enter my grandson Jimei's room, but Jimei wasn't harmed. Does that mean they've already made some kind of deal? Is it a deal, or is it a talent? Ren Fei thought for a moment. He felt the possibility of talent was greater. After all, if it were a deal, my grandson Jimei wasn't qualified for it, and he didn't have any bargaining chips to make a deal with a strange. The perspective of a strange looking at humans. It's just like how humans look at ants. To the strange, humans are no different from weak ants. Unless there's huge profit at stake, humans and ants, strange and humans, can only temporarily form some kind of agreement. Even for me, if I want to use strange powers, I have to spend money, a lot of money, and that's the cost for a 5S level talent. So, there is never a free lunch in this world. Ren Fei stared at room 243, suddenly recalling something. Wait. The death of the Eagle Country's Orman in the daytime couldn't be related to my grandson Jimei, right? I remember the strange daytime would not come out, so only the breaking of this constraint could allow it. Ren Fei suddenly felt like he understood everything. No wonder my grandson Jimei was so eager to shift the focus this morning. This guy is really damn it. He understood the truth of the matter. However, Ren Fei did not rush to deal with it. No rush, after all, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving, this matter will be discussed tomorrow. But tonight, the other chosen ones can only rely on themselves. In the inn, only two people stood on the same side as Ren Fei. Shen Jishu and Gurna La. Ren Fei did not worry about these two. Shen Jishu had self-defense abilities while Gurna La lacked for no protection. As for the others, Ren Fei had no time to take care of them. The destined outcome cannot be changed, not even with money, perhaps that is the worry that cannot be solved by that 1%. Money can solve many problems. But life, aging, sickness, and death are beyond what money can solve. Ren Fei turned and returned to his room. In the corridor, the haunting screams of my grandson Jimei echoed. My grandson Jimei could never comprehend. He clearly just wanted to sleep peacefully, but why was he inexplicably beaten up? At this moment, in the rooms of the Chosen Ones. The Chosen Ones, hearing this heartbreaking scream, thought someone had died again, all of them scared, curled up on their beds and wrapped in their blankets. This is too terrifying. How many people must die tonight to make such a tragic scream? Will I open the door tomorrow to find I'm the only one left in the copy? A strange fear spread in the hearts of the Chosen Ones. For a moment, they all spontaneously shared the same thought. Chapter 36, Drowned Lion. Cruel. Truly too cruel. I don't know what method Ren Fei used, actually making the strange return to the room and beating my grandson Jimei from the bed. All I can say is, well done. Baka Yoru. Damn Huaxia people, this is outright revenge. In the real world. Seeing their own chosen one being trapped by Ren Fei, the islanders could not stay calm. But as soon as they opened their mouths, they were scolded back by netizens from various countries. Son of a bitch, did Ren Fei say anything wrong? He has a reason to snore, doesn't he know this affects other chosen ones' rest? I support Ren Fei, you know, I have never been so firmly supportive of someone as now. Ren Fei is right. That strange thing ran out of my grandson Jimei's room, just now it even bared its teeth at Ren Fei. If Ren Fei hadn't been smart to notice something was off, more people could have been killed. Island country, get the hell out, don't stick around like dog shit, even dogs say it's sticky. Baka. Is there no one in my island country? Seeing that netizens from various countries had suddenly aimed their guns at their own, the island nation's higher-ups turned darker and darker. Maybe these countries didn't want their chosen ones to be inexplicably harmed by my grandson Jimei, so this time they unexpectedly stood on the side of Huaxia. Damn Ren Fei. Damn Huaxia. We will definitely take this revenge. You all wait for me. At the Chiyu Inn. The tragic scream lasted for 2 hours, continuing until midnight. However, not long after the sounds in the corridor finally quieted down, new noises started to emerge. Bang 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 bang. Several door-opening sounds and knocking sounds rang out together. Chaos reigned. It was impossible to discern where the knock was coming from, it sounded like it was right outside the door, next door, or even farther away. In the room. The group of chosen ones, their nerves stretched to the limit, were about to go crazy. Enough is enough. Still coming? In the Ice and Fire Kingdom, the chosen one Leon huddled in bed, completely wrapped up like a dumpling. Listening to the knocking outside, he couldn't help but think of Alma's gruesome death earlier that day. It was an extremely pale half-face, while the other half was already a bloody mess, with innards exposed, and blood flooding the ground. The more he thought about those details, the more Leon felt a chilling numbness in his heart. He was a soldier in the Ice and Fire Kingdom, and he shouldn't be so afraid of corpses. But he didn't know why. The events of the day were like a seed of fear planted in his mind. Until now. That seed had truly begun to sprout. It won't happen. It won't happen. As long as I don't open the door, I won't die. Leon was now drenched in sweat. He had his entire head wrapped tightly in the blanket, daring not to expose even a little bit outside. Even if he couldn't breathe, he still didn't have the courage to lift the blanket, not even a tiny gap. Clatter. Huddled in the blanket shaking, a very faint sound interrupted his imagination. Leon didn't know what that sound was. He only felt that more and more things like water droplets were falling onto the blanket, and at the same time, an inexplicable chill enveloped him, making him feel the torment of being in both ice and fire. They are coming. They are coming. Leon opened the blanket in pure terror. But he found that at some point, the room had become like a pool. However, the liquid in the pool was not water, but bright red blood. Ugh! The stench made Leon's stomach churn. His tense mind made him unconsciously want to escape the room. At this moment, he not only threw all the rules out of his mind but also forgot that he had a life-saving talent. When he jumped out of bed with a splash, the swimming champion from the army was now flailing around like a drowning duck. Fear was like a drug, completely numbing his brain. It made him lose his ability to think. He even forgot the most basic knowledge of swimming. Gurgle gurgle. No! I can't die. I don't want to die. Leon stared wide-eyed. Blood rushed into his throat through his mouth and nose. Leon felt like something was blocking his throat, sticky, preventing him from making any sound. He struggled in the pool of blood for a long time. In the end, this swimming expert drowned in the water. Actually, if Leon could retain a hint of clarity and reason, he would have discovered that the water in the room was not deep enough to drown anyone, and the water level only reached his knees. On the second floor of the inn, in room 208. At this moment, Gerna was also curled up in the corner of her bed with a terrified expression. She sat up halfway, trembling all over. Just now, she had heard a sound coming from next door. In the hallway, a voice had been calling the name of the chosen one next door, and not long after, she heard the sound of a door opening. Then, all sounds suddenly fell silent. In the corner, Gerna fixed her gaze on the direction of the door, clearly aware that the chosen one next door was most likely gone, but strangely, no elimination sound had come. So, she felt both curious and hesitant to be certain. Almost forgot, even if the chosen one is eliminated, the others in the copy are unaware. Gerna clutched a jade pendant representing good luck tightly in front of her chest, extremely nervous. At this moment, how she wished the weirdness in the hallway wouldn't knock on the door. But life is so full of drama. The more afraid she was of something, the more fate arranged it for her. So, unsurprisingly, the knocking on the door still sounded. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The knocking sounded like a muffled thunder, heavily striking Gerna's heart, making her entire chest feel as if a massive object was pressing down on it. Breathing became incredibly difficult. I can't panic. I must not panic. Gernala still held on to a touch of clarity. She knew that some things were not brought to her by the bazaar, but were mere products of her own mind. In reality, often it is not the fear of the unknown that defeats you, but rather the heart that has long lost hope. Hope is a wondrous thing. It is weaker than strength and wisdom. It can also be very tiny. Sometimes so small that it is almost invisible. But once hope is in a person's heart, it instantly becomes stronger than strength and wisdom. It fills your whole heart and lights up your entire world. The room is safe, I must not panic. As long as I don't open the door, whatever is outside cannot harm me. Gernala pinched herself hard. The pain brought her back to a little bit of clarity. This time, will Lady Luck still stand by my side? Chapter 37, The Mouse is Out. Outside the door. Shoo! A pale, eerie figure, left with only one arm, raised its dry, tree-like limb, and sharp claws slowly dragged across the door, producing an ear-splitting, chilling sound. Come out. Child, come to me quickly. The eerie voice mimicked Gernala's relative, as if enchanted, piercing through the barriers of the door and crashing heavily into Gernala's heart. It was a strange feeling. Gernala could hardly control the urge to open the door. Because her mind told her. Standing outside the door was her family. Even though the rational part of her brain reminded her that this was a world of bizarre tales and her family could not possibly be here, she still couldn't help but want to believe. Is my family really out there? Are they coming to take me home? Tears streamed down Gernala's cheeks. During these days of participating in the Bazaar Challenge, she had been yearning deep inside to go home. She didn't want to participate in this damned rule-bound tale. She just wanted to quietly be with her family, to take good care of them. But from the day she was chosen by the world of Bazaar Tales, she knew she could not go back, she would never go back. Family. No. Those outside are not my family. How could my family possibly appear in such a place? Gernala suddenly snapped back to reality. She was startled and broke into a cold sweat. She realized. Somehow, she had already unknowingly stood behind the door, her hand reaching out and about to open it. No! I don't want to open it. Gernala quickly retreated, trembling slightly. I was seduced by the thing outside, almost. Gernala felt lingering fear. She was about to hide back under the bed. But at that moment, the seductive voice outside began to sound like a devil's whisper, step by step luring her toward the abyss. Are you doubting me, child? We are the closest people in this world. Trust me, I will take you away from here, forever away from here. Outside the door. The seductive voice entered her ears. Gernala's heart began to struggle again. The lone reason of rationality desperately tried to stop her movements, but she still half believed and reached out, ready to open the door. Damn it! What am I doing? Am I crazy? Stop. What to do? My body seems no longer mine, it has its own ideas. The movement wouldn't stop. Gernala was terrified beyond measure. She was painfully aware that this was the eerie means at play. Yet, she was powerless to resist. Please, Lady Luck, I beg you, favor me once more. Gernala closed her eyes. In this critical moment, she could only pray for a miracle to happen again. Whether or not Lady Luck truly heard her heart's voice, the next moment, the knocking sound from outside the door inexplicably ceased. No, is it over? Gernala was both surprised and delighted. She had no idea what was happening outside the door. She also did not have the courage to open the door and check. Not long after. The originally locked door was easily opened by someone. A shadow entered the room. Looking at the shadow that entered the room, Gernala suddenly couldn't help but cry out in pain, because in this situation, she knew she would undoubtedly die. However, before her emotions could collapse, a hand had already wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Gernala was stunned. The shadow then revealed half of its face, smiling and comforting her. It's okay now, child, don't be afraid, I am always here. Fan, Mother Fan. Upon seeing the shadow's face, Gernala had no more defenses and hugged it tightly, crying loudly. In the room of Chosen One Joseph from the land of the setting sun. Mother Fan had also solved the danger in the corridor outside for Joseph. However, when Mother Fan entered the room wanting to comfort Joseph, he suddenly cursed at her viciously. Rule 7. If you suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and find a ghostly shadow standing by your bed, please immediately curse loudly, using the most vicious words to drive it away. Rule 10. Absolutely believe in Mother Fan. Although Rule 10 said to absolutely believe in Mother Fan, Joseph always felt that this rule was wrong. His reasoning was very simple. If Mother Fan was truly a good person, then how could she let them stay in such a dangerous room, knowing the Chosen Ones were living next to the eerie? Also, perhaps all the noises in the corridor were all staged by Mother Fan herself. After scolding Mother Fan, Joseph clearly saw tears and disappointment flash across her face, but Joseph did not care. Because after driving Mother Fan away, nothing else happened. In the real world. Is your brain broken? No way, Mother Fan saved Joseph, why doesn't he appreciate it? Last night and tonight, it should have been Mother Fan who saved people. Looking at it this way, she is a good person. What the hell is Joseph doing? Does he really think he can handle the eerie outside by himself? Brothers, I found a problem. What? Don't you notice, Mother Fan has been guarding outside Gernara's room for 2 nights, and last night she was the one who covered Ren Fei with a quilt, right? There's no problem with that, it might just be a coincidence. How can there be so many coincidences? I feel that Mother Fan is specifically protecting Ren Fei and Gernara, and this may be related to the gifts they gave to Mother Fan. Whoa! If that's true, then Gernara has really hit the jackpot. Trading a pair of high heels for Mother Fan's special protection, passing the level is hopeful. Whispering in. Morning. Ren Fei was the first to wake up again. There's no other reason, simply because he was awakened by the mouse in the room. Waking up, Ren Fei felt depressed. In the room, inexplicably, there were more than a dozen holes after a night, which made the not-so-affluent room even worse. Did this little mouse intentionally take revenge because I picked up its gold coins, or does it really think of this place as home? Staring at the holes in the floor, Ren Fei felt a headache. But the mouse seemed to not be home at the moment. Not home? Hee hee, then don't blame me. Ren Fei rubbed his chin, suddenly grinning with a mischievous smile. He crouched down and, using his eerie ability, looked into the holes, only to find that the interconnecting mouse holes were actually filled with a large pile of wild gold coins. Wow! This is not a mouse, it's simply a treasure mouse. Seeing those wild gold coins, Ren Fei's eyes sparkled. After all, they were all wild, might as well take them. I wonder where these gold coins came from. Is it possible that my memory is wrong, and this dungeon actually has hidden wealth? Is it for sale? Wild gold coins, worth 200,000, is it for sale? Wild gold coins, worth 200,000. Sell. 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 Money. 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 Ren Fei sold without hesitation. Hearing the continuous sound of money arriving, like heavenly music in his ears, Ren Fei couldn't help but smile. All gold coins sold successfully, personal account balance, 12.8 billion. Great job, little mouse, these gold coins add up to over 6,000, totaling 1.2 billion received. Staring at the enormous amount of 128 billion in his account, Ren Fei couldn't stop grinning. This must be what they call a windfall, right? He really ought to thank the little mouse. Feeling great, Ren Fei went to the first floor and ordered 2 breakfasts. He ate one himself and saved the other for the little mouse. After all, the little mouse contributed everything it had, treating it to a meal is not too much, right? Placing the food in front of the mouse hole, Ren Fei didn't bother with it anymore and casually picked up the second part of the copy rules that appeared on the table. Rule 11, the Whisperin only has a first and second floor, and there are only 44 guest rooms on the second floor. If you find an extra room, please stay away immediately. Rule 12, some people are already dead, do not believe they are still alive. Rule 13, the space in the inn may have twisted to some extent, do not completely trust everything before your eyes. Rule 14, the night here is their active time, please stay well inside your room and refrain from leaving at all costs. Rule 15, when the inn begins to chaos, the room is no longer safe. Rule 16, if you feel the room is unsafe, you may immediately hide in room 245. Rule 17, under certain circumstances, Mama Fan may offer some help, but do not rely on her entirely. Rule 18, they will not come back. Rule 19, the door of the inn will not be open at night, if you want to leave, do not attempt it at night. Rule 20, when everything ends, the snack street will also cease to exist. Rule 21, remember, keep in mind, you are not one of them. After reading the rules, Ren Fei crumpled it up and threw it into his mouth. At this moment, a busy returner appeared before Ren Fei's eyes. Ren Fei smiled. But the mouse that had just returned was crying. The sky has fallen. Who stole its home while it was out? Not a single gold coin was left. Is this something a person would do? Squeak squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. In the hole. The mouse was so anxious it was going around in circles, ready to curse. After checking all the holes, finding there truly was not a single coin left, it got angry, poked its head out, and lambasted Ren Fei. Squeak squeak. Squeak 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 squeak. After scolding, it seemed not yet satisfied. It drilled out of the hole, stood upright with its hands on its hips, and launched another round of complaints. Seeing the mouse in such a furious state made Ren Fei chuckle. Although he couldn't understand what the mouse was cursing, it must have sounded pretty terrible. But Ren Fei didn't refute. After all, he was the one who benefited first. He couldn't take advantage and act innocent. As the mouse's anger gradually faded, Ren Fei carefully looked at this very expressive little mouse before him. A golden yellow mouse, what kind of breed is this? Ren Fei expressed he had never seen before. The most powerful mouse he had seen besides Mickey was just a mouse named Air. As for golden mice, he had never heard of it at all. As Ren Fei stared at the mouse in confusion, the mouse, tired of scolding, surprisingly lost its fear of humans, turned around, and transformed grief into appetite, eagerly biting into the bun. It was picky, only eating the skin, not the filling. After finishing the bun skin, it even daintily sipped on the plain porridge. Satisfied, it seemed still not appeased, it circled around Ren Fei's feet a few times and finally, under Ren Fei's shocked gaze, spat out several gold coins from its mouth. After spitting out the gold coins, it retreated back into the hole, leaving Ren Fei in a daze. Ren Fei picked up the gold coins at his feet. Doubt, is this, for me? How thoughtful, it even knows to give money. Ren Fei became more and more curious about this mouse. He always felt that this mouse had some connection with him, otherwise, why would it only dig holes in his room and not anyone else's? After collecting the food tray, Ren Fei placed it outside the door. Turning around, he happened to see my grandson Jimei coming out of the room. My grandson Jimei had dark circles under his eyes. Just looking at him, Ren Fei frowned directly. And when Jimei saw Ren Fei standing menacingly at the door, he almost scared himself to death and ran downstairs in a panic. On the first floor of the inn. At this moment, there were several chosen ones at the front desk on the first floor ordering food. A few chosen ones, seeing Jimei walking down, instantly showed expressions of horror and fear on their faces. Stared at like a monster, Jimei angrily shouted, "What the hell? What do you mean by looking at me like this?" Seeing that Jimei was clueless, a kind chosen one reminded him, You behind you. What's wrong behind me? Jimei turned around to take a look but found nothing. But that chosen one still looked at him with a terrified expression. Aren't you feeling anything wrong with your body? I just feel tired, even after a nap, I'm still tired. What's the problem? Maybe you should go look in the mirror. What the hell? Are you trying to mess with me? Jimei thought it was some sort of twisted joke, so he ignored them and turned to order food. However, several chosen ones instinctively kept their distance from him. Jimei felt it was strange and looked back behind him again, confirming that there was no problem, and became even more certain that these people were trying to prank him. As several chosen ones prepared to distance themselves from Jimei, Kai and Joseph came downstairs with a group of people. Ren Fei, Shinji-su, and Guernala followed behind. As the group arrived on the first floor, they almost instinctively kept their distance from Jimei. Kai, why are you guys? Jimei was extremely frustrated and immediately wanted to ask Kai for clarification. But seeing Jimei approach, Kai looked horrified and kept backing away, shouting, "Stop, stop, stop. Don't come closer. What's wrong? What's going on? Aren't we allies? We used to be, but now. There's nothing behind me. Why are you all making faces like you've seen a ghost?" That. Seeing Jimei completely confused, Guernala couldn't help but suggest, is it possible that there really is a ghost behind you right now? Chapter 39, Stay away from them. Ghost? Jimei was panicking inside but still pretended to be calm and looked at everyone. What a joke, you must be messing with me, right? Messing with you? Shinji-su scoffed, what for? Because you're old or because you don't bathe? Grandson, they're telling the truth. Joseph's two brows were furrowed like worms. Beside them, Kai nervously stared at the ghost behind Jimei, looked for a moment, and said, "Wait, isn't that the tiny country chosen one, Dark, who disappeared into the darkness at first? It's him. He's back. He's back." Thanks to Kai's reminder, all the chosen ones remembered. At this moment, Dark was floating in the air, gripping Jimei's shoulders tightly, his face pale as paper, his hollow eyes no longer focused, his whole body devoid of any living energy. What's going on? Joseph stared at Dark in terror, his voice trembling. Wasn't this guy dead? How could he suddenly appear here? Don't panic, it should be due to breaking the rules. This was Kai's conclusion after careful thought. Only now did he understand the reminder of Rule 9. Yesterday, many people went to the snack street, but unfortunately, only Jimei didn't come back alone. No wonder Jimei looked weird yesterday. It turns out we are entangled with some dirty things. So what should we do now? Just leave it be? This matter has nothing to do with us. It's my grandson Jimei's own trouble, he should solve it himself. That's right. His life is his own, and our lives are our own. Several chosen ones looked at each other with fear in their eyes. They didn't want to take risks and provoke the dark forces behind my grandson Jimei. Clatter. While everyone was discussing, the mirror in my grandson Jimei's hand fell to the ground. The sudden sound startled everyone. By the time everyone focused their eyes, my grandson Jimei's face had already lost all color. Clearly, he had used the mirror to see the true form of the darkness behind him. Kai, our island nation is the most loyal dog of your beautiful country, we are allies. You can't leave me alone. My grandson Jimei, almost scared to death, immediately knelt before Kai. His movement was so practiced. At this moment, my grandson Jimei was terrified, no longer caring about face, only wishing to survive. Jimei's sudden action shocked Kai, and he frowned slightly. But before Kai could speak, the dark force behind Jimei spoke first. The dark force firmly gripped my grandson Jimei's face and showed a strange yet natural expression to everyone, saying, "You might not believe me, but I've discovered the real way to pass." What nonsense are you talking? Aren't you already dead? After the dark force spoke, Olma from the Eagle Nation immediately retorted. The dark force revealed a strange smile and said, "Who said I was dead? Haven't I been living just fine?" Impossible. You must be dead. Leon from the Icefire Nation said. At this moment, Joseph couldn't hold back any longer. That's right. We saw you vanish into the darkness. If you're not dead, how did you survive? Yes, how can you prove what you said is true? All the chosen ones stared intensely at the dark force. Suddenly, the whole lobby on the first floor turned lively. He. But amidst this liveliness, Ren Fei remained absolutely clear-headed. What originally was a simple matter is becoming complicated. Ren Fei counted the chosen ones present. There were exactly 22, all in order, the same number as when they had just arrived. If I remember correctly, some people have already died in these 2 nights. So how could the number of people here remain complete? Rule 12, some people are already dead, do not believe they are still alive. Scatter wealth. Ren Fei's mouth curved slightly. A snap of the fingers echoed throughout the entire first floor. In an instant, all the chosen ones seemed to be injected with a clear awareness, their brains suddenly becoming exceptionally clear. After regaining clarity, the chosen ones looked at the people around them with the same gaze. At this moment, they were horrified to find that the number of people in the crowd had inexplicably changed. Moreover, they couldn't understand. Dark Force, Oma, Leon, these people had already been confirmed dead, so why was it that no one doubted when they spoke? It was as if they were truly still alive. What is going on? Damn. It seems our perception was influenced just now. Quick! Stay away from them. The chosen ones realized this and immediately distanced themselves from those they believed were dead. In the crowd, Kai glanced at Ren Fei with a complex expression. Kai understood that if it weren't for Ren Fei, probably everyone would have fallen into confusion just now. What just happened? So strange. Olmo was clearly standing right next to me, but I didn't even notice anything wrong. Guna nervously patted his heart and actively protected Ren Fei in front of him. Only standing with Ren Fei could he feel a moment of peace. Shin Jishu frowned slightly, according to the reminder in the rules. I have been very careful, but I didn't expect to unknowingly fall into the trap. Ren Fei, thanks this time. As Shin Jishu finished speaking, he saw Ren Fei's face was serious. Shin Jishu was about to ask what was going on. The next moment. Fixing his gaze on the tightly shut front door of the inn, Ren Fei slowly uttered 3 words. Something's wrong. Rule 19, the inn's door will not be open at night, do not attempt to leave at night. Ren Fei thought of something and was about to warn everyone. Suddenly, sounds of doors opening came from the second floor. At the same time, the lights of the entire inn suddenly went dark, and a chilling wind rushed in from all directions. What's happening? What's going on? In the first floor hall. The sudden change left all the chosen ones at a loss. In the darkness, a faint light illuminated Ren Fei's figure, and he shouted to everyone, the space we are in has changed, everything in front of us is an illusion. Hurry up, it's not daytime now. Rule 13, the inn's space may have twisted to some extent, do not fully trust what you see. What? The chosen ones, including Kai, were suddenly shocked. Ren Fei didn't give them time to think and turned to run up to the second floor. Damn it! What on earth is happening? The chosen ones' minds were still a bit confused, but driven by instinct, they followed closely behind Ren Fei, rushing towards the second floor of the inn. Chapter 40, Revealing Talent. Shin Jishu and Gerlin reacted the quickest, both unconditionally trusted Ren Fei and closely followed him. This is too unreasonable. Wasn't it just morning? How did it suddenly become night? Gerlin complained while running. After calmly thinking, Shin Jishu asked Ren Fei, should we go back to the room? This journey may not be smooth, and the room may not be completely safe. Saying this, Shin Jishu prepared to use his talent to lead the way for everyone. But Ren Fei stopped him. After all, Ren Fei knew that his talent would decrease with each use. Don't do anything, just stick close to me. Ren Fei turned back to remind Shin Jishu and Gerlin, then continued to lead the way. Soon, Ren Fei reached the second floor of the inn. However, his steps did not stop, he continued running upward. Strange, isn't the inn only 2 stories high? When did a third floor appear? Gerlin was puzzled by the suddenly appearing stairs. Ren Fei, aren't we going back to the room? No. I never said we were going back to the room, Ren Fei replied. At this moment, Kai and the others had also reached the second floor of the inn. Watching Ren Fei continue to run up, they chose not to follow this time. Is Ren Fei crazy? The inn only has 2 floors, who would dare to go up to the suddenly appearing third floor? Idiot. He better die on the third floor. Kai, should we keep going up? The rules didn't mention a third floor, perhaps it would be safer to stay on the second floor. Surrounding them, the chosen ones handed the decision to Kai. Kai lowered his head and thought. In fact, compared to others not understanding, he more willingly trusted Ren Fei's choice. But with so many people watching him now, he didn't want to admit he was inferior to Ren Fei. Continuing to follow behind Ren Fei, he might pass the test, but he would always be overshadowed by Ren Fei, and that was definitely not what the higher-ups wanted to see. So, after a little thought, Kai said to everyone, return to your own rooms, nothing happened the last 2 nights. I believe tonight will be fine too as long as we get through tonight, we can pass tomorrow. Really? That's wonderful. Kai's words excited everyone like they had been injected with adrenaline. However, looking at the pitch-black corridor, Joseph anxiously asked, Kai, the weirdness must be out on the whole second floor. How do we get back? Break through. Saying this, Kai took the lead and charged into the dark corridor. Seeing Kai charge in without fear of death, Joseph and the others steeled their hearts and quickly followed him. But after a while, they discovered a problem. Just a few steps out, Kai suddenly disappeared. Joseph frowned, thinking Kai must have encountered something strange. However, at that moment, someone reminded him. Kai's room is 202, just at the stairs. Joseph? Joseph was dumbfounded. He suddenly remembered that he had been following Kai for 2 days and had actually forgotten to ask him which room he was in. If he had known the room was so close, he wouldn't have rushed in after him. He might as well have gone up to the 3rd floor with Ren Fei. Joseph immediately deflated. His room was 235, trying to sneak back in the dark was like dreaming. But Kai did remind him. Who said the chosen one could only go back to their own room? Isn't going straight to someone else's room sweet? Thinking of this, Joseph began to feel his way along the wall. He remembered clearly that during the day, the chosen ones didn't lock their doors when they went out, so as long as he could get in, no matter which room it was, he could make use of it. Effort pays off for those who try. Finally, in the darkness, Joseph found a large door. Without hesitation, he immediately entered the room and locked it behind him. In the hallway, the others, rushing forward blindly, finally sensed something was wrong. Why had their leader Kai and Joseph disappeared without a trace? They didn't hear their screams either? Wait. I think I understand. In the hallway, my grandson Jime suddenly figured it out. They must have hidden back in their rooms, otherwise, how could they vanish into thin air? Hee, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. My grandson Jime suddenly laughed wildly. He casually pushed open the nearest door and immediately tried to dive in. In the darkness, he was suddenly called out, "Wait, you can't go into this room. Who are you to compete with me?" My grandson Jime didn't listen and directly dove into the room. Seeing his attempt to block fail, the somewhat night vision gifted chosen one was shocked. My god, this really is a werewolf. He even dares to go into a strange room. Amen, may you rest in peace. After saying this chosen one also entered the room next door. At the moment the door was heavily shut, a bone-chilling gust of wind suddenly struck in the hallway. A series of wailing sounds came, and then several chosen ones who hadn't entered the room all let out a scream. On the 3rd floor of the inn, Ren Fei stood in the hallway with Shin Jishu and Gernara. Gernara was somewhat surprised and said, how can the layout here be exactly the same as the 2nd floor? Even though this is the 3rd floor, all the rooms here are actually from the 2nd floor. What's going on? Shin Jishu asked. Ren Fei explained, the inn only has a 2nd floor, but who says the space we are in now isn't the 2nd floor? After the space twisted, this became the real 2nd floor, and it is definitely safe. Wow! Ren Fei, you are so amazing. Hearing Ren Fei's words, Gernara sincerely expressed admiration and asked, but how did you know all this? Just good luck. Ren Fei wouldn't say that this was a result of risking his life in a previous life. Really just luck? Gernara curiously circled Ren Fei and confidently said, Ren Fei, I feel like you must be hiding some unknown secret, perhaps you can foresee information about the instances in advance. Ahem. Before Gernara could finish, Shin Jishu interrupted her. No matter if Ren Fei truly had secrets, letting Gernara continue was definitely not a good thing. Shin Jishu looked at the self-assured Ren Fei and asked, what should we do next? Go to room 245. Room 245? Shin Jishu said, I observed that the inn's 2nd floor doesn't even have a room with that number. Do you remember what I told you yesterday? You mean? That's right, the room 245 will only appear when space warps, so, it's now. Watching the confidence on Ren Fei's face, Shin Jishu looked strange. Ren Fei, I think Gernara is right. You're so familiar with this dungeon. You must have drawn an amazing talent. Exactly. I drew a 3S level talent. Shin Jishu was stunned. He just wanted to tease a little, he didn't expect Ren Fei to suddenly expose himself like that. Gernara was also stunned. She covered her mouth tightly, showing a shocked expression. I'm not hiding it from you guys. My talent is the 3S level Heart of Gratitude. This talent can help me foresee some information in dungeons, that's why I can know so much in advance. Ren Fei spoke his lies without flushing or skipping a heartbeat. He looked as if he didn't care whether you believed it or not. And if nothing unexpected happens, after the next dungeon ends, Ren Fei's talent will be revealed by the world of horror stories. Rather than waiting for that, he might as well reveal it in advance. Anyway, the talent is indeed that talent. As for the effect, 3S level talents have rarely been drawn by any country, so isn't it just a matter of making up stories? PS, comments, urge for updates, reviews, one-click triple connection. Chapter 41, 3S level talent? Recorded in history. Ren Fei drew the 3S level talent Heart of Gratitude? Quick, record this talent and its effects. This is the first 3S level talent drawn by all of humanity. This is definitely a milestone for humanity, worthy of entering the history of horror stories. In the real world, Ren Fei exposing his talent made all the high-level officials from various countries go wild. These officials had mixed feelings. Among them, the happiest was, of course, Huaxia. At this moment, in the conference room, the leaders of Huaxia looked at the live broadcast screen, already teary-eyed. This is the first true 3S level talent in human history since the emergence of the rule horror stories. So excited. I am just so excited. Ren Fei really didn't let us down. I knew when he easily passed the first dungeon that his talent would not be simple. That's a 3S level talent, the first drawn by humanity. This glory belongs to Huaxia. Now I understand why Ren Fei needed money. It must be that his talent requires spending to foresee dungeon information. Thinking this way makes sense. Other countries can only watch their chosen ones, but we are different. Because of the peculiarity of Ren Fei's talent, we can actively participate and be his strongest support in horror dungeons. Exactly. No matter what, we can't let our own child go hungry. Ren Fei is now a hero of Huaxia, we must spend money to pave the way for him. During the discussion, Huaxia's leaders had already prepared a huge sum of money for Ren Fei. Since they knew Ren Fei's talent required money, Huaxia certainly couldn't fall behind in this regard. Just as the leaders were thinking whether to send money to Ren Fei now, someone pushed the door and entered the conference room. Leaders, we just received a confidential document from Gaul. As the document was opened, the leaders' faces turned dark with anger. I couldn't believe that Qin Jishu's parents were the mysterious figures who had been secretly transporting materials into the country all these years. They donated a large amount of supplies during the natural disasters in Huaxia. Though they are far overseas, they are still citizens who love our Huaxia. Gaul not only confined them but even confiscated all their assets. This is just to make Qin Jishu submit to them. How despicable. Isn't Gaul afraid of the consequences of its actions? Immediately send someone to Gaul. No matter what, we must safely bring them back. At this time, learning that Ren Fei had drawn the 3S level talent, countries including the island nation, pickled cabbage country, and the beautiful country within NATO all appeared to be unhappy. All along, NATO, led by the beautiful country, had been quite fearful of the far eastern Huaxia. The creativity of Huaxia is simply terrifying, completing in just a few decades what Western countries took hundreds of years to achieve. Huaxia has leaped into the ranks of the world's strong countries. Now, aside from the beautiful country's ability to barely compete with Huaxia, other countries simply do not stand a chance. If Huaxia continues to develop and grow, perhaps the entire world will be determined by Huaxia. Whispers in. Third floor. In front of room 245. Rule 11, Whispers in only has a first and second floor, and there are only 44 guest rooms on the second floor. If you find an extra room, please stay away immediately. Looking at room 245, which is so close, its position is right next to Ren Fei's room. Originally, Ren Fei's room 244 was the last one, but now it has become the second to last. I remember that the last room on the second floor is 244, so why is there an extra one now? Gu Erna was in disbelief. Qin Jishu touched his nose and said, "This is the world of ghost stories, you can't think with common sense. The dead can come back to life, what is an extra room?" "That's true," Gu Erna hesitantly asked, "but do we really have to go in?" "Go! We're going into room 245. Qin Jishu and Gu Erna were still hesitating. However, Ren Fei directly pushed the door and walked in. The door isn't even locked. What is this room for? Seeing this, Gu Erna also followed in. Entering room 245. Qin Jishu and Gu Erna were both stunned, staring at the soul-calling array drawn on the floor with black dog blood, and the eerie layout of the entire room, which was exactly the same as the scene they had seen in the earlier painting. Wait a minute. Gu Erna's expression turned fearful. Is this place used for summoning souls? You could say that, Ren Fei replied, but obviously, this method doesn't work. Phew. Then, that's good. Gu Erna let out a huge sigh of relief and suddenly realized, does that mean Mama Fan has been doing the impossible all along? I guess so. Ren Fei's gaze swept over the offerings on the altar, where he found 2 slips of paper. What is this? Qin Jishu and Gu Erna curiously leaned over. Ren Fei did not hide anything and unfolded the notes. An earthquake took all my children away, my children, poor children. If I hadn't gone to another city that day, I could have stayed with you. It was my fault for returning late. Why don't you come to my dreams and see me? Are you all blaming me? The orphanage is gone, the children are gone, it feels like all my spirit and energy have been drawn away, losing all hope for life, like a living dead. The only thought I have while living is to see you once more. Someone told me that as long as I use the method of summoning souls, I can see you again. At that moment, I was so happy, even though it sounded unreliable. I reached an agreement with it, I would manage an inn and in return, it would regain its freedom. Though I sacrificed my freedom from then on, I have no regrets about this decision. After managing Whispers Inn, miraculously, my body stopped aging. Within the inn, normal people occasionally rented rooms, but strangely, after staying one night, they would either go mad or disappear. There would also often be strange creatures mixed in with the guests. This inn no longer receives normal people. After reading the first slip of paper, Shinjishu and Guerna both fell silent. This could explain why there was a room 245 and the existence of the soul-calling ceremony. Mama Fan did all this, sacrificing her freedom, just to see those children again? Guerna's eyes couldn't help but turn moist. Oh my god, what kind of obsession can support her to stay in this ghostly place? Chapter 42, Rat Fortune. Sigh. Shinjishu opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, he just sighed. This is her choice, her guilt is already written between the lines. He stabilized his emotions. The two of them continued to focus on the second note in Ren Fei's hand. I'm back. It didn't lie to me, I waited for you for 20 years, and you really came back. My children, this time I will not leave you again. No. They are not you, my children, where are you? You are lying to me. You are all lying to me. The soul summoning ritual simply cannot bring you back. There is no time left. Without the support of faith, I will soon be completely assimilated by the inn. The purpose of this inn's existence is to wait, and now it has lost its only function. I can't leave here anymore. If given the chance, I hope those who live to leave can truly cherish this world outside. Children, I'm so sorry. The content on the second note was not much and looked like it was newly written. Shinjishu said, originally, Mama Fan regarded us as those children from the orphanage at first. Gulnala said, no wonder she always appeared just in time to protect me, it turns out she was waiting for those children here for 20 years, how sad. You too, now is not the time for sentimentality. Ren Fei put away the two notes. Gulnala asked, what do you mean? Ren Fei said, today is our last night in the inn, and on this day, Mama Fan will be completely assimilated, so before that, she must do something. You mean? Shinjishu frowned, the whole inn will be chaotic tonight? No. Ren Fei shook his head and said, it's not simply chaos. Ah, why can't I understand? Gulnala felt confused. Ren Fei explained, simply put, in this final time, she wants to cleanse all the strange things in the inn and send us out. This. Gulnala took the note from Ren Fei and examined it carefully, puzzled, is this also information revealed on the note? But it doesn't say anything about this. This is not the information on the note, but information I foresaw with my gift. Ren Fei said, so, tonight we also have to do something, because Mama Fan can't do it all alone. Ren Fei, you say, what should we do? Shinjishu almost started cracking her knuckles without thinking. Gulnala, although afraid, still gathered her courage and said, well, I may not be able to help much, but I don't want to be left behind, the goddess of luck will surely favor me. Ha ha. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Ren Fei looked relaxed, don't be so nervous, with me around, it will be easy. After saying that, Ren Fei prepared to take the two back downstairs. But at that moment, the completely golden mouse appeared in the room, it jumped up from the altar, leaped onto Ren Fei's shoulder, and then crawled down to Ren Fei's hand. Ren Fei opened his palm, letting it crawl there. The next moment, several gold coins were spat into Ren Fei's palm. Wow! What a cute little mouse! Seeing the mouse, Gulnala wasn't scared, instead, she wanted to reach out to touch it, but it dodged her. Gulnala was somewhat surprised, where did this mouse come from? So lively, and it's golden, this is so magical. This is... Beside her, Shinjishu wore a look of astonishment, it can spit out gold coins, could this be a treasure-spitting mouse? What's a treasure-spitting mouse? Gulnala asked. Shinjishu explained, that is a symbol of wealth in the hands of the god of wealth in mythology, it is said to be able to spit out precious pearls, which represent riches. Have you seen one? Ren Fei asked in confusion. Shinjishu said, not really, after all, this is just something in mythology, but my family has always worshipped several statues of the god of wealth, and they basically all have treasure-spitting mice in their hands. I see. Ren Fei suddenly understood, which was something he really didn't know. Shinjishu stared at the mouse in Ren Fei's hand and hesitated, but it seems a little different, I don't know if the one in your hand is. No matter what it is, let's just call it Mouse Fortune from now on. Ren Fei's voice fell. The treasure mouse? Shinjishu? The treasure mouse and Shinjishu both froze for a moment. Shinjishu said, isn't that a bit too casual? Besides, this thing can't be taken out, so naming it seems pointless. It's fine, I like it. Okay, as long as you're happy. Shinjishu stopped talking. Squeak squeak squeak. The treasure mouse protested. Ren Fei laughed and said, Mouse Fortune, your protest is ineffective. Mouse Fortune. On the side, Gulnala carefully savored this name, she didn't understand what fortune meant in China, but felt the name was high-end and classy. So, she couldn't help but praise, what a wonderful name, it sounds quite wealthy. Mouse Fortune. Mouse Fortune, squeak squeak squeak. Thank you so much. Looking at the treasure mouse in his hand, Ren Fei subtly smiled. At the moment he saw the treasure mouse, Ren Fei had already confirmed one thing: the appearance of the treasure mouse might really be related to him. Perhaps, this little thing is one of the powers of the god of wealth. However, even in his previous life, Ren Fei had never heard of divine powers appearing by themselves in dungeons. Normally, to obtain divine powers, one had to undergo the trials of the divine ladder first. As for the current situation, Ren Fei was not clear. But he guessed it shouldn't be a bad thing. This actually saves some trouble. I wonder what specific use Mouse Fortune has. Ren Fei thought secretly, forget it, let Mouse Fortune find some more gold coins for now. After all, items in the inn can't sell for much, and only gold coins still have some value. Mouse Fortune, go find more gold coins in the dungeon, I have a use for them. Come back to me first thing in the morning. Ren Fei immediately gave Mouse Fortune a command. Shen Jishu and Golnala both stared in shock. Shen Jishu felt like she had just gone through a storm in her head. When did a mouse start to understand human speech? Am I too confused, or is this world too crazy? Golnala also frowned in confusion. Ren Fei, how can a mouse find you gold coins? That's impossible. Just as Golnala finished speaking, in the next second, Mouse Fortune gave her a hard slap in the face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Then, Mouse Fortune cleverly raised its head a few times in response, and then jumped down from Ren Fei's hand, quickly darting out of the room. Shen Jishu and Golnala were stunned again. The two looked at each other. P.S. Thank you to the friends who support and like the author. The author feels truly grateful to receive your affection. Chapter 43, Famous Generals of the Three Kingdoms. Ren Fei actually named a mouse Mouse Fortune. Ha ha, it's really making me laugh. Not to mention, this might actually be a treasure mouse. Such a human-like Mouse Fortune, I love it directly, okay? By the way, are Ren Fei and the others planning to go back to the second floor? It's not safe to go there now. So many chosen ones sacrificed just now, why was there no elimination prompt? No, this dungeon didn't have any elimination prompts from the start. Bro, look. How come all those chosen ones are alive again? Damn. They have resurrected. In reality, a group of netizens couldn't help but exclaim. On the second floor of the inn. At this moment, the noisy hallway quickly returned to silence. As if everything that just happened never occurred. However, this silence, under the terrifying atmosphere as dark as ink, leaked a strange sense of eeriness. Kai, Joseph, my grandson Jime, and Leo were hiding in their respective rooms. At this moment, there were only 4 living people left on the entire second floor. Hearing the sudden silence in the hallway, Kai's expression became serious. When he got his hands on Mama Fan's diary, he learned through his talent that Mama Fan was the key to his success. However, he hadn't figured out what to do specifically when the anomaly occurred first. Fuck. Right now, I have no idea about the situation in the hallway, listening to the sounds. Just now, many people should have died in the corridor. Did I make a wrong decision? Kai began to doubt his choice. Although he safely returned to his room, the deaths of those people outside were also on him. Maybe I really thought wrong. Hiding in the room doesn't guarantee safety. Now those monsters were right outside the door, and Kai didn't have the courage to fight them. In the room, the only thing he could rely on was the seemingly flimsy door. Once that door was breached by those monsters, he would become a sitting duck. Damn it! It's useless to think of these things now. If the room is no longer safe, I must follow the rules and look for room 245. What he said was true. But Kai also knew well that if those monsters broke in, whether he would even have the chance to find room 245 was a big question. Rule 14, the night here is their active time. Please stay in your room. Under no circumstances should you leave your room. Rule 15, when the inn begins to chaos, the room is no longer safe. Rule 16, if you feel the room is unsafe, you can immediately hide in room 245. Recalling the contradictions in the rules, Kai's palms were already covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how long he had been in the room. The silent corridor once again made a sound. Listening to the noise outside, Kai thought for a long time and finally summoned his courage to open the door a crack. Instantly, a chill wind swept in. At the same time, Kai could vaguely see the situation in the corridor. In the corridor, a faint light flickered continuously. It was the glow of an old kerosene lamp. Despite the howling wind, that lamp remained lit. It seems to be Mama Fan. Kai vaguely saw Mama Fan facing those monsters alone. The monsters' piercing voices came from not far away. Don't think just because you are the administrator of the Whispering Inn that you can deal with us. This inn hasn't seen a living person in a long time. We cannot miss this opportunity. Don't you want to wait for them? You know full well they are not who they say they are. Why are you doing this? We have always kept to our own business. The monsters in the corridor questioned Mama Fan. But Mama Fan remained silent. Perhaps she already knew this waiting was destined to be a mistake, it was just a lie she made to lessen her guilt. In fact, her wish was simple, she just wanted to see the children one more time. But after 20 years of perseverance, it was all for nothing. Sigh. In the corridor, only Mama Fan's deep sigh echoed. The next second, the corridor fell into chaos again. What a good opportunity. Seeing Mama Fan temporarily blocking those monsters for him, Kai hesitated not a moment. As soon as the door opened, he dashed towards the stairs with all his speed. The reason he didn't search for room 245 on the second floor was that Kai had analyzed that the probability of finding room 245 on the second floor was low. He had a gut feeling. The third floor should be the correct choice. As Kai shot out, rushing toward the corridor, he heard the sounds of doors opening from different rooms on either side. When he looked back, dozens of chosen ones had appeared behind him. Kai, where are you going? Don't leave us behind. The chosen ones pleaded almost desperately. Huh? Looking at the dozen people behind him, Kai furrowed his brow. He felt something was off. But this feeling was quickly suppressed, as the people behind him were clearly living people. Rule 17, in some cases, Mama Fan may offer some help, but do not rely entirely on her. Mama Fan can only hold them off for a while, before that, I must find room 245. Kai looked back at the crowd behind him and muttered to himself, I didn't expect there to be so many surviving chosen ones. It's a pity Joseph is not among them. Kai couldn't be sure whether Joseph had met with an accident or not. After all, he was the first to run back to the room. He didn't know the specific situation in the corridor. Kai had just left with the others. In the next moment, Ren Fei and the others appeared on the second floor. Seeing Mama Fan struggling with those strange beings, Shinjishu raised his hand and pulled out a paper figure from the void, using it without even looking. Swish! In the corridor, a white light suddenly appeared. The white light was dazzling, almost blinding everyone's eyes. In an instant, whether it was the strange beings or Ren Fei and Gulnara, they were all attracted by the white light. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure in armor, holding a pear blossom axe, appeared in front of everyone. However, when this figure appeared, Ren Fei was taken aback. Damn! It's actually him! Ren Fei was shocked at that moment. Is this Shinjishu's talent? Gulnara asked curiously, who is this? Are they strong? Whether they're strong is hard to say, but this person is a famous general from the Three Kingdoms. Wow! From the way you speak, this must be a powerful character. Gulnara looked at Shinjishu with admiration. At this moment, one of the strange beings asked sincerely, who are you? Oh no, it really asked the point. Ren Fei covered his face. Sure enough. Under everyone's gaze, Shinjishu stepped forward 2 steps and shouted out that classic line. Speak my name, and I'll startle you. I am the general of Lingling, Xing Daorong. Chapter 44, everyone doubts him, but he is the one who fights the hardest. It's actually Xing Daorong, how is it this guy? Although we know Shinjishu's talent is to summon drama, but this is too unlucky, he actually summoned this braggart. Don't look down on Xing Daorong, okay? Although this guy boasts without preparation, throughout his life, he has only lost once. Seriously. If it weren't for the fact that I've read the Three Kingdoms, I would have been fooled by you. He managed to lose because he just dropped dead right after. In the real world. Seeing the character summoned by Shinjishu, the netizens all laughed. It wasn't that they didn't believe Shinjishu, but they didn't believe in Xing Daorong's combat power. In the world of strange tales. Xing Daorong? In the corridor, the group of strange beings exchanged glances. They reached a conclusion. Reversal, Huang said. Oh no. Big mishap. How could it be this guy? At that moment, Shinjishu was also stunned. Blame it on him being too anxious earlier, he didn't even look and directly summoned this great god, now, he had no way out. I've already summoned, there's no turning back, no matter what, I'll first test this guy's combat strength. Shinjishu lowered his waist, holding the horizontal axe. You all bow down. In the next second, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. In an instant, the axe light flashed, and he had already appeared behind several strange beings. And as a drop of bright red fell from the axe, those strange beings' heads rolled down simultaneously. What the heck, this guy is so strong. Everyone was dumbfounded. So unbelievably strong. With one axe, Gulnara was also stunned. Ren Fei, what you said was indeed right, as expected of a famous general from the Three Kingdoms, Xing Daorong is simply strong enough to make one tremble. Ren Fei. Watching the scene before him, Ren Fei suddenly fell silent. Tonight is the silent Cambridge. It seems that although Xing Daorong is weak in the Three Kingdoms, his combat strength here is still enough to sweep the strange beings. Oh no, this guy really let him redeem himself in the world of strange tales. In front of the whole world of netizens. Xing Daorong has finally made an appearance. Everyone didn't believe in him, but he is the one who fights the hardest. This time, he not only cleared his name, but probably all people of Huaxia will now see him differently. Run. Run fast. In the corridor, seeing Shen Jishu standing not far away with the pear blossom axe, the remaining strange beings stared blankly for a second, then turned and ran. You rebel, where are you running? Of course, Shen Jishu wouldn't let these strange beings escape. That plain and unadorned axe earlier, Xing Daorong's combat power shocked him as well. With confidence in his heart, he was now full of conviction. Shen Jishu stepped down with one foot. The ground cracked open. He swung the pear flower axe and rushed towards the remaining strange beings. You all. In the corner, Mama Fan looked on in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Mama Fan, don't worry. We will handle everything here. Gulnara received Ren Fei's glance and stepped forward to comfort her. Mama Fan stared at Ren Fei and Gulnara in astonishment, then suddenly sighed, alas, this matter has nothing to do with you. The deaths of your companions are, to put it plainly, my responsibility. It's my fault, I couldn't protect them. Guilt filled Mama Fan's eyes. Since discovering that Ren Fei and his group were not orphans, she had been thinking of ways to ensure they were safely sent out of the inn. But she couldn't leave the inn herself, and the strangeness within was incredibly troublesome. One could say she was willing but powerless. It's not your fault, Mama Fan. Gulnara consoled her, if it weren't for you secretly protecting us every night, we might have died long ago. Thank you, you are all good children, just like them. Mama Fan forced a smile. However, as soon as she finished speaking, in an instant, Gulnara's face changed drastically. A deep, soul-piercing pain suddenly surged in Gulnara's mind. What's happening? My head hurts. It hurts. Gulnara's face twisted in agony, almost collapsing to the ground. Mama Fan rushed to support her, anxiously asking, Child, what's wrong? Gulnara tried to say something. At this moment, Ren Fei reminded her from the side, the inn is subtly influencing you, this is cognitive distortion. Cognitive distortion? Do you remember Rule 21? I remember. Rule 21, remember, always silently remind yourself, you are not them. Recalling the rule, Gulnara quickly began to silently repeat it in her mind. After a while, the pain in her head gradually faded away. Gulnara asked Ren Fei, what's going on? The inn is influencing Mama Fan, and Mama Fan is indirectly influencing us. Ren Fei explained, once influenced, Mama Fan will regard us as the children from the orphanage, and if we think of those children for even a moment, we will be cognitively influenced. But why can Mama Fan's cognition influence us? For the past 20 years, Mama Fan has stayed awake only through her obsession, otherwise, she would have long become like those bizarre creatures. So, in essence, Mama Fan is both a manager here and the inn itself. Oh. I understand. In that moment, Gulnara felt lucky to have chosen to stand with Ren Fei. Not only did Ren Fei extend a helping hand to her, but he could also foresee hidden information in the scenario. Following someone like him, she was destined to go further. Ren Fei, thank you. Gulnara felt that Ren Fei knew far too much. However, she wasn't foolish enough to press for every detail. It was already great that Ren Fei could help her. At least she was still awake and alive. Children, my children. While Gulnara's thoughts were racing. Beside her, Mama Fan's expression suddenly turned sorrowful. She frantically grabbed Gulnara's hand, asking, Child, are you my child? No. Gulnara answered cautiously. Upon hearing her answer, Mama Fan released her, turning to ask Ren Fei. I am not either. Ren Fei replied. After saying this, Mama Fan ran off with a face filled with anxiety and guilt, banging on doors on the second floor, continuously shouting, My children, have you come back? Watching Mama Fan's state, Gulnara asked with concern, Ren Fei, is Mama Fan about to be assimilated by the inn? Yes. Ren Fei nodded, actually, she is not wrong, she shouldn't feel guilty. It was a natural disaster that no one could stop. Gulnara covered her mouth, and tears fell uncontrollably. Woo, she must have suffered so much in these 20 years. P.S. I wish you all happiness and joy every day, my dear readers.